Okay, I'm back. Yeah, you know what? I wasn't paying attention. I'm sorry. I was actually looking at something for Krill on his social blade to see if his numbers had changed, and I didn't recognize somebody coming in, so I wasn't fast enough. My bad. So it is what it is. So we're just starting a new hangout, which is okay because, like I said, advertising, that pays the bills. So, when we get people watching a new hangout, it's new advertising. Let me get some other people. Let me get everybody else back in here. And Shadow, I'll talk to you in a second here about how we're going to do this through your channel. I think we need to work on that.
There we go.
There we go. So let me get the people in here first, and then Shadow, I wanted to talk to you about using your channel to stream it using the streaming codecs to my channel, because I know how to do that now.
We can do something a little bit different, actually. If you don't mind giving me your stream key, I can actually set it up so I can stream directly to your channel and tell them to fuck themselves.
Yeah, no, I trust you. Matter of fact, I trust you enough not only to give my stream feed, I will give you access to my account, such if we do ever get sniped, you can go in and stop the
broadcast. We don't have to. Actually, the stream key actually gets around that.
Okay, does it? Okay.
I'm fucking with. I have to open another browser.
Yeah. So yes, I will be giving Shadow my stream key. So that is something that shows a massive amount of trust, because you give somebody your stream key, they can basically do whatever they want with your channel.
I could stream to your channel any fucking time. Yeah.
Right. So I'm doing this live with 20 viewers. So if he fucks up my channel, we all know it's fucking Shadow. So no, I trust him explicitly. So I don't have a problem doing that. I think that will actually be fine. But let me get this hangout going real quick. I'm trying to remember who was all in here.
Well, hang on. Okay. Here we go. Give me 1 second. First off, let me get you this.
What is that? Your thing?
That's a link.
Oh, I don't want to do it right now.
Okay, not feeling. I thought you were going to start another one.
No, I did. We're live right now.
Oh shit. Okay.
That's what I'm saying. We got 20 people watching. I'm giving you my we're gonna have a collaboration. What we're gonna do, guys, is that he has a business account, and business accounts cannot be sniped the way that you can set it up. It's just not possible, because you have to authorize people to come in, and we can have up to like 25 people. So what we're going to do is we're going to set it up here, and we'll try later on tonight, maybe, or tomorrow, or whatever. And he has my stream key, and so basically,
I need to get it from you.
You'll get it. I'll give it to you at some point. And the way that works is basically it goes through his Google Hangout account, but then it streams live to my feed, and then after the feed is done, it uploads automatically to my YouTube account. So it's just like
I can just stream it directly to your channel, and you can host it with however you'd like.
Right. And now here's one thing on that. The only way that would work is if you start the feed, right? So you have to be around in order to do a hangout that way, correct?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Okay, that's what I thought.
And I'll just be running it through XSplit, and with the new system, I don't have any system limitations.
But you don't sleep anyway, so whenever I want to do a hangout,
No, I do. I take naps.
All right. Well, let's because I've already started this hangout, so let's get the people in here that was already in there. Yeah, my fault. I wasn't fast enough, because I always pay attention, but I didn't, because I wanted to make sure that fucking Krill got some subs, and I was looking at Social Blade, so it's tabbed out for my protection there. Because what happens is when the name comes in, I don't know, like that, I just immediately kick them right out before they have a chance to do any damage. But I've invited you guys back. I'm going through my feed here.
Well, I mean, that's the thing, is if they kick you first, you're kind of screwed, because then you don't have the warning.
Yeah, but see, I'll see the name come in, and they have to come in first. And as soon as they do that, they have to take time to go to the outside thing and to kick. I usually can kick them out fast enough. Let me get Krill the link here.
Get this.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like I said, it's okay with me, because every time I start a new hangout, new ads come up. So I'm okay with that.
The thing that actually makes the corporate hangout snipe proof is that it doesn't generate the external chat.
Yeah, it doesn't generate the external chat. Right. You got the live chat, but it doesn't generate the external chat. Right. And that's really cool. Krill, I'm looking at your channel real quick on your live sub count. We've got you 2 subs so far, dude. I think 2 subs. Is that right?
Sure. I don't know. I'm gonna take a beat.
Yeah, let me put your YouTube thing back in there again. I mean, good God, people! I had like 40 people watching, so at least I should get half the people responding to go sub to this guy. Come on, trust me. I don't have you sub people not worth subbing to. So go sub to him. The YouTube thing is there. It takes 2 seconds to go over there and do it. Because I guarantee it, when these guys get popular again, they're going to be helping me out. So I want to return the favor in any way I can. Yes, it's called sucking dick. What do you want?
Yeah, I still had access to the last one. I was going to throw Wonder Boy out of there, but I couldn't remember how to do it. It'd been so long.
But anyways, Quill, we were talking about yeah. If you can get me any person from the atheist experience, I'm fine with that because I'm an agnostic, right? I would love to have that kind of dialogue. I love discussing those types of topics, but in a reasonable means. And I really like the atheist experience show. I do watch it frequently. So yeah, I would appreciate that immensely, especially if you get, like I said, Tracy Harris. I really like. Or Glazer, what is it? Glasser, yeah, I like him.
Russell
Glasser. Any of those guys. I mean, I know of them all. I actually thought about calling in on a Sunday, but I was like, you know what? I don't know if I want to do that, but because I mean, we all know that G-Man and Ronnie call in that show all the time, and they recognize their voice. I mean, especially like. Delahunty knows G-Man, right? So if you tell these guys, hey, this is the guy that G-Man and True Imperialism hate with a passion, they may be more likely to come on my show here, my broadcast at least, for like a half hour of the time. Donating their half of their time would be amazing. Would you do that for me, Crow?
Oh yeah, I've already messaged a couple people on Facebook for you.
You're a good man. I don't care what they say about you. You're okay in my book.
The guy that screens the phone calls too is a really good friend of mine now, and I know that they have numbers saved, so if somebody calls from the same phone number, they know who it is, and they have caller ID as well.
Well, they recognize their voices by now. Matter of fact, G-Man called in 4 times, and even Delahunty was like, "Look at G-Man, before we continue on with this, we have to resolve this whole thing about slavery, because I told you if you call again and we talk about this, that you have to explain your position about slavery." They ended up talking about that for a while. And then finally, Delahunty said, yeah, okay, whatever. Move on to why you called about your bullshit intelligence design, whatever it was. And G-Man just said, fuck this, and left. And then he started to hang out saying, I called in the atheist experience, and they wouldn't let me give evidence for God because they were scared. And I'm like, that's not what happened.
Actually, the first time he ever called, he called my hangout that called into the hangout I was doing afterwards, and we just recorded it while he fucking ranted and ranted. It was hilarious.
Toothless Kill says, Steve, why are you going to a transgender chat in the middle of the night? Because I like them, actually. There, I went over to Amanda May's channel, and she's not transgender; she's a cross-dresser. They were good people. I met a lot of nice people over there, and yes, she's a flat earther, but she was willing to listen to evidence, and I invited her over any time. We don't judge over here. I don't give a fuck if you're transgender, gay, straight. What the fuck? I care. So yeah, I literally was in a hangout the last couple nights talking to cross-dressers and transsexuals. So whatever. No different than Nadi's channel, right?
Hi, Judge.
Oh, and if you want a lot of traffic on your site, get Cy 10 Brugencade in there with you.
Oh, fuck Cy. I mean, I'll take any of them, right? But Cy 10, I've
He'll destroy whatever he comes on. Cy 10 Brugencade's not going to be any really good discussion.
I've engaged with Eric Hoven at Ken Hoven. I've talked to Ken Hoven on the phone a couple of times. Paula Gila, I'm going to have to send you the link via Twitter, I think, because your name does not come up when I try to find you. I don't know why.
Venom Fang X is a good person to bring on if you can, and Rachel's
not even around anymore.
There's also this lady named Vicky Garrison that she's not very, very mainstream, but her podcast, her information that she provides is really, really engaging, and she's a great person to bring on. I can connect you with her.
Sure. Yeah. I need more guests. I want my channel next year to be more guest filled. I was trying to do it every other Friday, and now I want to do it like every other Friday or every Friday. Have a special guest. Like last time it was on a Wednesday, but that's the only day we could fit them in because of Christmas. But we had Dr. Ross and Dr. Anna on. Paul, I don't know why I can't find you on G+. You don't exist, dude. I'm not lying to you. you just don't exist, dude. But anyways, I got Paul Gia coming in. And let me get Apologia's channel too. If you guys want a really good channel to sub to, do it on Apologia. What he does videos. Let me give the backstory on Apologia real quick. He used to be a born again Christian, and I think believe young Earth creationist. Yeah, and he used to teach kids about this stuff, and including his own kids. And now that he's an atheist and understanding that young Earth creation is a bunch of bullshit, he makes these videos to try to explain to them why he was wrong. And his content is just really, really good. It's going to be right up there with any one of the big players, like like I'm a Skeptic or Logic. He's going to be really popular. So,
well, if you have
anyways,
anything to do about it.
Feed. What's that?
Only if you have anything to do about it, I suppose.
Oh no, no, fuck no. I mean, when you got good content, you don't. The only thing you need from other people is maybe word of mouth. And you don't have to have it, but it sure the hell helps, right?
That's right. I'm only a week old, so
there
I'm pretty good.
You're back. Didn't see you sneak in. Sorry.
No worries.
Steve, do you do any formal debates, or would you be comfortable with a formal debate?
I've done one formal debate. I will link it to you. I did one with Wayne Fillmore on Macro Revolution, and not only did I win that debate, Wayne Fillmore 2 hours later during the after hang show, which was part of the same thing, but he actually came back and admitted that I was right. 2 months later, he renounced young Earth creationism, and then like a few months ago, he actually had a formal debate with Ken Hovind, his idol, because he knew Kent very well. They were hanging out buddies, and now Kent thinks he was apostatized and that I corrupted Wayne and I destroyed his salvation. So. Yeah, I did a formal
I have
debate.
tons of people that would love to debate you, mostly Christians. Some of them popular, some of them not very popular. But
I tend to avoid the formal debates.
Maybe let me not say not formal. Sorry, but
engagement. So yes,
we'll call it. Just they're not debates, but they're aggressive disagreement.
Discussions. Yeah. Yes. Yes. Oh, I love those. Sure. I love those. Let me give you the link. You can watch it on your own time. It's about 4 hours long, so it's not a short watch. But I guarantee it, if you watch this video, you'll enjoy it because I don't usually toot my horn. In fact, I'm very self-deprecating, but I think I kicked ass. And the counts on it, and the comments and the likes. I mean, 46 likes, no dislikes, and 1,000 views is pretty impressive. And everybody voted for me, and including how could you lose a debate when your opponent actually says, you know what, Steve, you were right. I looked up what you said. I was wrong. The Macro Revolution does exist, and now he's a theistic evolutionist from being a young creationist.
It's a pretty good win.
It was well. People were like, this is like the first time in the great debate community history that they've ever seen a debate convert somebody like this. So I felt that my job was done at that point. I was like, look, I don't have to do formal debates. I proved that I can. I proved that I could be convincing. I have nothing else to prove to the community by doing formal debates because I don't like them.
Would you debate on any sort of theology, or do you prefer?
No. I'll talk about atheism, right? Because I think a lot of people have misconceptions, even though I'm not atheist. But I don't like the formal debate structure. But at least when people say, "Oh, this is a great debate community," and Steve doesn't do formal debates, I can tell them to fuck off. Go watch this video.
No, that makes sense. But would you? I'll call it. I'll stop using the word debate because I think that's misleading. Would you do a discussion on theology? Like I have a really good Christian friend that he debates that the Bible does not condemn homosexuality, and that's
I would agree with him on that in some ways. Well, in some ways, okay. Floyd would be the person to do that.
Once you contextualize what they're talking about in the text, then the idea of it being actually banned the way that it's presented these days is kind of the teeth's taken out of it.
Yeah, I don't think. Obviously, the Levitical Code and obviously in Deuteronomy, it mentions it, but I don't think it was as prevalent a code part of the 613 mitzvahs as people promote it to be. Right? I think that there was a people that wanted something against gays, and they kind of threw this in there. But we all know that they had a lot of eunuchs back then, and eunuchs were actually praised. These were high. Being a eunuch was a calling.
Actually, if somebody didn't have their genitals, they weren't allowed, or their nuts rather, they weren't actually allowed into the
women's. Well, they were watching the women.
What it's called? No, they weren't allowed. They weren't allowed into the freaking church, basically the synagogue,
the Temple of Solomon. The Holy of Holies, is that what it's called?
Oh, it isn't actually the Holy
Yeah.
of Holies. It's something else. I can't think of the term that's used in the verse.
Yeah, I see. I'm not a theologist, right? So I would look incompetent, and I'm fine with that. I only like to have, as you said, aggressive discussions on topics that I'm much more familiar with, right?
I became an atheist so I could wear mixed fabrics.
There you go. Nylon and satin at the same time.
Exactly.
Spandex is hot.
Steve, why do you use an old picture? I think you should embrace.
It's not that old of a picture. This is only a few years old, and everybody knows this icon. I've always used it. So
I think you should embrace your new look and your wisdom that it purveys.
Maybe eventually, but like I said, but people just know this icon, so I'm not trying to hide anything. I go on camera all the time. I'm not today.
It's like me and the damn squirrel slides. Back when I first came on here and was doing the 13 Heathens thing, I kept using squirrels to rag on the Church of Scientology. And when I started trying to use something other than squirrels, people got all bent out of shape. So you have to go back to it. People like conventions.
Yeah, exactly. I agree. And like I said, this is just a symbol that I use all across all my my platforms, right? Facebook and Twitter and all this stuff, so that people recognize it. So it's almost like not an icon, but you know what I'm saying. Anyways, let me see if I got you guys some subs. I'm just curious if I have any pull in this community whatsoever. Probably not.
The sad part is I actually hate squirrels.
Oh shit, Krill, you had 4122 when I started. You got 4133 now. So yeah, good job.
Nice.
How about Apologia? Did you guys sub to him? Because he started with 153. So let me see what he's at. He said users not found. We're sorry, users not found. You don't have enough subs to be counted yet.
No.
Yeah, no, there you go. I found you. You started with 156. Now you're at 150. You actually lost 6.
Damn it.
Damn, people. What the freaking A? No, I'm not kidding you. It looks like you're down.
Oh, I guess.
No, you got 7. You got 7 subscribers today. It looks like. So, anyways.
I try not to watch it every day because that's just too frustrating.
Well, back in the day, what you used to have to do is you used to have to go around and, make little response videos and this kind of stuff to get noticed. And then they got rid of that. And then it was a matter of what search parameters you use. And then they changed it so that it prioritized the people with the lowest sub count. Then they switched around so it was people with the highest sub count. And by this point, they've jacked it around so many times nobody knows what the fuck they're actually identifying on. So the only way you get subs is to get larger YouTube channels to pimp your shit.
Yeah, bingo. I you know what? I actually like the 15-minute response video things. I think those are actually good. I think people need to go back to that even. Limit yourself 15 minutes, say what you got to say and be done with it. I don't like watching or reading long things. I even tell people, if you're going to write to me, give me a short summation. All right? Don't give me 5 paragraphs of bullshit because I'll just sift through it, but I don't want to read all that. But as you said, the way it's set up now, the bigger channels, they're set. They've been there because the way that YouTube did it. Now, if you go read about how to build your channel, YouTube is all fucked up. It's very, very hard now to get in the high numbers. It's just starting off. It's nearly impossible unless you have some kind of support network. So that's why I want to build up the support network. And I love finding people like Apologia, Krillism. They're just people I agree with. Maybe Krill might have opposing things, but I accept the fact that he's very, very intelligent, and that's what I look for, right?
So I understand that YouTube is rewarding, longer videos, which actually is working because my stupid things are getting too long. But I can't even understand what the rationale is behind that. You'd think that a whole swack of shorter ones could run more ads. I guess I don't understand. You run this 8-hour thing, and I watched one ad.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I ran an 8-hour one on Christmas, and by the way, I had almost 1,000 views on that by the time I was done, which is really good for a hangout. But I had 50 to 60 people watching the entire 8 hours. But the problem with that is, again, you only watch the ads when the people first get there. Hours into the video, you're not making a dime off anybody watching. I think people don't realize you're not making money off views. You're making off the ads. So it doesn't matter you have an hour hangout or 8 hours, you make the same.
The ads you don't really make much of dick off either. You're better off just doing Patreon. That's why so many of us do.
It's both. I do both, obviously. I mean, I have to survive my Patreon, but I mean, the extra money from the ads isn't. I mean, it's sucky, but I mean, it still adds up to about $100 every 2.5 months or so, maybe 3 months. Depends on the month. I mean, I think one month I actually made about $48.
Normally, I'd rather not bother to monetize in that regard and just rely on Patreon so that people don't have to deal with the fucking ads.
Right. No, and I get that.
Goes through the ad and then doesn't go through the video part.
And you can't age restrict. There's a lot of limitations, but I'm broke dick right now. So, I mean, hey, $40 to me is a lot right now. And I'm not ashamed to admit that. So I do rely on that extra little nudge. But if you want to become a Patreon, that's cool too. Even for $1, I don't care. I think it's fine. I'll add your name to my list of credits when I do my personal videos. Just for $1 a month, you get credits. So if it
most I ever made in a month was $61.65
from YouTube.
Yep.
Yeah. No. I think that's perfect because I mean I said the highest I made was $48. That's about what the average people like us will hope to revenue stream. So yeah, I'm not lying. It's not a lot of money, is it?
Statistically, though, what you're better off doing is making a lot of really short videos as kind of a quasi promotion, under 5 minutes, because these are the things that people tend to watch. You can get them under 1 minute, great.
The most
try to get the concept out there to get people's attention.
The most I've ever made in one day was $5.70, and I had one promotional video that I did for Ronnie's Dumb Fuck of the Year, and I had 2 hangouts. And, each time there's new ads. So that was a lot of people watching the ads. And that was the highest I ever had. Other than that, it's about $2 nowadays. It used to be about 80 cents, $1.20. I'm about up to $2 now because of my viewer count. So it's not a lot. I mean, $2 for 8 hours. People are like, oh yeah, you're gonna make a living off this. Bull, come on.
Yeah,
seriously.
right.
I mean, I'm subsisting. I'm subsisting right now. You guys think that this is great? But I mean, it's $2 for an 8-hour hangout. Come on. If you think that's I mean, I don't know.
The most I made was my interview with Saiton Brugenkate was it's an $80 hour-long video. I've made $80 off of it so far.
Oh, that's pretty cool.
So that was a good hour, but
I think I'd get about 2,000 views if I have like one of the atheist experience people come in. It would probably only be like $5, but whatever.
So, Steve, maybe we should be Patreoning you liquor instead, such it'll make the content more interesting and, it covers everything.
Oh, hells yes. Yeah, I don't even drink that much anymore. But yeah, shit, send me a fucking bottle of scotch. I'll take it.
Sure.
But no, I mean, like I said, my Patreon, I'm happy when I'm not like these people like Nadia that were so unappreciative of their Patreon and their subscribers. I love my subscribers. I love the people that do Patreon with me. I'm just flabbergasted that they enjoy the content as much as they do. These people have been with me the full year, a lot of them, and they're just like, Steve, you have a channel that we can go to and just talk about anything, and it's level and it's intelligent and it's articulate. Not me, of course, but my guest. But it's enjoyable, right? And I tell people, look, this is for entertainment. If you're not being entertained, then you know what? Go find something else. Seriously, I mean, that's a rant for the day. Sorry.
So going back to it, you said you're not an atheist. What do you describe yourself as, Steve?
Agnostic.
Okay, but I describe myself as atheist agnostic.
Right.
So
but I don't use that as an adjective.
Here we go.
Let's talk about this. Okay, what's the viewer count double? We're going half.
Well, so you don't have a position on your belief.
No, the position is agnosticism. I'm not a Huxleyan, right? Okay, let me walk it this way. Would you agree? I'm gonna do a kind of a Socratic method here. Would you agree that anybody who believes in God's a theist, or
Yes.
God or gods? Okay. If you don't have a belief in God or gods, you are a non-theist or not theist, the antithesis of theist, or the negation. Would you agree with that? A non-theist?
Yes, okay. I would agree. Which I describe as an atheist. So okay, but go ahead.
Right. And some people do, but this is why I don't accept that, and a lot of people don't. Because just because you lack a belief in something doesn't mean you're asserting that God does not exist. An atheist, philosophically speaking, has generally been somebody that asserts that God does not exist, a rejection of the claim of God's existence, right? And
well, no. So that, so but now I know where you're coming from, so I'll let it go, because if you've been over this 1,000 times, that's fine. But no, yeah, okay.
So, but you agree that an atheist and agnostic both are non-theist, right?
No, I don't, because you can be an agnostic theist, and I've had people describe themselves that way.
Wait, agnostic or ignostic?
Agnostic.
Yeah, I've heard it as well. But if you go to Wikipedia and look under non-theism, agnosticism is under non-theistic.
But well, I guess that's because I went through seminary stuff. But Gnosticism is knowing things.
But I'm not talking about Gnosticism. I mean,
I know, but it's agnostic is the opposite of.
Yeah, people
It's
use
the
that
knowledge
as adjective, but again, if you look at how things actually are structured under non-theism, atheism and agnosticism are non-theistic positions. Because an agnostic, if I say I'm an agnostic, right, I'm not using it as an adjective. I'm a non-theist, right? Because agnostic says I don't know. At that point, you're not in the theist subset, right? You're not under theism. Because if you say I don't know if God exists, you can't be a theist.
Yeah,
so
no,
anything that's not a theist is a non-theist.
Sure. Okay, you and I can agree on that. Not everyone that I speak to would agree with that, but that's okay. Now I understand where you're at. So
cool.
We're the same thing, and we use different labels, so that's cool.
Yeah, and I'm happy the way anybody wants to describe themselves the way it is. I personally, however, think that if you're going to be an atheist, it is a much stronger position to be a positive atheist. Somebody who actually says, you know what, I believe God does not exist, and the reason for that is because when you ask the question, do you believe in God? If you just say, I lack a belief, you're not telling me what you actually do believe, right? Right? If I say, what do you believe in? And you say, well, I don't believe in this. You're not answering the question of what you do believe in.
Sure. I guess you've probably heard this. But yeah, I fully put myself in the camp of there's not enough evidence for me to believe that there's a God. And I will not say there isn't one. Like, I will not accept that burden of proof.
Well, okay, and I get where you're coming from. I think any two people, when they're having a discussion, when they're having an interlocutory, have a burden of justification. And I hate the word burden of proof because people always think that means you have to prove something. No, burden of proof just means that you have to be justified in your reasoning to how you came to your conclusion. And when you have two people discussing, when you have a theist and an atheist, both have a burden of proof. It's not this game where one person has a burden of proof and it shifts to the other. It's not like that. The only time that is what's called argumentation theory, where you have one person and they're usually up on a stage or something like that. And they say, look, here's what I'm promoting to be the case. Scientists do this a lot. And then the people in the audience attack that position. Okay. The people in the audience have no claims of their own. They're just attacking that position. That's part of argumentation theory. But when you have a conversation like two people like us, the question is posed in the great debate community, do you believe in God? A theist says yes, an atheist says no, an agnostic would be, I don't know, an atheist would be like, I think you're all crazy because I don't know what the word God means. Those are different positions. Does that make sense?
It makes sense.
Okay.
We can agree to disagree on the definition. I also like using atheists in my particular community, which is up until recently entirely Christians, to make the word less scary, because now they know one. Now they know me. And they have to point to me, and he's that same guy who's still doing good things, and he's still an atheist. So I actually like to use that word for myself, partially to de-baby kill it.
Well, let me ask you. I mean, if I say to you, would you say I don't believe in God, or I believe God doesn't exist, or do you just say, you know what, I don't know, but I don't have enough evidence?
Well, I'm willing to say I do not believe the Christian God exists. But I'm not willing to say I do not believe God exists, because I'm open to a deistic type of a scenario.
See, I would put you under agnosticism myself, but I mean, you can label yourself the way you want.
Yeah, well.
But I mean, like, I get what you came from, because like somebody says, hey, Steve, are you atheistic toward a young earth creationist God? Yes, I'm atheistic toward that God. That God does not exist. If you're positing that God as somebody who created the earth in 7 days and the earth is 7,000 years old, I can demonstrate using science that is not true, right?
Absolutely, yeah,
sure.
And I'll take on the burden, that Jesus wasn't God, for example. Like, I'm happy to do that, or Islam, or any of them. You name the human created ones that are popular. So
I got you to justify your an atheist position and say, you know what, when I say what's your, you have a burden of justification of being atheist and you accept it, which I think all atheists should. It's so easy to discharge. Say, look, I provisionally have used by induction that I don't believe a God exists because I have not been given enough evidence to warrant a belief in your deity or a deity. I think you discharge your burden of justification easily right there.
Hey, my friend Doug is coming in. He's not a sniper.
Okay, you can give out. Anybody in here can give out the link to anybody they want. I trust anybody I invite in here. I trust you guys explicitly, so I'm fine with that. So if you want to give them a link, go for it.
Well, thank you for rehashing the old ground there, Steve.
Oh, no problem. Every so often it gets brought up, right? Let me check. By the way, Paula G, I'm going to put your link out again. We got to get you some subs, dude. Your shit is just too good to go to waste.
Well, my new video, the reason I came on is because my new video is rendering. It's going to take 3.5 hours. So
holy shit, what do you want, a freaking PRS-80?
No, it's just it's a long video with many elements, so it's cool.
Is it on what we were talking about before?
Yeah, it is.
Okay.
Yeah, so that'll come out in the morning, I hope. But anyway, no,
3 hours. That's not too long. What time zone are you in?
I'm in Mountain Time.
Okay, so you'll have it up tonight.
Probably.
Oh, so you'll be awake. Okay, yeah, I look forward to seeing that. Very much so. Hey, Doug, how are you?
Doing well, thanks. Can you hear me all right?
I can see. Oh, look at this. You come prepared. Got some awesome headphones, an awesome mic. Check this out.
Hold on, Doug.
Yeah.
This is Paula Gia. We spoke like on Twitter earlier today.
Yes. Okay.
You'd asked me to hang out on your thing. So anyway.
Oh, wow. Okay. Yes.
That's just a coincidence.
Yes. Well, there. Your mic.
Paul, actually, but that's fine.
Paul?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Small world must be flat. Dun, dun.
So what are you guys talking about?
We were just a lot of people have a hard time understanding my theological position, and my position is like the same as like Ozymandias's description. He's an atheist, obviously, but Ozymandias promotes like positive atheism, and I just promote the position that if you're going to be an atheist, I think it's better to be a positive atheist than a negative atheist, or what we call a lack theist, somebody who just lacks a belief. Does it make sense?
So a positive atheist is more than just an attitude. It's taking an assertion. Is that what you're saying? Yes.
Not an attitude. A positive atheist is not somebody, oh, I'm a happy atheist. A positive atheist is somebody who says, I believe God does not exist. I'm making a claim that a deity does not exist in reality.
Yeah. If that's the case, there's very few atheists in the world.
Well, no, actually, that's actually the formal definition. That's what's actually used in academics and philosophy. Only on YouTube and G+ do they more conform to the Matt Dillahunty or ARON RA position of a negative atheism. That's rather a new movement. It hasn't been around very long.
Because I personally have only met one atheist that you're describing right now, and I actually deconverted him into an agnostic atheist.
I actually find the opposite. Really, I find a lot of positive atheists.
Bring them my way, and I'll deconvert them.
Ozzy was in my hangout he was just in the live feed a few minutes ago. Now he took off. This would have been a perfect time for him to come in. Have you watched Ozzy and ARON RA debate? Did you watch that one?
No, I don't think I have.
Oh, let me find that for you, my friend. Watch that one when you have a chance, and then you'll see my personal position, because I do agree with Ozymandias, like completely.
I would agree that
his Kool-Aid.
I would agree that hard atheism is it's a faith-based belief.
Oh yeah, of course. It's all beliefs are faith-based, right? I mean, beliefs are beliefs. They're not asking for.
Well, I guess I shouldn't use the word faith. People define that word so differently. I should stay away from it. But
Steve, you don't call yourself an atheist, do you?
No, I'm agnostic. Here, let me put the link in there. Just mark it for later.
Okay.
Aaron's a nice guy. I've actually had this discussion with Aaron myself. Matter of fact, literally, I think I had it just a few hours before he had this debate with Ozzy. Completely coincidentally, but
yeah, I tend to view it in terms of confidence levels, and the longer I've been talking to people, the more I even avoid the word atheist and theist. Well, theist is kind of safer, but yeah, just I don't have a high confidence level in, for example, the God of the Bible or Vishnu or any other God, and I don't need this concept of 100% certainty to believe things. I think there's many things that we believe without being certain about them in our everyday life. And so I view it in terms of confidence levels.
That's how, do you know Dr. Alex Malpass?
No.
He's a philosopher that hangs out a lot with us. He's a member of the Great Debate community. And he actually messaged me the other day. He was writing something. He said, Steve, we might be interested in this. And that's exactly how he kind of looks at it too. Anything more than like 0.5, he would be say, okay, if I fall on this side, I'm an atheist. If I fall on that side, I'm a theist. That's how he's promoting it.
Yeah.
And I understand that. I'm not saying that's not a bad approach. I find it hard to quantize beliefs, right? When you talk about dogmatic things, how do you quantize that, right? I mean, I like science, and these philosophers, they think differently than me.
Yeah,
it's a different part of the brain, I guess.
I agree. You can't put a hard number on it, but it's one of those things where you kind of go, yeah, I have a hard time believing that. You know, that kind of is a qualitative low confidence, and other things. You know, I'm holding scissors right now. I believe that when I let go, they're going to drop. I have very high confidence in that, extremely high. In fact, I would say you know, as the philosophers say, know in the strong sense that it will fall when I let go. But even then, I could be wrong.
Yeah, your argument is basically it's more probabilistic that a deity doesn't exist than does.
No, I would say this is. I have a low confidence that any deity exists right now, but I am totally open to changing my mind on that.
But what about? But that is probability, right? If I say, look, I'm saying that probably speaking, more likely a God does not exist than does.
What I'm saying is I can't even assign a probability to it, because what's the denominator and what's the numerator? Like what numbers do you put in there?
Well, that's what the kind of thing I have with Alex. I'm thinking to myself, I have a hard time quantizing that as well. What would you use for that to define of what you mean by the probability? But I think we can speak in generalities, right? I mean, you can have what's called fuzzy logic. Yeah. And people do that all the time. Look at I say, hey, this person's tall. Well, in reference to what? I can say, look, according to the if I have a bunch of people, I can use some fuzzy logic and say, hey, this person is tall. Fuzzy, you know, I don't have to give an actual number, like he's 6'6". I don't care, or 6'2". I can say he's just taller than the average, and that's fuzzy logic.
Yeah,
so,
yeah. Like I preach a gospel. The gospel I preach is that doubt is a virtue, and certainty can lead to arrogance. Not always, but can. And it can, in the worst case scenario, certainty can lead to violence. We don't have to look far to see examples of that. And when it comes to God beliefs, I think it's totally okay to continually doubt them, but you can still believe them. It's not like if you have some level of doubt that means you stop believing, but you should continually doubt, because you should be open to the idea, I believe, that you could be wrong.
Okay, you're kind of promoting a skeptical point of view, right?
Yes, but not. I wouldn't call it irrational skepticism. Like, there's different types of skepticism, I guess you could say.
Sure, there's hyper skepticism, global skepticism.
Yeah, yeah. So I'm just saying that when someone is certain about something, it's very hard to change their mind.
Oh, yeah. Isn't that the truth? I've only managed to deconvert like 3 or 4 young Earth creationists, and that's over a period of a year. So yeah, it's not easy.
Kudos to you if you've gotten 3 or 4.
I should have more. But I was just mentioning earlier, somebody said, you know, Steve, do you have a debate? And the only real formal debate I did was with a gentleman named Wayne Fillmore, who literally 2 hours later came back to the hangout and said, you know what, Steve, you're right. And then 2 months later. You know, Wayne? Yeah, and he deconverted. He got out of young Earth creationism. Now he's a theistic evolutionist, and he promotes evolution. He debates Ken Hovind. So, yeah. Nice guy. Nice guy.
Yeah. So you are a non-believer in any gods.
Yeah, and that's, I mean, when you're an agnostic, that falls under non-theism. Yeah.
But are you open to the idea of there being a God?
Yeah, I think so. I mean, I was baptized Mormon when I was 17. And,
I'm sorry.
I mean, and the reasons I did so were obviously, you know, subjective and obviously personal. The experiences I had, I can't relate to people very well. I mean, you have an epistemic limit, right? We can't really take somebody and shove them in their head and say, look, this is what I experienced. And I talk about it occasionally. I'm not going to get into too much now, but I think that everybody has their own little level of subjectivity. They say, you know what, this is my threshold to say there might be something more, right? Or maybe go full on and say, you know what, this is definitely God. As long as you relate to somebody, you're doing this subjectively and by faith, I don't have an issue, right? It's when theists come on and say, look, I know God exists. He has told me the earth is 7,000 years old, or hey, he's told me the earth is flat. I'm like, no, I don't believe your claim, right? I don't think that's happened. But if somebody says that, you know, I had an experience like this, yeah, I believe that something happened to you. Maybe it was deity, or maybe you just misread the experience. I think that happens more often than not.
So what would it take for you to, let's say, believe in the God of the Bible? What would you need to see?
Well, my experience, I thought, was with something with the Holy Ghost. It's an internalized, sensation, right?
So some type of personal experience or a miracle?
Yes. Yeah. I mean, I'm not an epistemist. And I'm not even an empiricist for that matter. I'm actually a quasi-empiricist. But I believe that empirical evidence of some kind can be subjective if you, well, it's kind of a miscommunication there. Let me try to relate that again. Your evidence to yourself, your subjective evidence, can be evaluated, although it's not empirical evidence. How's that?
Yeah.
But that's only internalized to yourself.
Yeah, I would agree. Like that's the answer I give basically, but I go more specific. I have a sister who's dying of MS. She's totally paralyzed, lost 50 pounds of muscle mass. And I say, look, if a Christian was to walk in her hospital room and pray for her in the name of Jesus, and she got up, gained 50 pounds of muscle mass and started jumping around immediately, that would increase my confidence that there's something to this Jesus name business.
Yeah, I think is the most honest way to go about things. I believe in healthy skepticism, right?
Yeah,
I don't believe in global skepticism. That's
the kind of claim that amputees don't grow their arms back because they don't have enough faith is a little bullshit. Let's just say.
Well, sure, of course. I mean,
and Doug, I hope you videotape that.
Yeah.
What's that?
I hope you would videotape it for the rest of us.
Oh my
no
goodness.
shit.
Well, you know what? Videotape is actually really bad evidence nowadays.
Well,
but but yeah.
But what bothers me is that, like, I get asked that question by Christians and Muslims all the time. What would it take, Doug, for you to believe? And I give that answer. But when I ask them, what would it take for you to stop believing in your God? Oh, nothing, Doug, nothing.
Yeah, you're being honest, right? You have an honest position. I think that, okay, let me say this. If I was a theist again, and I had the position that I believe in God, and again, these are belief claims. I can't stand it when people confuse beliefs with epistemology, right? They're not saying they know God exists or not. Some do, but that's a different case. But the people that say, I believe, if anybody says, I believe in God, but if you have enough evidence to say, okay, you know what, maybe my belief is misplaced. Maybe whatever I felt wasn't what I felt. Maybe whatever I saw wasn't what I saw. Maybe is something else out there, but it's not a deity. It could be an alien from a fifth dimension, hypothetically. But there could be a threshold where even the most stout theist can say, you know what, maybe I'm wrong. That is an honest position to take. But for a theist to say, I cannot be wrong because my God has told me I cannot be wrong, ergo I am not wrong, like Darwin's deity will promote, and he's a younger creationist, you're automatically somewhere I find to be an irrational thinker. Is that cool? I mean, is that?
Or worse yet, the likes of Ray Montero, who insists that he knows everything about the spiritual world.
But I mean, do you see what I'm saying on that, Doug? Does that make sense?
Yeah, it makes sense.
Okay. I like to be a rational thinker, even though my positions are my own. How you get to the positions, I find to be more telling about a person than what you actually think about your own positions, right?
Exactly. And then when I talk to theists, I often go right back to the beginning, how they became a believer in the first place, and look at the situation. I've literally talked to hundreds of theists, and it seems like between the ages of 18 and 22 is the sweet spot, where they have hormones raging. They're trying to figure out who they're going to be as an adult. They come to grips with, do I just believe this because of my parents or my culture around me? And they start asking the deep questions. Oftentimes they're partying too much or whatever. And they come to the conclusion after doing a bunch of research, or maybe in an act of desperation, or someone who shows true love to them in the time of need, that's when they get their belief. And then as they grow older in their 20s, 30s, and 40s, they come up with reasons to believe what they've already chosen to believe. Oh, look at all the transcripts we have in the Bible, or look at the prophecies. Then they come up with the reasons.
I think it happens so much earlier than your
I think so earlier too. I think there's an indoctrination process that
got that right
earlier on,
right?
And that's why I mean we have a lot of and I say younger people. I mean like anybody under like 30, but we have a lot of younger people that actually just starting college, and they're younger creationists that I talk to. And my position is very staunch that I find that they are being hobbled, that they are literally, they can't be biologists, they can't be geologists, they can't be, in my opinion, they can't be scientists, because you're throwing away objectivity by saying, I'm a young earth creationist. Any evidence that goes against the youngest model has to be dismissed. That is not what a scientist will do. And yet every one of the scientists I've ran across that are PhDs in younger creationists do that, right? And that's why I enjoy so much talking to like Dr. Hugh Ross, because him and Fuzz Rana have PhDs, but they're older creationists, but they're willing to change their position according to their, to facts and evidence. That's why they accept evolution, most of it. They do have some misconceptions, but I don't find that with the young earthers. They're just outright, you know what? My God exists. The earth is young. Anything you say against that has to be dismissed and wrong. They don't even look at any kind of evidential things.
That's exactly right. And that is the whole point. Knuckleheads who do not look at evidence. Knuckleheads who don't care about facts, only about their own ideology.
On some levels, kind of like the whole flat earth weirdness. It's like, I don't care what reality is. I'm going to accept my book.
Right. Very similar. Very similar.
Well, they look at evidence, but only the evidence that confirms what they already want to believe.
Yeah, have you ever heard of Morton's demon?
No.
Glenn Morton was a young earth creationist. He's a geologist, and he came up with something based upon Maxwell's demons. And Maxwell demon was a thought experiment that dealt with thermodynamics, dealing with hot and cold systems and entropy. He took something like that, and he said, look, young earth creationists have this little demon in their head that when information comes in that comports with their young earth creationist model, they accept it. But anything that doesn't, that demon kicks out. And that is exactly what I see. When you give somebody says, okay, I say, here's isochron dating methods. Here's the Earth showing that is 4.5 billion years old. And I show them why I can get into data methods, the genochronometric formulas and all that. They don't accept that, even though the PhD young earth creationists say, you know what? Yeah, this radiometric dating does work, but let's attack the assumptions. Let's attack the fact that the decay rates may have changed. That's fine to do that, but you need to show me how these decay rates change. And I got a background in nuclear engineering. I mean, I was a nuclear reactor operator for many years. Show me how this is done. And then we can go from there. But they always fail at that point because they're just assert decay rates can change. When you ask them how, they have no idea.
Speaking of nuclear reactors, I'm pretty sure I just saw the atheist lowdown join in here.
Yeah, I want to welcome we got a lot of new people join us, but Atheist Lowdown, how are you? Can you hear us?
I see him, but it looked like his video froze up on him just a second ago.
It's the flat earthers. They do this to people. They hack us.
Oh, he just left.
Yeah, he froze. He'll be back. But either way, I love the fact new people are coming in. By the way, let me give you, if I may, Doug, can I give you the link to the Great Debate Community actual page that we have, and you can join us?
Sure. So, Steve, what do you think is the best way, if doubt is a virtue, if I'm right about that, what do you think is the best way to encourage doubt in deeply held beliefs?
Well, I come from the science perspective, right? Most of the people in our community, we got about 430 on the Great Debate Community. Many of them come from very diverse backgrounds. Like, for example, Dr. Alex Malpass is philosophy, Dr. Fiona Roberts is biology. Everybody has their own way to approach trying to get somebody out of young creationism. Me being the scientific aspect, I try to explain to them how scientifically it cannot be possible. But somebody like General Han Solo comes, and I think you ran at him the other day. Yeah, you ran at him the other day.
I booted him off my live stream the other day.
I heard, by the way. But by the way, General Han Solo is a brilliant person. I mean, he's a physicist. He knows the Bible much better than I ever hoped to.
He's not a physicist.
General Han Solo? He's a physicist. Yeah, he teaches physics and calculus.
He has a bachelor's maybe in a related field, but he's not a physicist. To me, a physicist is someone with a PhD who publishes papers in a peer-reviewed science journal. He is not that. Okay, fair enough. But he does teach mathematics and stuff like that. But he's somebody that knows the Bible much better than I'll ever know. But I don't take his approach. He has what's called a concordance approach that I just find way out there. But whatever, right?
What is the concordance approach?
You want to explain it? Go ahead.
What is it? I don't know.
A concordance is somebody who says the Bible was written for the people thousands of years ago in a way they'll understand it, but also for us today in a way that it'll actually show like evolutionary theory is correct, that Big Bang cosmology is correct. And so I don't.
Oh, that's a load of shit.
Yeah, I don't read. I just reading most post hoc nonsense, right?
An easy way of understanding a blue would be like the idea of deepities that Dan Dennett presents, like the saying that, well, love is just a word. In one sense, yes, love is just a word, but in a much more deeper sense, it's far more meaningful than that. So for the people at the time, it was just kind of a statement of what the fact is. And for the people in the future, it was far more in depth about what actually took place.
Or another way to put it is that between verses 1 and 2, it talks about the creation of the universe, but there is nothing between 1 and 2 physically on the page. So how's there anything between 1 and 2?
Yeah, it's pretty well just playing Nostradamus with the Bible.
Oh, I should point out that actually General is working on his master's, by the way. But yeah, he's a really brilliant guy, Doug. I'm not lying. I mean, I don't know what you guys had a disagreement on, but
well, I kind of lost respect for him when he told me the hour of Jesus's birth.
What is that hour? I'd like to know.
It was what did he say? September 11th, 3 BC at 6 p.m.
September 11th.
Yeah, I said goodnight, everyone. I shouldn't have booted him, I guess, but plus I don't do well with people who talk very slowly and bloviate. So I had to let him go.
Yeah, I have a problem with that too, but I have an excuse for it. I had a stroke.
Everybody knows
I'll just say, as Doug said, speaking slowly in his Canadian accent.
That's just how he talks.
I was going to say I have a similar problem, but that's because I had a stroke and I can't follow people for that long.
He's very, very low key. But he's one of my favorite people. I love General Han Solo. I'm not going to lie. He's just one of my favorite theists. I do have a lot of respect for.
Everybody knows Jesus was born on December 25th.
Yeah, I don't agree with him on that one, but that's okay. I don't see that either.
Yeah, near midnight. There was no room at the end.
Yeah,
we're in this century. We're in the 21st century actually talking about
Did you get the link for the Great Debate Community?
Yes, I got it.
So much. I joined.
I just approved somebody that was on with you. Yeah, so this is like we have 441 members so far, including a lot of people that do have PhDs, a lot of people that just we have people that don't actually in that particular Google Plus thing, but we call them part of the Great Debate Community, but they're on the other side. We call them the Clown Car Posse. And these are the people that I'm sure you know. G-Man, ever heard of him?
Yeah.
Nephilim Free.
I'm sorry.
Nephilim Free, Jason Burns, Brett Keane.
Tommy Hall.
Tommy Hall.
Tommy Hall.
These are all the guys that hate me with a passion. If you actually
Richard
look at videos,
Raspberry.
Oh, Richard Raspberry even made a video about me, for God's sake.
What happened to that guy? I ain't seen.
He was annexed from the community after he said things which literally led to physical violence happening in the real world.
He's back. No, he's back. He just had a video not too long ago that he made private when he accused.
Well, he's back. He's not allowed in Hangouts.
No, he basically said Fiona and I work for Satan, and I'm like, that's your brilliant interpretation. Okay, great. I got a promotion. I'm now hired by Satan. Yes, you know.
How much does Satan pay?
Not very fucking much.
Well, that sucks, man.
Actually, he doesn't because he's a member of the Divine Council, and all the Divine Council's money goes straight to the head guy.
Well, I heard that Trump was having weekly lessons with him on how to be more evil and offensive, but no one has been able to work out how much the devil has to pay Trump.
Yeah, I'm sorry, but you're being very anti-scriptural in this due to the fact if you go back to the Old Testament and the ancient Judaism, Hasatan's job was to actually try and test the faith of people. And as we know, you can't test Trump because he won't even bother. He'll just simply insist that he pass the test before even taking it. And then talk about how greatly he did in it, or bigly, or whatever.
Well, if you've been following his Twitter feed, we can all thank him for Christmas.
Why the fuck would we follow his Twitter feed? He's
you got that right, man.
It's a bundle of laughs.
I ain't going on for him. Shit.
I mean, he's basically our internet troll in chief.
That's Von Helton.
Oh, Von Helton. But
Von Helton.
One thing I like about our community,
you keep saying that, Blue. Eventually, he's going to be your president.
Oh God, Von Helton.
There is no bottom to that barrel. This is a barrel that is sitting in the middle of the ocean with a hole in it, floating over Marianas Trench at this point.
I was just saying, one thing I like about our community. And
Von Helton wanted to be.
I think Blue's got lag.
Do I?
Yeah.
Maybe.
I don't know, Blue. I never know with you, right?
No. I should be all right. This is the good machine.
Okay. I love that there's so many different people that do have different viewpoints, because the last thing I want from my channel is an echo chamber, because I'd be bored out of my freaking mind.
You're wrong, Steve.
What
by the way, do you want to put a shout out to your channel?
Because I count 3 atheists in the room right now, 1 ichtheist and 1 apatheist, and I don't know who the other are.
I'm an agnostic apatheist, so
I'm technically an agnostic.
You were the ichtheist that I counted.
But
so.
yeah.
I just have to correct because I'm agnostic apatheist.
Yeah, and I'm apatheist.
Well, that's not bad.
But hey,
one's a theological position, one's a knowledge statement.
Doug, let's go ahead and promote you, because I got Paulogia promoting his channel. He is going to be awesome in this community. And Krill, he already was awesome, but then he fell from grace because he got bored with everybody, and now he's back. But do you want to promote your channel, Doug? You put it out
there.
Sure.
Sure. My channel's Pine Creek, one word. It was when I was a kid, I was raised on a farm, and there was a creek that ran in the backyard where I would always play, and it was called Pine Creek. So that's the name of my channel.
Let me see if I can find you here.
I binge watched Doug's channel all day, and it was amazing.
Oh, thank you.
I found you, I think. Yeah, live now.
Yeah, same blue background.
That's fine. Hey.
Yeah, I'm streaming this Hangout.
That's fine. No, my stuff's out there. Go ahead. Let me get your link. I'm getting it right now. Blah, blah, blah.
It's called simulcast.
Simulcast. Yeah. Well, this is what we're going to do from actually Shadows really soon. I think I might try it out tonight.
Tonight, tomorrow, whatever. I mean, it's snipe proof. I've got the stupid corporate accounts.
Exactly.
I'm just going to have to get you to finally get off your ass and send me a request on Skype so that I can send you the mod account information.
I will do that tonight. I'll do it tonight. I do have Skype. I just don't use it much. But anyways, I put your link in the live feed there, guys. So be sure to promote these guys' channels and sub to them. And then he's got people watching his feed. They can come sub to me. I think the way that they go about trying to fight against misinformation and especially in my case, young Earth creationism. I'm not a person to fight against religion or Christianity. You guys do that, that's fine. Not my thing. But I do promote against young Earth creationism. So I think the way to do that is everybody has to have a collective means, right? We have to rely on each other because everybody has their strengths and weaknesses, right? So I think it's a community effort. It takes a village, right?
Yeah, I find that when it comes to talking with theists, going straight to the epistemology is key, because especially the more closed a theist is, they're not going to listen to facts.
I think you're right. I mean, I know that, I know you don't care for him, but General tries to do that from a biblical point of view. But I think you're right. If people want to discuss the biblical and theological aspects, I'm not the person to go to, right? So I lack the ability to have an effective communication with them to show them that their beliefs are not true, except when it comes to the flood. I can disprove the flood. I can disprove Noah's Ark completely, because I know about phylogeny and speciation rates and things like that.
I think what's more effective when you're talking to theists and you're trying to make an impression is the problem of evil. Some people don't say that it doesn't work philosophically or have a problem with it, but I think that goes, and if you're not talking facts, then you go straight to the heart, which is, how can a just God, allow children to die of cancer, and all these other things? How can that be? How can it just I don't know.
Yeah, I do think
epistemology.
I agree with you. I do think the problem of suffering is still a huge problem for the theist. But they always revert to the free will argument. But I think the real free will argument has to do with their deity. Does their deity have free will? And if so, if he can see the future with perfect certainty, then he had to make a choice before he even created anything, because he knew what would happen. So if he is free to choose to create a universe or not, and he chose out of his own free will to create, knowing with perfect certainty the suffering that it will entail, not only on this planet, but for eternity, that God's a monster.
Yeah, the problem of evil is a good argument. And at the same time, though, some of these other ones they try to run, I think, are really bad ones. The fine-tuning argument, horrible. The argument from contingency, very, very bad. In fact, Dr. Alex Malpass had a brilliant refutation for the argument.
Really, because Trey Jadlow would disagree with you.
Oh yeah, we all know about Trade's understanding of philosophy. No, I mean what Dr. Malpass has said about the argument of contingency was just a perfect flow chart. You know, you can't get around what he was saying. It's either the argument of necessity, which invalidates it, or it just throws it back that you're not applying this principle of sufficient cause. But anyways, hey, we got Atheist Lowdown in here. Your feed kind of like went to crap a few minutes ago. So welcome back.
Hello.
Welcome to our humble
and how
abode.
dangerous it is to have like a blank green screen behind you that I can edit in anything I want.
Oh, wow, that's mean.
I'm sitting in the studio where we produce the Atheist Experience, and we haven't had green screen at all, and we just painted it today. So I'm.
Do you guys know Antonio Super Rats? Last time, what happened to him when he had he was making a video? People were making a video for him. What they did to him? Think about that. So if you don't know,
nighttime,
sexy.
But
anyway, yeah, welcome to our great debate community. I do like the Atheist Experience. I find it to be one of the more entertaining programs out there. Matter of fact, Matt Dillahunty left me a comment on one of my videos when he said, I'll give $20 to anybody that can make sense of what this caller just said. And it was actually our dear friend, True Empiricism, who actually is the #1 runner for the Dumb Fuck of the Year, and he's going to win it. Sorry, Blue.
Oh, we'll just see about that.
But anyways,
we'll see.
I heard that you are having your own channel or something like that, the Atheist Lowdown. Is that a channel? Or is that your handle?
It's my own channel. I basically have a secular news aggregate. And so I have like a 5 to 10 minute channel where I boil down all the secular related news and produce it.
Do you have a link or something? Or is it out there? I'll be happy to promote it on here. And somebody asked for the link for the Dumb Fuck of the Year tabulations. Yes, I have that, of course. There you go. If you want to, you can
see which work I got to do this summer.
Cool. Okay, here, let me open this real quick. There's your channel. Okay, so I'm gonna put this on our live feed. We have a lot of people watching. Wow. Okay, so that's actually the Atheist Lowdowns channel. So go sub to him. He is one of the producers of the Atheist Experience, right?
Yes.
Yeah. Yeah, I actually emailed them once just to see if like one of them wanted to come in. I know Matt's really busy, and I know ARON RA. I've talked to ARON RA before. Great guy. But he is so busy. He's running for senator now.
Really?
Yes, he's running for Senate in Texas, and that's amazing because it's Texas, right? I mean, unless you're from Austin, then yeah, good luck with that.
All right, I'm taking bets on how that election is going to go.
Might not be as bad as you think, honestly.
I wonder what his
percentage
percentage
about how
be.
bad he would be. It's just no one's going to vote for him in Texas.
I wouldn't say that. I mean, it really depends what district you're talking about.
I believe you said he was in Dallas, right?
Yeah, and Dallas has been going blue for a while now, actually.
No. He's in the Houston district.
You're running for Senate or Congress, first of all.
Senate, wasn't it?
He's running for Senate, and he's in Houston.
Good luck with that. I mean, I would vote for him, but I mean, I love ARON RA. I mean, his foundational falsehoods of Christianity are some of the best videos on the internet.
Creationism.
Great, yeah, foundational falsehoods of creationism. Yeah, sorry.
Yeah, but if you saw his recent thing trying to attempt street epistemology, I mean,
I haven't watched it yet. I've seen it, but I didn't watch it.
He is thinking about him going door to door talking to people.
He is not great when it comes to philosophy. I mean, he's an epistemist, and he's one of those people seeing is believing kind of thing, right? I mean, he has to have it right there. He doesn't want to get into these more hypothetical things, like when he debated like my friend Ozzy, who I have the most respect for. I think they were talking from two different positions to the point where they were over talking each other, and it just wasn't seeing what Ozzy was saying, you know?
Right, but can you imagine him going door to door in Houston?
No.
You know, and every single person disagreeing with him, and him trying to come
Doug,
up
you
with...
keep shaking your head like that is not street epistemology at all.
Aaron, first of all, needs to get a haircut, shave off the goatee.
I was just about to say that, like, you wouldn't have to get into the religious aspect of it. On appearance alone,
you can't go door to door.
Half of the votes.
You can't go door to door with theists and look like Satan at the same.
Oh, okay, good point for that. That might be true. It looked like Satan. Oh, that's funny.
That's harsh. I'm sorry, Aaron, if you ever watch this, but trust me, it works. You know, got to clean up a little.
One of these days, Aaron will join. He goes into the Hog Ties Champs hangouts because everybody knows Hog Tie Champ, and we kind of go in there and we'll converse with them and stuff.
Aaron cannot help himself, but like when you're talking to a closed theist, Aaron just wants to spew out facts, and he doesn't realize that the theists, none of those facts enter their eardrums. And so he has to resonate with them in a way that, you know, ask questions and truly listen to their answers, repeat back what they said so they feel good that you're actually listening to them, and then ask a follow-up question based on their answer. And very slowly and gradually try to introduce doubt that, hey, you know what? I could be
That's
wrong about
all
this.
true. That's all
absolutely.
Correct,
but Aaron doesn't suffer fools well, right? I mean, he's so intelligent that we've all been there. We reach a point you're like, okay, you're just giving me a bunch of dumb fuckery. I've reached my limit. And I think he reached that point very, very quickly.
Doug is absolutely right. And that's how you talk to people, and that's how you create a connection. That's exactly
how normal people do it, sure.
Yeah. That I'm talking to someone, and he's, well, facts don't matter to them. Well, I mean, unless you want their vote or their money, what the fuck up reason is there to continue the conversation? I mean, obviously you want their vote, but that's politics. But if you don't accept facts, why the fuck go away? Just go away. I ain't talking to you.
But you know, Blue.
Oh, go ahead.
Blue, I used to be that guy like 10 years ago.
You were a young Earth creationist?
Well, I wasn't a young Earth creationist, but I was a fundamentalist as they come. And I wish there was a 45-year-old Doug who could have met, let's say, a 22-year-old Doug when I was 22 and ask questions and say, well, why do you believe the Bible? Well, because this is God's word. Well, isn't it reasonable that maybe some things could be true and some things false? Like, just introduce the idea that maybe not everything in the Bible is true. And just that alone would have...
Forgive me for asking this. But it's a question of mine. Since, you know, I'm a lifelong atheist, so I'm very different from what most of y'all have dealt with. But when did you hear about other religions? Because to me, that seems like wherever you came from or however you grew up, eventually you do become aware that there are other faiths, that there are other ways of believing, that there are, and in the past too, there have been other very different ways of believing, very different theological notions. And once you learn that, really,
for me, it was you first learn how to convert them. Like the very first time I learned about Jehovah's Witnesses was how to convert a Jehovah's Witness or a Mormon. It's the same thing. It's literally you're taught it in Bible school, or I was at least. You know, very targeted. Here's the arguments against this religion, and there's nothing else you learn about it. You don't learn about them as people or any of that kind of thing. But
well, the people that actually have gotten out of theism, especially in the Christians, I find to be the best people to actually, you know, talk to these people. For example, I mean, I know a little about Mormonism because I was baptized Mormon, but if I go to Jehovah's Witness, I don't know jack shit about Jehovah's Witness, right? So I don't have the skill set to go to explain things to them about why they believe might not be true, right? But next Jehovah's Witness would, right?
To a Jehovah's Witness.
A lot of the people I've met that religion never stuck with, even at a young age, are people that studied other mythologies prior to the attempts of heavy indoctrination. You know, like ancient Egyptian mythologies, etc.
But this is what I was saying. I think it takes a community.
Pertaining to what Steve had said, though, you want to wonder how, like, you can converse with the Jehovah's Witness and like how maybe you could reach them. The answer is you really can't, because you're talking to people like Mark Thomas. They have to want to actually open their minds to begin with. If they were raised in it,
dude, I had no idea until like a month ago.
You know, like it's whenever he shows up in the side chat, I'll always ask him about either the Archangel Michael being Jesus, because that's what they believe, or about how Beth Serem was a complete failure and he will run away immediately. because Beth Sarem was a literal house that Watchtower bought for Jesus, Moses, and Abraham, who were coming back in the body and flesh, and they needed some place to crash.
Yeah, it's almost up there with Scientology with me, man.
It is.
Oh, that's a low blow, man. I hate to stick up.
I got blue as a Scientologist.
Wow, that's oh man. You cruel. You crackers are cruel.
Well, one thing I regret is not learning theology.
I like how you said that, and I'm not even really a cracker.
If Aaron Ra is coming, somebody need to go.
We got room.
Am I allowed to tell him that he looks like Satan?
Yeah, like I said, I love his look.
That was literally like one of the things that he prided himself in one of
his
his live talks was that he looked like Satan, and that was one of the reasons that Ken Ham refused to speak with him.
Oh, really?
Right. So it's not the fact that Ken Ham would get like literally slaughtered by him, or Ken Ham would get slaughtered by a 12th grader, 5th grader even, but.
Didn't he talk to Ken Ham at the Ark Encounter when it opened?
Yeah,
he did. Yes,
it was great. It's one of my favorite videos.
Well, we've all seen Darwin's deity get slaughtered by a 13-year-old.
I think
Ken Ham get slaughtered by a 12-year-old.
Didn't they have like a pack of cetus as a part of the exhibitions there? A pack of cetus. Really? It's like, seriously? I mean, good God! It's a $100 million ark that doesn't float. It's got modern air conditioning, modern construction techniques.
Iron fucking strut.
And it's like really, people actually going there and going, "Oh yes, this is how it actually happened." No, it didn't.
You're assuming that the people who go there are actually like convinced that that structure makes sense. That they're actually going to pay attention to any of those details. Like, they're all either going to be people who know it's bullshit, or they're people who don't care about the facts and just accept the story as it is.
I wonder what the percentage is there.
It's the majority is people who think the story is bullshit.
But the simple question is how.
I bet not.
I bet they're wanting to affirm.
I bet it's more than 50% think it's true.
Having been that guy, though, you have to understand, they just want to hear that it's plausible. They want to go home at night and be able to sleep and saying, okay, I'm not insane. This is plausible. Someone came up with a way that this maybe works. And then they go home feeling good.
What I would prefer is if they actually like filled it full of animals and then had 8 people trying to care
logistics,
for various species of animals.
Yeah.
Just one senior citizen, like, bearing his 90s and running around trying to maintain and coordinate everything.
There may be labor laws against that.
Paul, as an young Earth, an ex-young Earth creationist, right?
Yes.
You actually, it sounds. I mean, you educated yourself. You're very, very knowledgeable. I've seen your stuff, and I've communicated with you before, so I know you are definitely somebody who loves science and understands it. When somebody would have asked you back then, how do you explain having what Ken Ham said? I think he said 1,000 species. How do you explain 1,000 species getting to like 8.7 million extant species? And that's conservative, right? How do you do that?
Well,
even a million rates. I mean, how do you do it with a million?
This is going to sound idiotic, but God did it. It's right. Like if you can believe all that other stuff, you can in your head say, you know what, God made the light halfway between the stars, or God sped up the light without consequences to the other physics.
Asynchronous light.
If you believe in omnipotence, then all you need is plausibility.
But they're not saying that science did it. I mean, they're not saying God did it. I mean, Ham literally says, look, I want to demonstrate that this is plausible or possible using science. Creation science has the word science in it. Yes, it's a misnomer.
Well, there's a reason. There's a reason. My very first.
There's a reason for that, and that's the reason Paul is saying is that if you just give it the tiniest percentage of plausibility, something you can hang on to in that museum.
But I give it a 0. I give it literally zero plausibility. Now, yes, you could say God did it by divine intervention, but that's not what the young Earth creationists go claiming when they're talking about Noah's Ark. You need to demonstrate the speciation rates being practical, not God. Hey, okay, every other species, every other reproductive cycle, you have a new species. It doesn't work that way unless you're a freaking plant, right? With polyploidy. That can happen.
There's a reason my first video was called "Ken Ham Made Me an Atheist." I mean, he literally is the person who converted me. So,
really,
yes.
Wow.
Let me give you Paul's channel. I'll put on the live feed again here in a second, because I know he's going to be very, very popular on YouTube very, very shortly. So I got to be nice to the guy now. they can ignore me later. That's what they all do.
No, but if you,
Oh yeah,
when you get to the point where you're actually looking for answers, and then you realize there are none, especially, and I don't know, Doug, if you were, were an inerrantist, but if you believe that the Bible is completely inerrant, and you find one crack, that thing shatters fast.
You're right. That's exactly right. But I wasn't that guy. I kind of straddled the line a little bit, but I would always say, no, Jesus was God, and Jesus rose from the dead, and there is a God, and that God is explained best in the Bible. So that's why it took me so long. It took me to age 35 to slowly come out of the belief system.
It's about the same for me too. About the same.
Doug, you still have family that's religious, right?
Oh yes, yeah. My wife is still a born again believer, and all my family except for one cousin.
If you slow down, were you ex too? I mean, because I noticed a lot of the people on the atheist experience have a religious background. We all know that Matt was like trained to be a preacher for like 20 years, and then said, you know what, I don't believe any of this shit no more. Right? Basically, is that the same with you?
Who are you asking?
Atheist Slowdown.
Lona.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, I was never a believer. But what you guys are talking about, I'm always fascinated by people who come out of the religion, and it's something that I don't get. But yeah, here at the Atheist Slowdown, or Atheist Experience, yeah, we have a lot of people who, were training to be pastors and whatnot, and I just don't get it. It's something that's pretty foreign to me.
The concept of theism is foreign to you. How somebody could actually really believe in something, especially young with creation, I would assume that's just batshit. But is that foreign to you?
Yes.
Okay. Because at least for an ex-theist like Paul, he can at least say, you know what, I could see how people do this because they want to do this. That, like you said, the small amount of probability. But to somebody who's never been a theist, they're like, I don't see how anybody could think this way.
Well, another thing to keep in mind is that the threat of hell is real, and that is a huge. It's a huge, huge factor. And for me, the first step to coming out of belief was saying, you know what, I'm willing to go to hell if I'm wrong. And but I want to know what's true. And I tell you, it was terrifying. I'm a grown man, age 35 years old. Actually, I was around 38. And I remember the first time I stopped praying. And it scared me. Like, is God going to punish me and my family? Am I, if my kids die tomorrow, is it because I didn't pray? Like these thoughts.
Dude, I still every so often say, you know what, I'm not following the Mormon lifestyle and might be judged for it, even though I can't accept the Mormon Church for a variety of reasons, which I won't go into, but at least not right now in this hangout. But I still think to myself, am I going to be held accountable for this? I don't think you ever get out of that mindset, do you?
That is so weird to me.
Really?
I think you can.
Yeah. This whole notion, I mean, if there's a loving God out there, if my child dies tomorrow, is it because wait a minute. Wait, this does not compute.
Yeah, that mindset. It comes back to like I quit smoking a year ago, but every so often I get a craving, right? Oops, we got feedback.
How does one get in that mindset to begin with, is what I would like to ask. Because I was
indoctrination.
Nominally Catholic.
Well, it can't just be indoctrination, because then you run into a catch-22.
No, it can be indoctrination. When you start.
Well, it can be, but you can't just say that that's the end-all, be-all.
I think it has a lot to do with social aspects. I mean, a church is more than just one person, right? So when you have a community of people all agreeing with you on something and reinforcing these positions, you do accept them a lot easier, do you not?
Well, I think there's something a little bit beyond that, because realistically, when you're dealing with people from a religious community, there's a certain insular nature there that you can go up and talk to one of these people and they get confused that you don't believe in God. I mean, you see legitimate confusion and bewilderment that, what do you mean you don't? How can you not?
Well, yeah, you go back to these, Midwestern states. Like I was in Kentucky last year, and yeah, they're like, what do you mean? You're not an evangelistic Christian, whatever. It's foreign to them.
What do you guys think of this? Giving the theist an out. Meaning, like I very rarely do this, but when I can see sort of a glimmer of doubt in their eyes after talking with them, I say, look, deism is an option for you. I understand how first cause is powerful. And, none of us really know what happened before the Big Bang. And I completely get that. But you can still keep your God concept, but all this fundamentalist crap you can do away with.
Yeah.
Well, there's a reason why Christians aren't deists, though. It's because of the incarnation. That's why we celebrate Christmas yesterday. That's the reason why we're not deists.
No,
Jesus is the reason for the
doubt.
season.
Part of the problem is you're approaching doubt as if it's like something that is going to lead them to discarding their faith, as opposed to a tool for their faith.
Doubt can be a good thing. Christians have doubts too.
Doubt is a tool to either strengthen or question and lead you along a path towards truth.
Well, as a theist, Wayne, go ahead, Paul. I don't want to ask Wayne.
I was going to say, you can't. My sister, who is as devout as can possibly be, assaulted me when I was outed as an atheist. I didn't do my own choosing, but she discovered it, assaulted me with questions, and I started to see the doubt in her eyes, and she literally started crying and asked me, "Please don't make me stop believing." And then she exited the conversation and won't talk to me about it anymore because she's afraid that if she talks to me, she will stop believing. I mean, that's just the mindset.
They ostracize people. They actually, tell people don't talk to the outsiders, kind of thing, right?
Yeah, like I'm approaching this whole thing from like an Eastern Orthodox perspective, wherein doubt is actually encouraged.
When Wayne left Young Earth Creationism, he was actually kicked out of Young Earth Creationist groups.
Yeah,
he was ostracized. And by the way, Wayne is the person I mentioned before that I had a debate with on Mac Revolution.
Wayne, who have you known longer, me or Steve? Wayne.
Steve.
Oh, rats.
You wanted to take credit for Steve's work, didn't you?
Yeah, I wanted to take credit. We didn't get along there for a while. There was about a month period where we were just having it back. I mean, we were just kind of at each other's throats. And I'm like, look, Wayne, you're a smart guy. How could you buy into this Young Earth Creationist bullshit? And I think he just got mad with me one day and said, you know what, Steve? Fuck you. I'm going to debate. I want to have a debate on this, a Mac Revolution. I said, okay.
I was there for that day because that was the day where I actually wrote Steve off. Where I wrote Wayne off. Because he told me in the side chat that he didn't care about whether or not his beliefs were actually true or not.
So, Wayne, was that my problem? I was too nice to you, and Steve was more of a dick, and that's why he won you over?
Great. Steve's a dick to people. Great.
Oh, gosh.
No, I mean, I always liked Wayne, and that's why when we had kind of a little bit of a tiff, and he got to that point where he's just like, well, I don't care if my beliefs are true or not. I'm like, yeah, that's not how you can approach things, right? I mean, I think Wayne's right. Even the best theists have to have some kind of doubts somewhere along the line. If not, you get to be some kind of fanatic religitard. And once you become an ideologue, there's no conversation with those people anymore. You're done.
G-Man.
Yeah, G-Man is a perfect example, right? I mean, 2 hours I had hang out with G-Man trying to explain to him basic concepts like phylogeny. He's just completely lost, and he's never going to change. He's done. He cannot grow.
Well, is that really his fault, though? Or is that the fault of his mother drinking too much while she's pregnant?
Now that's a valid question.
No, I mean, he can formulate. I mean, he can function in society, right? He just conceptually cannot conceive certain things. I know that's kind of.
I don't know.
Okay, even dumb people can find gainful employment. And I'm sorry, I think he's dumb.
Hi, Aaron.
Aron Ra has just joined us.
Yeah, hey, Aaron. How are you?
But yeah,
I've actually spoken to Aaron once a long time ago. He wouldn't remember, but it was right before he had a debate with Ozzy. But by the way, I do love Ozzy.
Favorite topic of the whole lack theism versus atheism debate.
Yeah, that's what the topic. That's what they had the debate about. And that's what I kind of was talking to Aaron a little bit about.
Which led to 3 months of hangouts.
I did. As a matter of fact, I lost more subscribers by talking about atheism than I ever gained, and it was militant atheists that actually unsubbed.
Yeah, well, I'm still fighting with you on that one.
Yeah.
Because
anyway,
I don't
welcome,
think
Aaron.
that we should prioritize the philosophical definition versus the practical definition.
Right, and I go by the philosophical, right? But I understand the colloquial version as well. I could accept either one. I mean, when I listen to Aaron and Ozzy, both of them make valid points, and it's just a matter of which one do you personally want to choose yourself? Do you want to be called a positive atheist or just of somebody who lacks a belief. That's personal, individual choice. But anyways, let's get Aaron in. I mean, he joined us. How are you? You are so busy these days. Oh, is Mike? Can you guys hear him?
I cannot.
I can't hear Aaron. We can't hear you. If you know sign language, we can.
He might have to go up to the.
The hero's going to comment that I met you in Kamloops and Regina, but
no, we still not. It's not working.
I'm sorry that you had to spend time in Regina. By the way,
he's in Regina right now.
No, I'm sorry that you did.
I'm from Saskatchewan.
Anyone who ever. That's right. I'm from Saskatoon, so it's a big rivalry.
Oh, lovely.
How many Canadians do we have in here? I'm from Manitoba.
We are the majority right now. Technically speaking, by the way.
I'm the odd man out. I'm the agnostic American.
Technically speaking, I'm from Manitoba because my family is from Chippewa First Nation.
Oh,
so
okay.
I'm from Canada, eh?
I'm so sorry to all the Americans in here right now that
You're
with a bunch of
sorry,
Canadians.
are you?
I'm very sorry.
I blame the Canadians. They hacked our election system. Canadians, Russians, whatever.
We needed something to entertain us for the following 4 years.
Does Aaron know that he needs to maybe adjust his camera settings in the address bar of Chrome?
He's been in many Hangouts, so
okay.
Let's see if he comes back in and figures it out. Right.
Yeah, I want to ask him about his street epistemology ventures with Anthony Magnabosco.
That's why
and I haven't watched it yet. I feel so out of touch, right? I need to watch it. I know I saw him put it out the other day, but
did you watch the post game today? They posted the after analysis.
Aaron did?
Yeah, or I think Anthony did.
No, I haven't watched that yet.
By the way, a lot of people are asking for links. As soon as Aaron comes back, I'll give back out the link, but I want to make sure there's a spot for him if he comes back. Krill, you'll find out if he is.
Yeah, I'll ask him.
Because what's funny is I don't know what it is about Chrome, or when you go into a Hangout sometimes, nothing works sometimes the first time, but second time?
Yeah, I started using Firefox for Hangouts because Chrome's a pain in the ass.
It is a pain. It's supposed to be working the best. It's supposed to be the most integrative, right? Bullshit.
You'd think Google would make shit that would work with their own shit, right?
Are you kidding?
Exactly,
they haven't fixed
right?
sniping yet.
They don't want to, I don't
Oh, no, that's a feature.
Yeah. The ability to shut down an entire Hangout. That's a brilliant feature. Let me find the person. You know what? If I want to interview anybody, I'm going to find the person that came up with that fucking brilliant idea and get him in here.
Should we play a joke on Aaron? And then if he comes back in here, I will pretend to be a young earth creationist, fundamentalist Christian.
Shit, I could just grab my boyfriend.
/9 Earth, 9/11 and further and all that stuff.
Let him just go off.
I could just go into the other room and literally grab a young earther.
Well, that's one thing I love about Aaron. He's like I said, he's just he's like me sometimes. You reach a point where you're like, how can this person be so goddamn fucking stupid? Are they just not understanding it? Do they have mental limitations? What is possessing them to be this goddamn dumb?
Well, he's debated people who think dinosaurs are invented by big science.
I don't know where to go with it. Where do you go with that?
You can't go anywhere. That is one of my favorite Hangouts to ever repeatedly watch, just because of how it ends.
Hang on, are we full now? 1,
Yes,
2,
we're full.
3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. We got 9.
Oh, we're good. Okay.
Yeah, we have one open.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, Carol, let me know if he figures it out and comes back. Yeah, I'd like to ask him about his Senate run because, like I said, I think to be a atheist running in Texas, that
an outspoken atheist who's famous in the United States and Canada.
Props to him, man. Though
chastising people for believing in creationism.
You know what? Actually, I'll ask about it if it comes back. But I really want to ask him about it. I want to ask about Nephilim Free
Quixotic Adventure by ARON RA. Quixotic. I mean,
do you guys remember when
he was running for a certain congressional district? Maybe in somewhere. Then maybe I
love when Nephilim challenged him to a debate. And he's like, "You're still alive?"
Nephilim Free challenged Aaron to a debate, and everybody knows Nephilim Free hates my eternal soul. He just loathes me to death because I just make him look like. Well, I make him look like an idiot, which is not hard to do. I mean,
everybody does that. What makes you so fucking special?
Oh, you should see the messages I've been getting from Nephilim Free after the moderated hangout I did.
I won't debate Nephilim Free because I don't give enough. I don't like. You're an idiot, dude. And when he mentions, to Aaron, you're scared of the baby. Aaron's like, I thought you were dead. Are you still alive?
Yeah.
And Nephilim Free has become so
irrelevant
in the community that this is the true story. Nephilim Free was too stupid to figure out how to do Google Hangouts once it went to YouTube.
Oh, he still hasn't figured it out.
He hasn't figured it out, and I won't tell him.
And the best part is, no one will tell him how to.
Nephilim Free won't even come into my room anymore. He got ran off so many times. But anyways, Aaron, can you hear us now? We can hear you. Oh, goodness grief! No. Check your settings at the very top, Aaron. Maybe you just need to change your input for your mic.
Hello, Mr. Senator.
Future Senator. Yeah, balls to you. Props, man. I'm impressed that an outspoken atheist is running for Senate in Texas. That's awesome, actually. But
this
is hear him though. Hang on, let's fix this audio problem real quick because I want to hear.
This is the best SE Aaron's ever done.
You know what? I bet a lot of the theists out there going, they love this hangout. Look at Aaron's quiet for a change.
I think I saw him smile a little.
Let's get back to the sound check.
He probably thinks we're dicking with him. He's probably thinking they can actually hear me. They're just messing with me.
Aaron, have you gone up to the address bar, clicked on the little camera on Chrome, and checked your settings there?
He's a veteran when it comes to Hangouts, so there shouldn't be a problem. Maybe the worst case, he might try a different browser, but
I don't know how much of a vet they've changed it so much since.
Maybe he's on a new computer. I don't know.
Now if you can go get Matt in here, Matt Dillahunty, and have them. There he is. He's back. Let's see. No, oh my goodness. I don't know what's wrong. Aaron, you broke your shit, dude.
Personally, I'd just try logging in with Firefox because Firefox actually works better.
I blame the Canadians.
Me too, man.
Or the flat earthers.
Or check to make sure it's plugged in.
I've learned that more.
Is your
Why don't we just go full like Alex Jones and blame the Illuminati?
Satan doesn't want you speaking, Aaron. Do you see this? Yeah.
You've been impersonating him for all these years.
Yeah, I don't think much of your campaign so far, Aaron Ra. I can't even hear you.
Hey, Doug, tell Aaron, I know he can't speak, but tell him what you said to me. And because I was like, no, don't you ever cut your hair, Aaron. But tell him what you told me, Doug.
Well, I was just saying that, and Aaron, I'm sure you've heard this before, but if you're going to be talking to theists, you can't look like Satan. You got to, trim the hair a little bit.
No, don't listen to Doug. Don't listen to Doug.
They take one look at you and they just think of hell. So
I would kill for his look. Are you kidding me? My beard is gray right now. Mine's longer, or almost about his length, but.
Well, I'd kill a small child to get that hair, man. He ain't cutting
Aaron's
that.
gonna have to learn sign language. I
Aaron,
don't know.
Aaron, you gotta look like a youth pastor. Then they'll receive you with open arms.
he's saying, fuck you. Earth is not flat, it's not young, and God doesn't exist. I think that's what I read correctly.
That's right.
If there's any theists watching, you guys can pray for his technical difficulties.
No, they're praying that he's silent right now. That's why it's not happening.
Oh, it's the demons. Damn it.
We can ask him yes or no questions. Nod your head for yes, shake your head for no.
Yeah. Speaking of which, on the topic of demons, if you ever read like a transcript regarding like exorcisms and what occurs during that whole endeavor, guess what they think constitutes a levitation?
What?
Take a wild guess. If you heard the term levitation in a document, what would you think that meant?
I think that motherfucker floating a foot off the bed.
Levitation, just I think of actually cryogenics and like magnetic levitation, usually at cold temperatures. When you have,
anytime the back arches.
Oh, okay.
What?
Yes, that is what constitutes a levitation in an exorcist document.
Oh, an exorcist. So they don't even have to so as long as they're making contact with the bed.
So basically, yeah, if somebody's tied down and they're struggling to get away, anytime their back doesn't touch the bed or the plank or whatever the hell they're tied to, that constitutes a levitation.
Back arching in bed would have had a whole different connotation for me if you were out of context.
So you were telling me I was levitating earlier.
Yeah, I've levitated a few
Pretty
chicks
well.
in my time then.
Oh,
I levitate every second day.
Chicks with dicks.
No. I actually ran into the group last
Well,
night. I actually ran into that group last night, actually. But
The chicks with dicks group.
yeah, we have people like, "Hey, Steve, I watched you last night talking to a cross-dresser for like, almost 40 minutes or something like that." And I'm like, "Yeah, she was a flat earther, but she was at least willing to like listen to why the Earth isn't flat."
A
Right?
flat earther trans. That's,
Yeah.
Wow.
It's YouTube.
Trans or
dude.
cross-dresser, because those are two different
Yeah,
things.
you get all kinds.
Like,
That's
I mean, if we
that's
tried hard
impressive.
enough, we could probably get Tila Tequila to come on here and talk about flat Earth.
Well, wait a minute. Is this their way of trying to insist that their chest isn't flat? What?
Yeah. So boobs prove a globe Earth. Okay.
I'm confused. Obviously.
All right, let's try Aaron's mic one more time. If not, he can just like shake his head back and forth. I don't know.
That is not Aaron. That is Aaron.
Oh, a different person? I thought it was on a different account.
Aaron Furlong.
I thought he just came back on a different account. He was going to try.
Nah, that's very different.
No, that's my friend. He's a presuppositionalist.
Okay, well, it's 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Oh, now we're full.
I don't think,
Blue,
I
you
don't
want-
think
you want-
Aaron's trying to get back in though.
Okay. Well, I mean, Krill, do you want to ask him one more time?
Yeah.
Blue, you want to drop from real quick? Did you do before? Just in case. Blue? Thank you, sir. What I forgot what I was going to say. So anyways, we got a presuppositionist. But I'm getting an echo.
Oh, yay.
Where?
Echo. I don't know.
It's not as if everybody hasn't dealt with that before.
Fun.
Yeah, well, my only question to a presupper is, why are there still presuppers? I mean, I thought that's kind of like the point where they've realized, haven't they, that it just doesn't really do anything?
Well,
That's wrong argumentation.
the comparison that I've used in the past is that hearing a presuppositionalist speak is akin to me listening to like a rabbit that's been cornered by dogs, and it knows it's about to die, and it just lets out a final, like, futile cry of anguish to save its life, even though it knows that it's trying to preserve something that it's already lost.
Hey, Wayne, can we have you come back in a minute? I want to get this working with Aaron just in case he comes back.
All right.
And we're full up, and I'll get you back in. I promise.
I think I have a surefire method to deal with presups. I become a presup. And my presupposition is that the universe exists and has the nature and properties that it does. That's my presupposition.
But are you certain of that?
And then I will imagine how they would answer their same questions, and I just reverse it and use my own presupposition. And it seems to work well.
Well, you know what? Okay. I'm a foundationist, right? So I actually have presups, and there's nothing wrong with that. I think we all do,
Yep.
right? And
We do,
three of my main presups are: I believe the universe exists. I believe it's real. I don't believe we live in a matrix, right? I do believe it's somewhat of a holographic principle, but that's different. But I believe that the Earth is real. I believe we can observe the universe, and I believe we can form predictive modeling from the universe, and predictive models that have more utility are more useful than none. Those are all three presuppositions I accept outright.
But
right?
Steve, how can you accept any of those if you are also a scientific anti-realist who just thinks that they have pragmatic value?
I'm not really a scientific anti-realist. I am. I am an anti-realist to a point.
I know you are, because that's like one of the things that you and I agree on.
Hang on. Let's get our sound check.
Yeah, I'll tell you why I'm a scientific anti-realist in a second.
Nope. Nothing, Aaron. Or Arn. Sorry.
Are you sure your mic's even plugged in, man?
I'm just getting echo, so I'm just muting people. Okay, so he's got his mic. All right, let's do the troubleshooting here. Do you have electricity in your house?
Evidently.
Have you taken sage and lit it up and spread it all over your house to get rid of evil spirits? Nope. Okay,
Did you check the cog to see what you have set for your default on your system, as well as the cog up above?
Did you try turning it off and then on again?
Yeah, go to the cog. Go to the cog and go to the third box that says default or communications or speakers. Just change it to something else. Change it to communications, which basically is if you have like an incoming call, it lowers your volume. But just change it to something else and hit save. And what that does is reinitialize. Communications or speakers. Just change it to something else. Change it to communication. We've got
Blue, you're echoing.
Blue, you're watching the external.
If that doesn't work, what you need to do is you probably need to go to an external web page and do a mic check, just like test mic, and then see if the mic itself is the hardware is working. And then you're going to go to your actual speaker icon and talk into it and see if the bar is moving up and down.
You can also check it via Skype.
Yeah,
which you should probably still upload it on there.
But you might want to figure out now, so when he gets in a hangout later or something, that figure out what's wrong.
And if all else fails, prayer.
Let us pray. Boy, wouldn't that be the shit though? If everybody prayed in here, all of a sudden his mic worked, you'd be all like, "Holy shit!"
Well, God can answer yes, no, or not right now.
Or give you a safe to steal, like G-Man.
Here's a save for a new mic.
Yeah, Aaron knows G-Man. I know he knows Neffy, obviously. But I wanted his mic to work because I got to ask him about Nephilim Free. And that brilliant thing he put on Facebook to Neffy, basically going, dude, I didn't know you were still alive. And unless people nominate you to be debated, fuck off. And I thought that was the best response ever. Let's see here. I have a preamp showing that the hardware connection is working, but the Hangout says it's not. So it's a Hangout setting. Who's in the Hangout? No. G-Man's the only person I have banned from my Hangouts, only because he uses a bullhorn. And
so what you're saying, Steve, when you say it's a Hangout setting, is your fault.
No, it
could be a conflict of the preamp itself too.
Could be. But no, G-Man's blocked because he has a bullhorn he uses, and I have people that have very sensitive hearing in my viewing audience, and they have complained to me before that when he uses that bullhorn, it really hurts their ears.
Well, there's that, and there are a number of veterans who also either participate in your Hangouts or watch the live stream, and somebody screaming through a bullhorn could actually trigger PTSD.
Sure. Yeah, absolutely. Hey, Paul, I think I got you 3 subs, by the way.
Sweet.
Yeah. I need 9 more, guys. 9 more, and I can have my 1,000 Hangout.
So while Aaron is sorting out his mic problems,
he probably gave up.
What does Aaron have to say?
Johnny, how you doing, buddy?
Hey, one sec. Just FYI, Krill, thank your friend Atheist Lowdown for joining us. I'll promote his channel, and we can have a little more discussion another time. Obviously, you said he loves these things, so I will have a separate hangout just for him to have a conversation. Nicole?
Definitely. He's the type of person, too, you got to pull it out of him. He's got a lot in his brain, but he doesn't just...
Yeah, let him know. But thank you for dropping by. I will have him back, and if we can get...
Steve never pulls out.
Yeah, I think I have a daughter. But if you get anybody with experience to join us, I'd be happy.
Aaron says he believes it's a hardware issue. He's checking connections, and then he's going to try to come back in.
Okay.
Also, Aaron Furlong's in here, a presuppositionalist friend of mine who's been in a lot. And hey, Aaron.
Yeah, it's going to get confusing with Aaron and Aaron. Yeah.
It is funny.
You say somebody's a pre-supper. My question when somebody says they're a pre-supper is always Van Til or Cy 10.
Well, Cy 10 is a bastard.
Did you guys watch Aaron versus Cy 10 or listen to that debate?
Yeah.
My favorite was Matt Dillahunty against Cy 10. That was one of my alt. And in fact, Ozzy Mandius actually is the one that helped Matt a little bit formulate some of that stuff. But I thought Cy 10 looked like a...
And Ozzy is actually directly referenced in the sort of review of how the debate went, where Matt Dillahunty dissects the things that were said and the things that he himself did wrong, and he admits that he did them wrong.
I'm going to invite Ozzy. He may not know what's going on. He was here earlier. But
have you guys seen the documentary done called Debating Dillahunty by Cy, where he kind of does a piece after the debate as to kind of how things went before, during, and after?
Well, hang on, we need a spot real quick. Blue, can you drop again? I'm sorry, Blue. You're so cool, but I just... Poor Blue. I'll give Von Hilton a vote.
I'm pretty safe to say that no one in here has watched a Side 10 Brooke and Kate documentary.
I interviewed him before and after the debate.
I've spoken to him, but I have never watched a documentary
we need a
with
spot
him.
open, guys. We need a spot. Aaron's trying to get back in. So Brenda or Blue, can one of you guys?
Hey, Aaron, are you in here?
I am. Yep.
What did you, upon reflection, I made a video of our talk. What did you think? Did you watch it?
I did not watch it. I did not.
Okay, well, when you have a chance, take a look. But what were your thoughts on our talk we had, what was it, a week ago?
It was a good talk. I enjoyed it very much. I thought you were one of the more credible atheists that I've dealt with, in the sense that at least you come into the conversation respectfully and in a situation where I thought one of the most important things you said that was interesting to me was when you said that you wished you were a Christian because it'd be easier for you and your wife to get along, as I know that you've lost faith in the Lord. So I thought that was a more honest approach that you took. So I very much enjoyed it, and that's part of the reason I wanted to jump back in as well. Getting back, and so I want to watch that, and then we'll talk about it another time if you don't mind. But nobody watched. So everybody watched the Dillahunty versus Side 10 debate, but nobody watched the Debating Dillahunty documentary that was done by Marcus Pittman.
No, I don't think I did.
Can't say I have.
And you guys really thought that Side cleaned up the floor, or excuse me, that Matt cleaned up the floor with Side?
Mopped it.
Oh well, in the debate with Matt. Okay, the debate with Matt Dillahunty and Cy got wrecked. He dropped off that even, I think.
But here's my problem with it is when Cy says to Matt in that debate, "How do you know anything to be true?" and he says, "I don't." To me, then the whole point's mute. From there, to me, that was Cy mopping the floor with Matt.
See, here's the thing. I don't believe in Cartesian certainty. But
hang on. Wait, Aaron, we got you.
Does he work now?
You can hear me now.
Oh,
yes.
Yay! Prayer work. Thank you, everybody who prayed for Aaron. Okay.
Yeah. I don't know what the hell that was. I've got a preamp that lights up every time I speak, so I know it can hear me. I know the hardware is there, but for whatever reason, the Skype or the Hangout in both browsers were telling me the microphone wasn't working, and it was switched to a different mic, and even though I switched it back, it still wasn't working. So I tried a different recording program. That couldn't hear me either, so I just swapped the USB connections. That's it.
So demons.
Yeah, I figured the preamp. Demons. Must be demons. I would have guessed that the preamp was confusing the Google app.
Just like Jesus said, try the other side. Fish on the other side.
Okay.
I don't
So
know
wait,
that.
Aaron Ra, are you really are you really running for Senate? That's what these guys are just telling me.
Texas State Senate, District 2.
State Senate. Okay, you can win that.
Yeah, but it's an all Republican state, where it's an all Republican district in Texas.
But here's the thing: is there's a number of districts that have been starting to shift more blue, and we don't have any Democrats running, so it's worth giving it a shot.
Well, the guy that I'm going against has never run against an opponent.
Oh, that's also typical. Yeah.
Yeah, this state senator has run without opposition previously. And although it's going to still be a risk, I'm still a long shot by any means. I'm not changing anything. And if anything, I'm actually making it worse. I paid like $300 to have my name legally changed to ARON RA, so that I don't have to go by my birth name on any kind of documentation. So long hair, Fu Manchu, all of that as a politician.
And long hair Fu Manchu, I believe, was your birth name.
So as a politician in Texas, what are you looking to change?
Well, I'm hoping, I keep holding out this hope, even though people keep disappointing me. I keep hoping that with after 2 years of all Republican run everything, everything, we're in this Christian dominionist world now. That there will be people willing to vote for something else. Yeah. And as I said, this previous opponent has run unopposed, and where I differ from him are going to make some interesting conversations.
When is the election?
Well, it's not for 2 years, of course.
Okay.
but I have
yeah. Okay. Well,
Well, that gives you plenty of time. I mean,
yeah, I have to spend this year raising signatures. I have to get 500 signatures to put me on the ballot. So far, the Libertarians, the Democrats, and the Greens are not running another candidate. So that my opponent is only going to be facing me.
I think it would be amazing. I mean, especially Texas, because Texas is one of those. I mean, from what I understand, Austin is pretty liberal, but there aren't. I think we're getting feedback through your computer. Not Aaron, but Aaron. You guys hear that echo?
Feedback from mine?
No, not from yours. Hang on. But I mean, Austin's considered to be somewhat more atheistic or liberal, right? Am I not mistaken?
Yes.
Okay.
The cities pretty much all are anyway. I mean, Dallas is blue, Austin is blue.
So it's the suburbs that are not.
Well, yeah, and we're very rural, and the rural areas are extremely rural. And so one of the things that happened recently in Texas politics was during this last election, there were a number of senators who were being elected then too. And in Austin, someone said, "Do not vote for my opponent because she is an admitted atheist."
Wow.
Yeah, he used that as a campaign act against her because she had not outed herself. Well, obviously that's not going to work with me. I mean, I'm already as out as I can possibly be.
Yeah, big secret. Hey, ARON RA is an atheist. Hey, you heard it on my channel here first.
Yeah, exactly. And it's not like it's that hard to figure out what my position is on any damn thing either, because I post it all over the place.
Well, the interesting thing though with Texas, though, I mean, if you can get your 500, just put yourself on there. With a lot of these places where you have just the Republican running and it's unopposed, there'd be a chance of somebody without even advertising potentially getting elected if people are frustrated enough with the Republicans.
That's true. And for the last few years, I've been representing one or another 501c3, and I haven't been able to promote a political candidate. I mean, that's the way I am here as president of Atheist Alliance of America. And when I was just Texas State Director of American Atheists, I still couldn't promote anyone. And there was this issue going on in Rowlett, Texas, where the entire city council and the mayor were taking testimony from an atheist group about their invocation that they were doing at the beginning of their meetings. And while they're listening to these impassioned testimonies, people were screenshotting what they were saying on their Facebook. They have this little 6-inch wall of wood where you can't see what they're doing, and they're all on their phones or whatever. And they're criticizing, insulting the people giving testimony, saying we're going to do whatever we goddamn well want to do. It doesn't matter what these people testify, and so forth. And they were being extremely hateful. And so the atheist group here, how did we get stuck with these people? Well, they were in a town where there was only 11% of the people that ever turned out to vote. And so I wasn't able to follow up on this myself, or if I could, I would have changed it all. But what I wanted to do, what I suggested that they do, was go down to the unemployment office and pick somebody. Find somebody who has a residence in Rowlett, Texas, but doesn't have a job. Ask them, do you want to be the mayor? Campaign for that asshole.
Rowlett would be a fun place for it too.
When only 11% of the populace turns out to vote, you could elect that guy. And
that's not in your district, is it?
Find a Christian, so that there's no controversy in that, right? And as long as you've got somebody
in your district, though, Aaron Ra.
What's that? What's the turnout in mine?
In your district, do you know?
Not much better.
Wow.
But being it is an all Republican, it's an all Republican district, then yeah, it's going to be tough. So I'm going to have to win Republican votes, so I'm going to have to appeal to people's humanity on a number of things. My opponent, for example, wants to build that wall, which is fiscally absurd, and not practically applicable. He's also built bigotry pretty much into his whole platform. He's all about denying transgender people access to the bathroom.
That's his whole campaign platform, really.
I don't want to go too much into this.
The other thing with the wall thing is that they did this under the Bush administration, and there are a lot of people that have walls cutting across their land courtesy of eminent domain, and part of their land is now part of Mexico.
Yeah. So there, as I said, there's a number of places where my opponent's position differs from mine purely on the basis of bigotry against other people. And I'm going to use that to my advantage.
I think that's awesome. Seriously.
Yeah, I mean, my primary issue, and I don't know what other people's primary issue is, but when you're involved in government at all, the first priority that you should have is to make sure that everybody's mother is still comfortable in their homes and can still buy their medications and are taken care of. You know,
That's right.
Everybody wants to say
not a bad goal.
children, and I'm kind of thinking about the little old ladies and such. I'm more about thinking, well, what about the comfort and security of the old people? Yeah, that's kind of where I'm at.
If you emphasize that, that's a way to reach to people's heart for sure.
Yeah.
So, Aaron, we've been watching you doing street epistemology with Anthony, and we're wondering if that's preparing you now for going door to door in your district, or what was that experience like, even doing this SE?
Well, it wasn't all that awkward. It's just it's hard for me not to jump in on some things. I obviously had to warm up to it. But I mean, if you saw the debate that I just had with Sabur, you know,
Yep.
I'm sure I could do that. I mean, this is actually the practice that I've been using in the challenge that I made to all these people that, you know, that I can prove evolution to your satisfaction. It's all based on questions. And so, I mean, I use the Socratic method in that test, or in that conversion practice, that no one will accept. No one will take that challenge because they don't want to risk their faith. That's the admission that I keep hearing.
Are you going to
that if people actually say to you that, well, Aaron Ra, I'd love to hear it all from you, but if I did, it might break my faith, so I'm not going to listen to you. People have actually said this to you.
Once in those words,
Wow.
but usually in different words. It's the same
Okay,
mission,
I get it.
phrased a different way.
I get
I've
it.
heard, what I usually get is, why can't I just believe what I want to believe? I've gotten that I'm hurting people, that people that want to believe, one person said that he doesn't care if what he believes is true or not. It makes him happy. Well, actually, it wasn't just one person. I got a few people that said that. And let's see, another person said that even if I could prove that she was completely wrong, that she hopes that she has the faith to believe anyway, even when she knows better. Somebody else says that it doesn't matter what the truth is because, or she didn't say what the truth is. She says she doesn't base her beliefs on evidence. She bases it on faith, which is another denial of the same thing.
Right.
And somebody else said that they will never choose, they'll never change their mind no matter what I say, because it's either the devil speaking through me, or as another person put it, they would rather put a bullet in their ear, take a bullet in the ear, than to give up their faith.
Wow.
Yeah, I don't understand that position at all. And in fact, what concerns me is educational systems. And I know for somebody like yourself, would probably be obviously want to have a secular society and not have this integration of church and state and indoctrination of this quote unquote teach the controversy crap, saying, oh, you know, in the Texas state system, you've got to teach, you know, intelligent design, you've got to teach creationism bullshit. That's where my biggest pet peeve is. Because that drives me nuts when somebody says there's an alternate to evolutionary theory. Well, it certainly hell isn't creation science.
No.
There's a couple of people at the Atheist Alliance of America who are trying to pull some strings to get me an opportunity to testify either to the United States Senate or to the United Nations, or both, regarding the whole teaching creationism crap now that Pence is going to be our vice president.
That scares me.
All right.
And Mike Pence scares the crap.
If I may interject with regards to something that Aaron had said, is that typically when I experience people saying that, you know, like, oh, it's my opinion, or, well, why can't I believe what I want to believe, or, well, this is my faith. When they're saying that, they're really just giving you a cue that that's the point at which they wish to end the conversation.
Yep.
Right.
You have pressed them to the point where they realize that there is a conflict with what you are saying and with what they believe. And at that point, you really have to kind of juggle between, like, do you continue pressing, or do you let them work through it themselves?
I've also gotten the implicit admission that when they say the word believe, they mean it somewhat different than I do. When I say I believe something, it means that this is what I think is logically most likely the case. But when they say believe, they mean make believe. That their believing is an act of will, that they are actively trying to convince themselves. And so when you come along trying to ruin their delusion, and they know already that's what it is. I mean, here, the best way of admitting that was, one of my oldest and best friends said, I'm a Christian because I like to believe that, not because I think it's true. So I thought that was a hell of an admission.
But Aaron, in your conversations, Aaron, I'm sure you've met people where you can look in their eyes and you know that no matter what you say to them, they're not going to hear it. And then there's other people, other theists, where you look in their eyes and they're actually open to the evidence and willing to listen to you. And so when it comes to street epistemology, do you think that, and I know you've talked to Anthony Magnabosco, do you think that it is actually effective to use SC for those people who, no matter, like you said, they'd rather take a bullet in the forehead than hear any of this stuff? Do you think it is the best way to now switch to SC mode?
Well, I think actually SC is very valuable in the one-on-one aspect. Now, when you get the professional creationists, that's another matter.
Yeah.
You know, and they're all going to be performance art, and they're going to find a way to avoid the Socratic method. There've been probably 7 or 8 people that have accepted my challenge over the years, but have never made it through because they refused. My criteria is that you have to answer these questions. If you repeatedly ignore direct questions, then it's a default, and I am under no further obligation. Every single one of those times has resulted in me repeating a question 3 or 4 times and telling them that you've ignored this question every other time I brought it up. Give me an answer now.
If I can sneak in here for the sake of those that are less familiar with Aaron, I believe there was one person that accepted that, and where is she now?
well, okay. First, I have to ask Aaron this because one of my nemesis is Nephilim Free. So I got to ask about this because Nephilim Free wanted to debate him, and I just real quick, Aaron, the what you wrote on Facebook I thought was absolutely brilliant. So if you could say one thing to Nephilim right now, because he does watch my stuff, he won't come in here anymore because we scare him off. But
well, that he doesn't know how to operate Google Hangouts, let alone join them.
Yeah, I don't think he figured out how to even use them anymore. But what would you say? What do you say to Nephi right now? Because I will tag him on this. Trust me.
When he offered to debate me, and I told him a number of times, I said, if you can set up a debate, I'd be happy to do it. If you just want to do something where you're wasting my time yelling over me about bullshit, and we're not going to have a conversation, then I'm not going there because, one, it's not productive, regardless who it is. And 2, in his particular case, I tried to tell him, I'm not trying to be insulting, but you're not in my league. I'm also not trying to brag, but this will be me kicking a cripple. This is the low-hanging fruit. This is, this is the Mike Tyson versus Michael Jackson bout. It's ridiculous.
Speaking of which, Aaron Ra, I have a personal question for you.
What's that?
If you did have the time, would you have joined Jason Burns and his auntie for dinner in Manchester?
Absolutely not.
That's terrible.
And this is important. It's a good thing that you brought this up because this perfectly speaks to the point that I was making. I caught so much shit just for saying hello to Jason Burns. I mean,
from whom?
From other atheists.
Really?
Yes, really? Because Jason Burns has obvious mental problems. Okay,
so does Brett Keane and the rest of them. Are they all,
with Brett Keane, it's not as obvious as it is.
You can still say hello to a person with mental illness.
The distinction is, does the mental impairment or the mental illness that they have actually affect their conduct or their character?
Wait, hang on though.
It doesn't.
No, hang on though. In the case, you're talking about somebody who's suffering from some degree of paranoid psychosis. So the moment he sees ARON RA, he's immediately like, "Oh no, the internet's coming for me." It is totally different.
Okay, I got asked to ask Aaron about this. I don't know if you know Red's Rhetoric. He's a debunker of flat Earth on YouTube that we all love. I mean, he's one of our favorite people. He's in here a little while ago.
Great guy. Great guy.
Hang on. It's Redline's new ID.
Redlines, if you may even know him as Redlines. He every year he runs a contest called the Dumb Fuck of the Year, and this is based upon nominations of people who've just said the utmost stupid shit over the years, or the year. And we've narrowed it down to 10 people. I put on the side here in the group chat the live scoreboard. This is an aggregate of people's voting, whether it be like or dislike. I don't know how many people on there. Nephi didn't qualify this year for whatever reason. I think he was just the fact that he wasn't very active this year and nobody gives a shit about him.
It's like you said, Aaron Ra, he's dead.
He's already won a Golden Crocodile.
Von Helton
he was nominated once before and he didn't win.
Yeah, 2004 winner was G-Man, if you know him. And 2015 was Duranism, was a flat earther. But Von Helton just took over True Empiricism. Blue, fuck you. I know that was you, by the way. But anyways, if you want to vote on, you think the biggest dumb fuck on this list is, all you guys just go to click the link and like or dislike that video. Doesn't matter. I am promoting True Empiricism. He calls in the Eighth Experience all the time. I think you've talked to him twice, actually. He called what's called the Lying Ghost Show, and I think when DPR Jones had a program. What was
Magic Sandwich Show?
Magic Sandwich Show, yeah. That. By the way, and I love DPR, great friend. But he had remember this guy named Ronnie, True Empiricism, calling in, and he was like an hour and a half late to the debate that he was supposed to have. Do you remember that? He's my nominee. I've been making videos to promote him because he and I hate each other with probably the most amazing passion. And I can't say I hate him, but I hate what he says, right?
Forgive me, Aaron Ra, about how many atheists, it can't have been a large number who said, oh, you shouldn't have said nothing to Jason Burns. It must have been just a couple, right? Or a few, or was it a lot? Or were people intense about it? That's very odd to me.
Oh, we lost his sound again.
Oh, no.
Oh, no. Yeah, because I actually, before we go move on to that,
I can't hear you, Aaron Ra.
I want to hear who he's going to vote for the dumb fuck of the year because I know he knows True Empiricism.
Promoting Ronnie, I think, killed his mic.
The dumb fuckery of Ronnie. Switch your USB ports again. Try to unplug and plug it back in.
Are you saying that Ronnie's dumb fuckery has literally seeped into the internet and is now fucking up everything it touches?
Possibly.
Atheist Lowdown. Do you?
How far behind is he now? How many?
Well, Von Helton.
How many is he ahead?
Von Helton is up by 25.
Wow.
Yeah, Von Helton might win this.
I've never seen voting this ridiculous before.
How did he get 50 votes out of nowhere? Wait, how did Von Helton get 50 votes out of nowhere?
They're all blue socks.
Oh, I wonder how that happened. Oh, wow.
I knew it was blue.
They're all blue sock accounts.
Oh, no, they're not. They are not.
Great. So all I have to do is make 26 sock accounts.
Oh, yeah. No. I'm telling you, the day before this is over, I'm going to have everybody and their brother make 10 freaking sock accounts, and we're going to get True Empiricism to win.
Now I'm going to blame blue.
Do you realize we've prepared? Never mind.
Blue's got to up in arms when you blame him for shit. So.
Do what you must.
Well, I mean, again, I know I can't convince you of this, but Von Helton is not going to care. He probably will win, but oh, shush.
You see, part of the problem is I actually think that Von Helton should be disqualified because there is definitely something wrong with him.
And that's what I might have to have happen. I might want to try to convince Reds that maybe you know what we should give True Empiricism the honorary dumb fuck of the year if Von Helton wins. I'm going to vote to scratch him for being disqualified.
The bylaws, they have to have a clinical diagnosis.
That's tentatively speaking, right? But I mean, Reds can be moved to incorporate anybody.
I mean, there wasn't technically speaking a clinical diagnosis when Rob Beasley was dragged out.
No, there was. There was a clinical diagnosis previously.
Do we know for a fact Von Helton has never been to a psychiatrist and not been diagnosed with some kind of mental thing? Do we know this?
Yes, because he can't afford it.
Well, I mean, as a kid or something. Come on.
But yeah, Beasley.
You're assuming his parents cared enough.
Hang on, Doc. When Beasley came to the community this time around, it was after being released from a psych ward. It was Bulldog and oh crap, what's his name? Down Corner that had basically worked together to trick him into coming back into the community and start making videos again.
Oh God.
And of course that resulted in his descent back into madness and committal. And right now, from what I've heard, he's allegedly living on the streets because he's on the run from the police, who's after him for making death threats against people online.
Oh my God, I spent a lot of time in hangouts with Rob Beasley. That dude is nutso.
Yeah,
I've never had the pleasure of being in a hangout with him.
Did he go
I've seen enough of the hangouts that he's.
Yeah, I did a couple with him just to kind of show that you can have a reasonable conversation with just about anyone. And yeah, I managed to. And from that point on, it was like, okay, I'm done.
Hey, Doug, can you put
he
the
couldn't
link
accept that I was done with him.
Hey, can you put that link to the Dumb Fuck of the Year scoreboard? Can you put it in your feed and have people vote? By the way, vote for True Empiricism. Guaranteed he's the bigger dumb fuck. But
didn't Rob Beasley try to sue like the publisher for his book for like $1 trillion because he thought it was like so life changing that. Because
he tried suing individuals who gave it negative reviews.
Yeah.
Oh shit! You know what? We should ask Atheist Lowdown. Hey, you know what? Promote the Dumb Fuck of the Year on the Atheist Experience. Because
that being said, I don't know if maybe
Ron
Helton does have a previous diagnosis, because his list of insanity is deserving of its own wiki, and it literally has its own wiki.
Promoting Dumb Fuck of the Year on Atheist Experience would just plain be tacky considering their format.
I don't know who that is, and it is. You'll have to send me a link.
No, it's in the group chat. I'm gonna invite Colorado back. He's been asking to join us, so I told him I would invite him. Yeah, I don't know. I think Aaron's system went to shit or something. I don't know.
Yeah, one question a friend of mine wanted to ask Aaron, and I think I can ask everyone else here, is that I think a lot of times we don't take into consideration the sort of emotional standpoint or needs of the theist. Oftentimes it's presented of, okay, I now have doubts about my God belief, and I really don't think I believe it anymore. Now what? Where's my sense of community? Where do I fill that void in my life of you know, I don't agree with what my pastor's saying anymore, but yet I still like the potlucks at lunchtime at church. And so they have this emotional need why they believed in the first place, and now it's a void. How do we deal with that situation?
Hopefully a little bit better than they deal with all these women that they claim they'll help with them if they keep the baby, and then they're gone the moment the baby's born.
Yeah, setting aside the fact that Aaron isn't in the room, the only thing I could say to that would be to each his own. I still regularly attend church, even though I'm a philosophical naturalist. I don't believe in anything supernatural, let alone a God. And it's just because I happen to like the traditions and the sense of community that I get from it.
That's great.
For me, that's good. For my niece, she wants nothing to do with it. And so she has completely divorced herself from it, and she has found a surrogate for something that was otherwise familiar to her, with things like, you know, football practice or Girl Scouts and other social activities.
Sure, exactly.
Of community and support from that.
Good. That's good.
By the way, I just FYI, I've got about a dozen people asking for links right now. I'm going to wait to see if Aaron wants to come back first, and then I can kind of cycle people in. I mean, obviously, what we're going to do tonight, I think, if Shadow is still up, we will get it working on Shadow's channel. He can have up to 25 people on a hangout. Wow. So then he's going to stream to mine live feed. So we are going to get that working. It also eliminates the problem with snipers. And we're going to do this collab anyways. So later on tonight,
we talked about this a while ago, and the initial idea was that Steve managed to get off his ass and learn how to use streaming software, but that's not happening.
Seriously, I did. But the problem is that now that I have like all these guests on, I mean, I have like Dr. Hugh Ross and Fuzz Rana, and I'm going to have Mary Schweitzer. I know a lot more people want to actually join the hangout, and I feel bad that I'm limited to a certain amount of people. And I don't want to pull this, you can only join if you're a Patreon bullshit. I don't want to have to do that, because I want people to watch because they enjoy my channel.
Well, even then, you have to kind of figure out what maximum density is in terms of the hangout.
Yeah, I want anybody to come in who just wants to be here. That's it. I mean, that's it. You don't have to be a Patreon to get special privileges to do that. I thought about that for a while. I was like, that's kind of dickish. I'm not going to do that.
The problem is honestly, even in the 10 people hangouts, once you get past about 5 or 6, if you have somebody like a G-Man or what have you that comes in to kind of vandalize the hangout, you're kind of screwed.
Yeah, but you just kick him at that point. I'm not going to tolerate crap.
Basically, 5 or 10 people, or one Jackie and one Max telling unfortunate facts about Descartes.
But yeah, I think Aaron probably is done because he had technical problems. But
I wouldn't blame him for being
frustrated. Not at all. But I mean, but I'm sure he'll be back. And I wish him the best of luck in his Senate run. I think it's amazing that he's even putting himself out.
He's saying it's state Senate every time.
And then he gets to be like, hey,
Hey guys, I'm going to take off so someone else can hop in here. It was really nice talking with y'all.
Absolutely, Doug. Please come by anytime. I run these things about 3 or 4 days a week. You usually get about 50 to 80 viewers at a time, and about 1,000 to 2,000 views. So, we love doing this all the time. It gives people a place to go when they want to hang out, right? So there are alternatives, not very many, but I do think I have the most open. I think I have some of the best guests. So please come back.
I appreciate it. Take care.
Yep. Thank you. Speaking of guests, like I said, if we can get somebody one day from the Atheist Experience, I will write them again. because I mean, I think they'd be interested only for the fact that I'm an agnostic, right? So I'm willing to listen to all sides. I like the argumentation. I like the discussion. I like the person putting forth a good argument. And I find that 9 times out of 10, that most theists I know have pretty shitty arguments. Let's be realistic. But one that doesn't is Han. But Han wants to come in, but Doug already left, so that would have been interesting. You know.
Oh, he hates me too. Bring him in.
Oh, does it? Oh, good. Yeah, General Han Solo, I'm going to give you the link now, by the way.
He may not even stay in if I'm in here, unfortunately.
Didn't you call him slow and autistic?
Let me give it to Jake Herder, too. Sock account. We're gonna
Who said that?
And Van. I'll give you guys links here, but if Aaron wants back in, one of you guys is going to have to drop. You guys figure it out.
Someone called him slow, but not autistic.
No, I think Krill was the one who called General Han Solo slow and autistic.
Wow.
I thought he just said slow.
Well, all right, hold on. Let me put a little context here, okay?
Because there's any context that validates.
Yeah, what's the context you can put this?
No context permitted. Nope.
No, do some apologetics here. Do some apologetics. When I meant slow, I just meant he was slow.
It's like, okay, I can understand General Han Solo does speak slowly, and part of it is because he's very choice with his words, and I can appreciate that. But to call him autistic,
wow.
I don't know where the fuck that came from.
He teaches calculus, man.
So what? Now he's Rain Man because he teaches calculus.
Yeah, and Donald Trump is president. Okay, big whoop.
Well, hang on. If you're taking, okay, most people that are autistic have one area in which they're insanely knowledgeable and can go drone on and on for hours and know an insane number of facts. If you're framing it in that way, I can kind of see it.
Yes, there is.
I'm saying context.
Forms of autism of a kind of savantism that kind of accompanies with it. But I don't see that with General Han Solo.
Yeah, I don't either.
Killing that animal. God damn it. I heard a terrible squeaking sound.
Mark, are you closing up for the night? Oh, I didn't think he put his phone.
No, I'm just going outside.
Okay. Yeah,
Sorry about
the preceptor will be back another time. Yeah.
I don't do pre-sup.
Because he
They're
has
fun to play with for a
anything
while.
new to say.
Yeah. Come on, we all liked it. Just like I said, I did a flat Earth thing. Today we like every so often to branch out and look at the train wrecks that are out there, the dumb fuckery. It's just a psychological thing to say. Look at, if you don't address them every so often, they just kind of breed. So I think every so often you do have to bring up preceptors, but they're so easy.
You do, but like the number of preceptors that I encounter and the ones that I would actually like to engage with in a conversation, you could basically count on one hand, and Wyatt is one of them.
Wyatt is horrible.
It's rather,
and he's terrible at precept.
I love Wyatt, but he is
He's
so
an
bad
individual, and it has entirely to do with the character of the person. It's like, I don't care what the hell you believe. I'm talking to people who believe that the universe could be expressed as a kernel of corn, and thus they worship corn.
Kernel, yeah.
Well, I mean, the thing is,
but they're nice people, so I like talking to them.
By the way, if Aaron can get back, great. If not, thank you, Krill, for having me coming in. I'm sure we'll address him again, and maybe he'll get his mic working again, because that was really fun, really fun.
As I said earlier, though, I mean, the only question I had from was whether he was pre-sup in the line of Ventil or Psi 10. And if your answer is Psi 10, I have nothing worth saying to you.
Well, he kind of answered that question,
a little bit different there, though,
wherein he followed up your question, Shadow, by referring to the debate between Aaron and Psi 10 and Dillahunty and Psi 10. He is a Psi 10 fan.
Yeah, and Psi 10 as far as presuppositional is dead, it's completely dead when it comes to the Psi 10 variety. That's still got some traction.
The Psi 10 variety is just the bastardization of the Bonson variety,
which is a continuation of the Van Til variety.
Yeah.
But
what is the bastardization of a bastardization?
Yeah.
What's the difference for you, though, when you say, I'll talk to a Van Til, but I won't talk to a Psi 10 Brugencake person?
Because Psi 10 teaches them how to be trolls, not how to actually have discussions.
Yeah, he just wants to shut down conversation, right?
When you're talking to a Psi 10, a Psi clone, you're talking to someone who's flipping through his flashcards.
Yeah, like a good analogy would be that somebody who has versed themselves in Sci-10's script is the rough equivalent to somebody showing up at a party, whipping out their dick, and challenging everyone to a dick-waving contest.
Pretty much.
And then
Hey, I don't
declaring
do that
themselves the
anymore,
victor because no one else wants to whip their dick out.
And this whole thing, I will not discuss scripture with people that aren't Christian. Okay, you already know there's a problem there.
At that point, you can actually shut down his entire line of argument by pointing out that this is supposed to be a conversation about the foundations of our worldviews. And you have just said that you are refusing to discuss your foundations. So the conversation is over and you refuse to talk.
Thank you for your time.
Yeah, and then you say thank you for your time and fuck off back to Ontario.
So that's what you guys need to engage with. Everybody who voted for Darwin's deity and for Tuna Super Rats, you're gonna have to like vote for Ronnie now because if not, no one's gonna win. So
I don't know. I had to switch my vote to DD after that whole event of the 13-year-old, which I predicted a full day in advance.
DD cannot win.
Okay, so do you have this viewpoint that you
vote for Von Helton if you don't want DD to win?
Well, hey, hang on. Here's the thing. If you're voting just for the person that quote unquote can win, you end up with what we just had in the U.S. election.
That's what I want. Yeah. Ronnie.
No.
Yeah, but DD was literally
who you
arguing
think
with
is the best candidate.
No, you vote for Ronnie. That's what you do.
Vote your conscience.
Despite all his faults, Ronnie has not reduced himself to arguing with pubescent children.
But Darwin's is not going to win. He's too far down.
But Darwin's loses against pubescent children, doesn't he?
That was
That was honestly rather amazing watching the 13-year-old school him.
What was eerie about it was that a full day in advance, I had actually predicted that happening.
Yeah.
I must have missed this. What's going on?
Darwin's deity had tried to run his precept script against a group of 13-year-olds who were basically having a Minecraft hangout.
Oh, no.
And a day prior, I had posted a video of Kramer beating up a bunch of kids in karate class and saying, this is DD versus the white belts. And it's up on Darwin's Greatest Hits channel right now.
I'll have to check that out.
I might watch.
He went into a Minecraft hangout to try to pull his brand of...
I don't think it was a specifically Minecraft hangout.
It wasn't specifically, but it's like if you were to find that channel, it's a Minecraft channel. That's all it is.
Yeah, and the funniest part was he actually got his ass handed to him.
And then apparently sniped the hangout clear.
Yep.
How nice.
Oh, wow. After he fucked himself with raw spaghetti.
He sniped 13-year-olds. He definitely has reached the bottom of the G+.
Which is why you should vote for him for Dumb Fuck of the Year.
I don't think.
Well, I'd rather have Darwin. I'd rather have Darwin than Helton.
Obnoxious fucking troll.
Yeah, I'd rather have Darwin than Von Helton. Sure.
Von Helton is the worst human being.
So what I'm going to have to do is I'm going to have to get with the Pal Talk Power Rangers, and maybe I'm going to have to change my vote to Darwin's and get him elected because with the Pal Talk Power Rangers having hundreds of votes behind him.
Or you could just go on a sock account and vote for both.
Don't drag me into this.
Well, the last couple of days, people are going to be doing sock accounts like the no end. I mean, literally, probably starting tomorrow, these numbers are going to probably go up quite a bit, I would assume.
Cough blue.
So it's going to be basically blue.
It ain't just me. It ain't just me. Let me say that right now. It ain't just me. There's a whole fucking legion of us who want Von Helton in there. It ain't just me.
Well, if Von Helton does win, like I said.
Like, I mean, with enough time and dedication, one individual could just make DD win.
Yeah.
Maybe. Yeah, if Von Helton wins, I mean, it's just going to be a waste of my time. I mean, because it's just nobody's going to care.
How come this is only yearly? Can we
again, wrong.
Like a dumb fuck of the month?
Well, there used to be like, what was it, a Lion Cocksucker of the Week, and then it became Lion Cocksucker of the Year, and Red's Rhetoric began Dumb Fuck of the Year, which is we basically look back on everything that everyone's done throughout the year, and we just pick the most willfully idiotic, pig-headed individual.
That is Von Helton.
And elect them as
there was also
the dumbest of YouTube.
Fair Blue. That is DD.
No. Nope.
Yes.
No, because DD knows when he's been beaten.
There was also
That's when he goes to walk his dog.
Ronnie does not know when he's been beaten, and he will drag shit out for literally a year.
Yeah, this is
Monty
true.
ain't nominated.
And
He
then he
will
definitely
lie
has
about
significantly
it.
higher dumb factor, but his fuck factor is nowhere in competition.
Well, Ronnie's fuck factor is way out of range of Darwin's fuck factor. Because Ronnie has the gall to take segments of Steve's Hangouts wherein he has two ID scientists with PhDs saying Ronnie is wrong and deceptively edit the video.
That was ballsy, wasn't it?
Yeah, such that it looks like they're agreeing with him.
Well, to one of his credits, again, I hate to ever defend Ronnie, but unfortunately, Hugh Ross did say he didn't see a difference, but he's not a biochemist. But he did say, you know what? Ask the biochemist.
If you literally let that clip play for 2 more seconds,
you would figure that out.
It would have
right.
contradicted Ronnie.
Right, because the biochemist, the PhD in biochemistry, Professor Rana said they did ask me, and he's like, yeah, no, that they are totally different things, and he said it more than once. So degrade and dissolve, not the same thing, Ronnie. Sorry. But I would love to have Fuzz Rana have an engagement with Ronnie because they're different kind of ideas all together. But I mean, just on that, him explaining to Ronnie that DNA doesn't degrade. Or
do you really
water,
want Fuzz Rana on the
I think you'd enjoy that,
G-Man
actually.
Christian list?
I think he would. I think Fuzz would actually get a kick out of that. But I think what happens is because they're scripted to our reasons to believe. I don't know how often they could do their own kind of thing, right?
Right.
They can.
I don't know. I don't think they. I don't know. I have to. I have Fuzz Rana on Facebook. I'll ask him.
Separating like their professional career with reasons to believe and all other shit.
Ask him.
They don't have a lot of free time.
Well, maybe, but like I said, I'll ask Fuzz later on. I tweet with them all the time, and like he is on my Facebook. So I mean, I've gotten to be good graces with him. And Fuzz was like, "Hey, dude, we're going to be sending people."
Ask
your
him
way.
about it. Like, set that up. Set up a Ronnie versus Fuzz Rana debate.
Fuck, that would be awesome, wouldn't it? Because I mean, again, it would be kind of like what Arn was talking about.
It would be like watching somebody hunt a mouse with a sledgehammer.
Yeah, I mean, like Arn's right. I mean, it's like this is like Goliath versus fucking an ant. I mean, Neffy doesn't know shit about these topics, right? But it'd be fun to watch. Kick the cripple kid kind of thing.
Well, no, Neffy actually, to his credit, does know a fair bit about these topics.
How long?
At least enough such that he knows that if you ask him to use the correct terminology, he'll refuse to debate you.
Okay, and what happened then? Do you remember that?
I do remember that, and I've specified that to him before as well, and he refuses to debate me as well.
Yeah, if you guys don't remember, the one time I'd actually taken Nuffy up on debating him, the one time I always, anytime did, and whenever we were again, I said, okay, fine, Nuffy, I'll debate you on whatever, evolution, whatever, but you have to use scientific sources and scientific terminology, the correct definitions. And he said no, and I said, okay, never mind.
Steve, check it out.
you-
I'm at
yeah,
the Free Thought
what you got there?
Library with the Atheist Experiences film.
Oh, cool. Cool.
Came here to have a cigarette with the Atheist Lowdown.
Oh, you guys are chilling together right now?
Yeah.
Yeah, tell him thank you for stopping by. I will. I mean, I'll have a more planned out discussion with the Atheist Lowdown in the future because I mean this was just kind of thrown together with all these people coming in and you bringing people in, which is cool. I love that. Bring them in. But I like to have more of a conversation with him. Yay!
I hear that all we Canadians are just you people.
You people, yes, you people, meaning Canadians, yes.
This has been one of the very
We
few
made it the
hangouts
majority
where
of
we
your
had-
hangout, but we're just you people.
Well, you people could be Texans too, right?
Well, this is one of the
I
very
love
few hangouts where we've had a high Texan population.
Steve, that one right there.
What is that?
I love Canadians.
What do we got here? What were you looking at?
That one. Let me scroll it back up. There we go.
What is it? Why don't you just read it to us?
Annabelle. There we go. Right.
And
this
you
one
think DD is sane?
No.
Yeah.
But I don't think he's clinically mental. Except, I mean, maybe if you count narcissism.
Is he sane? Yes.
Mentally ill, but
is he mentally competent? No.
I think the delusion level for Von Helton is far, far more vast than Darwin's.
Like Von Helton's delusion level is literally disturbing. Like the man has the man has insisted that he is a vampire because he drank blood off of a meat tray, and it made him better from the flu.
What?
Yes. I'm not shitting you. There is a wiki dedicated to Von Helton and all the incredible claims.
The
that he's
Encyclopedia
made about
Dramatica.
himself.
Yeah, I mean, he thinks he's a time traveler. This is delusional. I mean, Darwin's is not at that level.
Like it is a sign of mental illness. There's no.
He's a Munchausen. He's actually very simply a Munchausen. He's a tall tailor.
Well, a Munchausen
tall
would be
tailor.
putting themselves in the hospital, though.
Not necessarily. No.
I guess you're right.
Yeah, I mean, he just wants the
He's
attention.
The guy who tells a story for attention.
Oh, he's saying he's a Munchausen, not that he suffers from
Munchausen.
Munchausen's by proxy, whatever that's called, is that disease where you hurt yourself just to get.
Munchausen by proxy is when you hurt somebody
When you
else.
hurt children.
Oh, okay.
Munchausen disorder is when you harm yourself for attention.
My fault.
When I say he's a Munchausen, I'm saying he's a tall tailor.
Yeah, he's referring
The only
to.
reason I know that is because of my ethics class.
Good man to take an ethics class.
But yeah, equating somebody to Baron von Munchausen as opposed to actually claiming they have the syndrome are two different things.
Right. Okay.
And he's one of those guys that just tells these really tall tales because he wants the attention, and then he can't back down from them. So every single time he tells it, it gets embellished to the point where eventually he tells it so often he believes it.
Kind of like G-Man in the safe.
Von Helton is dumb fuck of the year.
Yeah.
It's like G-Man in the safe.
Yeah.
Wait, what?
Like,
That safe wasn't real?
Of course,
it's like
not.
Dionysus and roofing his girlfriend.
What?
I have a defensive G-Man in the safe. but-
Did Schopenhauer instruct him to do that?
Well, anyways, to probably not. I don't know if tomorrow because we have the Talking Shit Tuesday. I don't know if he's going to do it, but either Tuesday or Wednesday, I'll have another video promoting Ronnie for Dumbfuck and try to get people to just switch their votes. And
JD probably isn't going to do it tomorrow.
I don't think he is.
so
I don't think he is either.
Slack.
Well, I can have a TST vote for Ronnie.
There you go.
One last push.
Because I've been having fun with him lately in the comment section.
When's the actually voting end?
What's that, Saka?
Voting ends on Saturday at midnight, I think.
Yeah.
Last, what time? Eastern time, midnight?
Central.
Okay.
Or he might extend it to the 4th because of the day of the.
Oh, that's bullshit. No, fuck that. He won't do that.
No, he's not. It's always been December 31st after midnight.
Walking.
That fucks up my plan. Oh, never mind.
And Dionysus is such a loser, he can't even win at Dumb Fuck of the Year.
No, the reason why Dionysus is on there because it's only supposed to be the top 10. Red added him in quote in spirit end quote, and
I was in the hangout where he was introduced.
Yeah, well, so like, despite how many votes he aggregates, they don't actually count towards anything. At most, he'll carry over to the next year because he's not going to stop being a racist piece of shit.
Apologia should have a video here, by the way, soon. By the way, Apologia if you're still listening. I know he left, but thank you for dropping by. We got you we got you some subs. Not as many like.
Here's how bad Von Helton is. Ready? If you'll remember in the book 1984, eventually the people rise up and defeat the elites. That's how it happened in 1984.
Okay.
I must have missed that chapter.
I've read 1984 and I thought it was a crappy book. I didn't like it. I didn't understand the whole alpha crap shit. I'm not a big fan of. I like the Animal Farm, and Lord of Flies.
Okay, so if you type in Von Helton Wiki on Google, the first thing that comes up, I shit you not, is time travel claims and urban legends.
Yeah, that doesn't surprise me.
He gets a blue number on that article.
He is listed alongside people like John Titor. If any of y'all remember who John Titor was.
I know who Titor was.
All I know is if Vaughn wins, I still will make sure that Ronnie gets the proper credit.
And let me tell you right now, if Dionysus had been in the running from Jump, I'd be pulling a Steve on y'all.
No, I don't think Dionysus. He doesn't have enough of following to get voted.
Oh, he
does. I don't care. I'll be hounding your ass to vote for Dio.
Like I volunteered myself to Reds to make the dumb fuck collage for next year, where I basically catalog all the moments of dumb fuckery of each of the candidates.
I'll give you the link.
Everyone can watch them at their leisure and determine who deserves their vote.
Well, it's so funny because a lot of people are putting a lot of effort in this shit. I mean, between the Pal Talk Power Rangers, myself, Reds, Blue. I mean, people are putting a lot of effort in this.
There's a solid campaign going.
Yeah. So, you know what? All the
in former years, we didn't see this kind of shenanigans.
All the people in the running, all the candidates, they all should be proud that that of the people are voting.
Is a relative term here.
Except for Pissy Pete, you're just an idiot. I mean, but you could piss. I don't know what the hell else.
I don't know. Antonio is not proud about why he's on that list.
I'll remind all of you that Rhetoric said himself that there is no cheating in this. Any way you can get likes or dislikes is valid.
Including your 50 sock accounts?
You know what? I don't have no 50 sock accounts.
49.
I would say like 15 at most.
Well, I mean, it went up like 20 or 30. So
as I said, I'm not the only person who is on the Von Helton team.
No, but we have a lot of people on other teams we can get together, and I think Reds has like 200 people that voted for Super Rats. If they can switch their vote, that'll help.
Yeah, I'm part of communities that like are dedicated towards Von Helton. He has a following.
I actually considered trying to get some people for Super Rats, and I decided against it because it just seemed wrong to literally pay people for their votes. Oh, I'm not kidding. When they were, when the Bible Reloaded was doing their fundraiser, I was going to offer to pledge $1 for every vote that they put in on Antonio.
Speaking of pledging, oh my goodness, I have not put out my Patreon link. If anybody cares, but I do this for Patreon, guys. Not gonna lie, but I'll put it on the live.
Which reminds me, I need to actually give you some Patreon money.
You got your card?
Yep.
Oh, well, thank you, kind sir. Like I said, I appreciate any Patreon people send my way. People have been very, very nice. I mean, I've even got people doing $10 and $20. That's just amazing. Thank you very much.
The problem with the Bible Reloaded thing is that with all the people that they have watched that fucking thing, there would be because there was like 1,000 watching just at one point of it. There's a chance that it could have gone way the fuck over my budget. So I was like, no.
Well, I'm going to be hitting this twice as hard next year, so hopefully I've got like things worked out with you to do like the split screen, the thing. I mean, we're going to make this a bigger channel, so get on the ground floor now.
Just have to teach you how to do the shit proper.
Yeah, no, I think I'm not Ronnie. I can figure it only took me a few minutes to figure it out, and then I actually did a Facebook feed using XSplit. So yeah, it's pretty intuitive. It's not that difficult to figure out.
Steve, you should make like a spin-off channel that's all Ronnie stuff.
Oh, you know what? I actually considered something like that. Maybe you know what? I might do something like that. Rotten Ronnie, something. I don't know.
All Ronnie, all the time.
I think that's my boyfriend's channel.
But the problem is, I think that would be borderline harassment if you had a channel just dedicated to somebody.
That's pretty well what Super Kami Guru is right now.
I was going to say kind of like the Jason's Vermeer channel, or
yeah.
There are only 2 videos up on there right now. It used to be my old channel, and then I gave it to him because he was too fucking lazy to make a YouTube channel. And all he did was upload 2 videos chastising Ronnie.
And by the way, yes, my Patreon is open to audit. Anybody wants to see it offline, I will show it to them. I got a 27 Patreons right now at about 182, I think. So,
and they're still patrons.
But see that number isn't really. If I show you offline, there are people that actually are signed up to be Patreons, but when they try to charge the card, it comes back 0. I've had a few of those, so it's actually a lot less than that, to be honest with you. So. Don't let that number fool you. Everybody knows Patreon know that you have what's called a declined thing that comes up, and I do have about 3 last month. I think I declined, and some of them were pretty decent pledges. So
there's an immediate problem, Steve, in that it won't let me pledge more than $10 a month.
Yeah, well, yeah. What
It's
you do
not
is
letting me for some reason.
you just don't do the little you don't do the pledge by the button. You just because that's the you say become a Patreon, and then it allows you to put any number you want in at the very bottom. Become a Patreon, and then you go to that little white square, and you can put in anything you want.
Yeah, I pretty much disabled mine at this point, or at least tried to. I haven't fully taken it off, but I only have one person that's still a patron, and I already told them to spend their money on somebody else, but because I'm doing okay right now. Fuck, I just bought a house.
Yeah, awesome.
Second house, technically.
Nice
Congratulations.
house too. I saw the outside. I didn't see the actual house, but I saw the outside. Nice view. But
No,
yeah,
I just
I'll be
showed the
doing
lake.
a fundraiser.
Shadow, welcome to the wonderful world of being a landlord.
Yeah, I'm not gonna do a fundraiser, but I will do a promotional for Patreon next year. And I have to try to invite interesting people to come in to help with that. Like if I can get Mary Schweitzer in, that's going to be a Patreon event, and hopefully I will, because people will love to see that. But I gotta get something back.
Make absolutely sure that you send Tommy Hall the link.
Oh fuck yeah! You bet your ass I will. Well, I'm going to cut this little part. Well, I may not, but I'm going to send this link to Neffy and be like, "Hey, Neffy, see, I've already had." He's so pissed off right now because he wanted to challenge Hugh Ross to a debate, and did you ever see that video? If I debated Hugh Ross, did you ever see that with Neffy?
No.
It's you guys. Yeah, it's an obscure video because it's not on Neffy's channel. It's called the Nephilim Free channel, and there's a video of what Neffy would be doing if it would be like if he debated Hugh Ross. And this was a video that actually Neffy put out, but the guy that has the channel just embellished it. But it is so funny because he's like, explaining astrophysics to Hugh Ross and explaining to him why Hugh Ross is wrong. And anybody who knows anything about basic science is listening to this going, what? No, Neffy, no. He doesn't know shit about
just waiting for the punchline,
Yeah, you think it's a Poe because you're like, no, this guy can't be this stupid, but he's so serious about it,
I've had so many hangouts with Tommy Hall where he's going on about unfossilized, soft, pliable tissue.
No, soft tissue means it's not bone, but that's a residue.
I know
collagen. Yeah, he doesn't understand what it means. They mean by that. Yeah, I know you do because you're not an idiot. But he doesn't understand what they mean by soft tissue. He doesn't know what collagen is. He doesn't know what a protein is.
Remember that one discussion we had with him where I'd explained mitochondrial DNA to him?
He didn't know there's a separate genome in our body.
Yeah, because it was just like, well, if these things are different species, why is mitochondrial DNA the same?
No,
but it's not, isn't it? I don't know.
Matter of fact, we can trace mitochondrial DNA pretty well.
Yeah, mitochondrial Eve was what I think 100,000 years ago.
200,000, I think.
Yeah, they moved it back.
Oh.
But I mean, like Neffy, we tried. One of the first Neffy hangouts I ever had with him back in the day was just got done having Paul's Ego. You guys know him?
Yeah.
Yeah, we were having a hangout with Paul's Ego in G-Man's room, and I met a guy named Joe Sonstein who you all know. I didn't know him at the time, and we went over to Neffy's hangout like right afterwards, and we were trying to explain it to him. What was it? Oh no, what was it? Oh my god, I'm fucking the story. What were we trying to explain to Neffy? He didn't grasp it, and he kept on relating it to endosymbiosis. Does anybody remember? Oh my goodness, I can't remember what he fucked up.
I don't even know which hangout you're
having
talking
a brain
about.
fart. Huge brain fart. It'll come back to me because Neffy was like, did not understand the topic. I think we were talking about a last common ancestor, and he started diving into like endosymbiosis and fucking it up royally. And Joe and I were like, dude, that has nothing to do with what we're asking you. And then Joe got booted, and I got booted. He's like, you guys don't know about this. I'm like, no. We're not talking about endosymbiosis, and you are for some strange reason. I mean, nothing to do with what the hell we're talking about, and he just kicked us.
Yeah.
Gotta love it.
Doctor, oh my goodness, thank you. Oh my god, dude. I'm almost willing to turn gay for that, what you just did.
Oh, I wouldn't recommend it. I have standards.
Okay, yeah. Don't tell your boyfriend. Thank you. Oh my goodness. Thank you so much.
Well, that's for me and my boyfriend. So, you can
Well,
thank him as well.
Here's the thing. I got to keep you guys entertained, and with that, you always get a seat at the table, regardless. I mean, you are first come, first serve. I'm sorry. I got to give something back to my pledges, but I keep my hangouts open to everybody. But
well, if it's mostly about Annabelle, stuff, I'm not going to join. So,
well, yeah, but you and Annabelle and a few other people are like select people. That
he might. I've been trying to coax him into joining. Like him and my cousins, I've been trying to get into the Hangouts lately, but they're really hesitant about it. I don't know why. I don't know. Like, my cousin and her husband are both physicists, and my cousin's husband is a climatologist. So I'm trying to get him in with Fiona and Jade to do a talk about climate change.
Well, we are going to have, now that, Krill has a lot of connections, and Doug, we are getting to know more people. We're going to have a lot more people coming into influx. So I think it's going to, I want to double my subscription by the end of the year. I'm going to have 1,000 by the end of this year. I want to go to 2,000, and I want good people. I want intelligent, like-minded people that want to have discussions. I don't care if you're an atheist, theist, whatever. Just somebody who's going to.
You want to double your subscription within like the next 6 days?
No. No.
That would be by the end of the year.
No, I said I'm going to have 1,000 by the end of the year. I want to double up by next year, by the end of next year.
I want less subscribers.
I need 9 more. Well, Blue, nobody subs to you anyways.
I'm going to start releasing videos in the new year again, which is my New Year's resolution, beginning with Independent Man's horrific video on transgender people.
Now, in February is when I actually move into the new house. We have a tenant through January, and that's paying rent, and we decided to honor the last of their lease because we're not douchebags like the people that own the house that that Xbox lives in.
Lived in.
I need 9 more people to
Sorry.
get 1,000. Come on, guys. 9 more. That's it.
But yeah, so come February after we move in, I get to set up the new studio, and then I get to start making more proper videos again. Not just this hangout horseshit.
You've got to become a product to double subscription quickly. You're right. That's the sad part. If I said one day I'm going to wake up and go, hey guys, you know what? I think I'm convinced that the Earth is flat. I would have subs galore, right? And
no,
and you lose every drop of integrity.
And you lose all the ones you have now.
Yeah.
No, because you guys be like, okay, Steve went off the deep end. I have to save him because you're a friend. No, actually, you guys wouldn't. You'd be like, fuck Steve.
Steve, if you made here's an experiment to do. Make a video wherein you say that you found Jesus and see the reaction that happens both from the CCP, and how many subscribers you get.
And call yourself the Vanilla Theist.
That's what I was about to say.
Actually,
oh my god, that's a good idea.
I do have a project that I've been putting off for a bit of a while, which is the Finding Jesus, which is going to be a Finding Jesus video. And what it's going to be is going to basically take the Buddy Jesus and edit it into a bunch of scenes, kind of like Where's Waldo.
I was just about to say, Finding Jesus is so much harder than Where's Waldo.
I was going to do Where's Waldo with it.
FYI, that guy that sniped my hangout, he actually made a video about sniping my hangout.
Okay.
And, it's called Steve McTrollray and the Atheist Gang Meet Timmy Oldsman. Well, first of all, he's a flat earther, so we know he's stupid. But hey, if he's ever watching this, I'm not a fucking atheist. I've said that countless times. I've got 50 videos explaining I'm not an atheist, and this guy could not.
What's the name of this again? Atheist. I gotta look this up right fucking now.
I will put it in my feed here in a second.
No, just tell me the name, brother.
I don't care if he gets views, whatever. Here, I'll put it in my feed. Go dislike his video. No, I think it's turned. Did he turn off the? No, he didn't turn off the dislikes. Oh my goodness. Oh, watch him go up now. Oh, Yvette's there. He's like, he's like, he came into free chan and sniped me, so I had to eliminate him forever. Actually, no. What happened was Yvette came in. We had a bunch of people. She came in and sniped everybody. She was a sniper, so I said only to do. And we were having a good conversation, right? I mean, with this guy named Haunted House, he was an idiot, but we were having a good conversation. Yvette didn't like that. She came in and sniped everybody, so I sniped her out, right? And Richard Earth Math called her a lying cunt because I think he was watching at the time. He saw what happened. So this chick Yvette is a total nut job, man. But I didn't know who the fuck she was. She was just somebody in here sniping. So I was like, okay, I go to these things all the time, including Free Chan. And so the rule is, people start sniping, get them out as fast as you can. So I got her out. And then she's now saying, oh, well, you came and sniped me. Bitch, you snipe people first.
Yep.
So go fuck yourself, Yvette.
There is such a thing as a defensive snipe.
Fuck yes.
Whenever you snipe a sniper.
Yeah. But it's 7 minutes long. I'll watch it here in a few. I don't know. Maybe I don't know. Should I have a separate hangout on that just to debunk that video, or just do it now? I don't give a shit.
Who cares?
Yeah, that's my thing. I don't give a fuck. He doesn't have the link now, so he can't snipe. And then by the end of the night, we'll have it arranged so nobody.
No, we can set this shit up. No fucking problem. I mean, you have access to the mod right now. So, oh, sorry, no, you still have to fucking get me on Skype so I can send you the info for the mod.
Well, like I said, I do these things around 2 or 3 o'clock, except with the exception of Tuesday, because I'm talking to Tuesdays. But if I'm going to broadcast, it's going to be about that time where I want a hangout where it can't be sniped. I'll let you know, because I don't need to do it all the time, right? But whenever we talk about flat earthers, that's the only time I ever get sniped, right? Because these people cannot handle the fact that people are putting out shit that's debunking them, right? They hate that fucking shit.
Which makes me wonder if they know that they're wrong.
Oh, I think so, because that Free Chan shit, it says open hangouts, right? Open for all. But if you go in there and you start talking about anything but flat, the flat earth is wrong, they don't want to have a discussion with you. That's when they kick you out. And it's just like, really? Then why have a thing that says free, open? But if they want to wage war against my channel, so be it, man. But yeah, go look at that fucking video. I haven't, like I said, I haven't watched it yet, but
yeah, we can fix this shit. No fucking problem.
Blue, go downvote that video with your 80 sock accounts. I don't normally have a call out to do that, but fuck it. I haven't even watched it yet, and I can tell it's probably stupid. If you can't figure out I'm not an atheist, then obviously the video needs to be downvoted.
But I mean, that's the thing is, technically speaking, once I give you the full access to the mod account, you won't need my assistance at all. All you need to do is figure out how to do XSplit.
Oh, really?
Yeah, you don't need me. The moderator account is a corporate member. All you have to do is be logged in under a company member, and that's why I have the mod account. Okay, now, granted, I can give that out as much as I want. If anyone fucks with it, I can change the password remotely because I have the admin account, which is this one.
So I could start the hangout as the mod and then have it streamed online and then invite 20 people and see how it goes.
Yeah.
All right. Cool. Fuck.
Awesome. All you have to do is just log in the mod account. You have to still do the inviting under your regular account in terms of giving out the link, just because the mod account doesn't have any subscribers or any circles or any of this shit.
Oh, okay.
But I mean, it's all you need to do is be a member of the freelance vigilante organization, which the mod account is. And you started it's basically like starting an off-air hangout. And you'll start one that's just natively a corporate hangout.
Oh, and then it just streams through XSplit or to the live thing. Yeah, because I noticed when I go into my control panel and you go to live stream, as soon as you start streaming to it, then it comes up to there. There's like a 45-second delay.
Yeah,
which sucks for the live feed because I'm used to less delay. But 45 seconds isn't too bad, I guess, right?
But yeah, I mean, it's a little bit less.
You can't change that. But you can't change that delay. Hey, welcome back, Aaron.
Just wanted to tell you, I finally got the microphone fixed.
Cool, very good. So you had exorcism. Good.
Yeah, it turned out to be something I haven't had to do in a long time: uninstall and reinstall drivers.
You know what? First of all, I appreciate you coming in. I'm gonna invite Hogtie real quick. I know you know Hogtie really well.
Yeah,
he's back a little bit. He's been busy. He came in yesterday.
It's still the holidays right now for Hogtie.
Yeah, Hogtie's having a lot of issues right now. But I mean, I love Hog, and I know Aaron, you know Hog pretty well, right?
Yeah.
So I invited him anyways. You might want to say hi to you before you have to take off. Your mic goes to shit. And I would have DPR Jones. DPR doesn't ever remember anybody, including himself. But
DPR Jones is chasing a PhD in law right now.
I know. I heard. Amazing.
Aaron, I missed earlier. What is it that you're running for?
Texas State Senate.
I might actually be able to vote for you then.
Hey, Colorado Prepper, you had a good question and then live feed about that. Ask her that question because I'm curious too about what you had to ask.
What county are you in?
Tarrant.
Oh, then you can't.
I'm Dallas County.
Is it by county?
Well, it's sort of. It's gerrymandered to death, and it only includes part of Dallas County. So it's it's like primarily eastern Dallas.
I'm over in Euless. I'm just south of you, or I guess east.
Yeah, so I'm not sure what district you're going to be
No,
in.
west.
It's like Garland and Mesquite and places like
I can vote for you then.
Okay. You're in Garland or Mesquite?
Yeah.
Okay.
This is why I kept inviting you out to coffee, and we kept never doing it.
Yeah, I want to thank you, by the way. I'm pretty sure that you're the same guy. I might have you confused with somebody else, but did you once do a video on Saitan Bruggenkate's claims about how people know that that God is true because the Bible says that everybody knows?
Yeah.
Yeah, I included some of that tirade in my book.
Cool.
So I wanted to thank you for that.
Oh, do you want to promote that, by the way? Because I last time I spoke with you, and you probably don't remember because it was so long ago. But I had mentioned, we had talked about the foundational falsehood of creationism, which was one of the greatest video series of all time on YouTube. But I know you have a book out. Do you want to promote it real quick?
Yeah, tell us about that book. I don't know anything about it.
Yeah, sure. It's the same. I mean, it's the same basic concept. It's a lot of the same text from the video series. The publisher asked me to write this book. I never would have done it if they hadn't asked me to do it. They said they wanted me to say everything I said in the video series, but they said that I flashed through so many things so fast, kind of expecting that people would know what all of these things mean, but they don't. So would you please flesh this out and explain what you're talking about and give us the depth and breadth of this that you can do in a book that you can't do in a video series? So I said, yeah, absolutely. And it's
that's a great idea.
Pages.
That's a great idea.
Oh, thank you.
Is it published? Are you on a book tour, or where is it on the pipeline?
Well, it's available on Amazon.com.
Okay.
And it was listed for a couple of months as the #1 new release in Christianity.
you know what I'm going to do? I'm actually I took down my wish list, but I'm actually going to put my Amazon wish list as when that comes out. That's going to be my only item for my Amazon wish list.
Well, it's out. It came out on November 1st.
Oh, is it already? Okay.
Yeah, and it's right now. I think it's listed as number 11 in Christianity. I mean, the literal number, not the sales point, because it's no longer considered a new release. But it's the last I checked, it was ranked at right around 30,000 out of 8 million.
That's very good. That's very good.
Well, if it's based upon if it's based on the videos, then I'm sure it'll be very successful, because I mean those videos did change a lot of people's minds, and people use them as reference. So
well, thank you. The reviews of the book have been stellar. I've got one negative comment. The only negative comments anybody makes are against the editing. Yeah, the editing.
What was your opinion of the editing? Did you like it?
Well, hang on though. One of the things is you sit there, you write something up, you send it to a copy editor, they go through and do their thing, then you send it off to the publisher, and the publisher sets it up, and then you get to glance over it before they actually print it. But a lot of times in that process, there's additional errors that are introduced.
Yep. And we kept finding little trivial things. As a matter of fact, the editing software actually created for more typos than it deleted, because of the way that it would set spaces. So you'd have some places where there were no. So I ended up having to reread the book 3 times just to go through the edits, and yet people still find them. And then that, of course, that's all anybody tells me. I found some typos. Well, thanks.
Yeah, I mean, if they have to resort to pointing out typos and not the content, then you know what, you did a pretty good job.
Well, the part of the idea is that this way for the next printing is kind of the concept.
The grammar Nazi and me also, they just stand out.
Yeah, but the reviews otherwise, I mean, I've gotten one negative review, and that was from a person who obviously had not read the book. And it said something along the lines of, if evolution is true, how come there are no transitional species? Which, of course, the answer to that is chapter 9. Read the damn thing.
Yeah.
There was for a while there, I was trying to get some of the locals, the Tarrant and Dallas County ones together to go to one of the local creationist museums, which the one in Dallas, I believe, is closed down, but we still got Glen Rose.
Yeah, I couldn't bring myself to walk into Glen Rose. I was there at the Dinosaur Prints and all that. And it was right there. I could have just walked over to it. I just couldn't bring myself to it.
Oh, speaking of
I
that,
have yet to do that, but I have seen the dinosaur tracks. Those are really neat.
Yeah. No, I've
never made it in myself.
I'd like to arrange a trip and might do that this week. I'm trying to arrange an interview with somebody that hasn't been able to get onto Google Hangouts. I don't know why he keeps getting an error when I try to send him a Google Hangout. So I'm trying to talk him into letting me come over to his house. He lives in Glen Rose.
What browser is he using?
Somewhere around Glen Rose. I want to do an interview with it. Ivan Stang. Anybody know that name?
That sounds familiar.
It does sound familiar.
He's the founder of the Church of the Subgenius.
Oh, yeah.
I would have so much fun interviewing that guy, but he doesn't want to let strangers.
Oh, he's the one that looks like Thunderfoot.
A little bit.
No, don't say that name.
Yeah, but he does look a little bit like that. Yeah,
I love Thunderfoot. I do. I think
I can't stand Thunderfoot.
I think Thunderfoot's like hit or miss, right? I know people that don't like him.
Stick with his anti-creationist stuff. Why do people laugh at creationists?
If he sticks with science, he's fine. The problem is, and I'm not bringing it up. Nope, stopping there.
Yep, stopping there.
Hey, by the way, Aaron, you real quickly, and we appreciate your time immensely. Tell us about the experience with the Ark encounter.
Well, and there again, we mentioned before about people who don't want to know what the truth is because they want to believe something else. There was a guide of sorts who was working for Answers in Genesis who was walking us through the Noah's Ark thing, and I kept trying to explain to him what was wrong with the animals that they had on the displays. Like, where are the feathers on your velociraptors, for example? Here's somebody who can't admit that dinosaurs had feathers, and I'm standing there explaining to him that every dromaeosaur had feathers. So why don't yours have feathers? Well, because that doesn't, that obviously doesn't convey the image that they want. Because they can't blur that line in created kinds by having a dinosaur walk around with feathers on it. Because then it would have to be the bird kind, right?
Especially because they weren't functional wings; they were just feathers.
Do you know Dr. Fuzz Rana? Fuzz Rana? Ever heard of him?
I don't know that name.
How about Dr. Hugh Ross?
Oh yeah.
Okay.
Fuzz Rana, I looked it up. He's actually a member of band.
Yeah.
I know that is.
Fuzz Rana.
I don't know that name, and yet I thought I knew everybody in band.
He's part of Reasons to Believe with Dr. Ross. But anyways, they've been on my channel many times. I just interviewed them a couple of days ago, as a matter of fact.
Mm-hmm.
And one of the things that came up was the 99 million year old amber that had the dinosaur tail in it that was feathered. And I think they seem to accept evolution to a point. And then they just say, you know what? I don't accept birds from dinosaurs, the bandits they're called, and I don't accept that hominid lineage. I don't accept the Homoidea includes humans, and I don't know how they just say, you know what? All this I accept when it comes to cladistics and phylogeny, but here, you know what? Nah, humans just of the earth. I love them to get. They're great people. They're the nicest people I've ever had on my channel. But I don't know how their minds go to that.
I've never understood that with these people that are just like teetering on the edge, where especially the people that will believe in theistic evolution, where it's just like, oh yeah, evolution, it's real. Yeah, I believe in all that stuff, except for humans. Humans were a special creation that 6,000 years ago, and they're just going to stop right there. And I never understood that explanation.
Well, the best part about it is it's almost like an Islamic belief there.
I have a bigger problem with the bandits than I have even with religious people, because some of these, like Fiducia.
Alan Fiducia.
Yeah, Fiducia is not a creationist, but he's a Christian, but he's not a creationist. So what is his beef?
I don't know. Matter of fact, it's funny you mentioned Sarfati, because I had talked to Sarfati a few times, and he was supposed to have a debate with Hugh Ross, and I actually mentioned to him. I said, "Look, Hugh Ross has been on my show. He's been on twice already." Mm-hmm. And I said, "You know what? If you want to have this debate with him so bad, I asked him, and I asked you. I said, you know what? Would you live on my channel here have this discussion that you're supposed to have with Sarfati?" And he was like, "Yeah, sure." Sarfati wouldn't do it, and that's the difference between at least people that try to promote something like Hugh Ross is a brilliant astronomer, astrophysicist. I don't agree with his theological positions, but Sarfati, he will not put himself out there. He just won't do it. And I've asked him numerous times, hey, let's talk about the rates program. Let's talk about your claims for 101 evidences against the old Earth. My favorite one is the human chromosome 2 fusion site. We've discussed that numerous times in here, and we're getting Dr. Jeffrey Tompkins in next month, hopefully, to talk about it. But very rarely will young creationists come in here and defend these types of positions.
Yeah.
Eric Hovind came in. I've talked to him and both Kent, but Eric was the most duplicitous person I think I've ever engaged with.
He's an objectionable little punk, isn't he?
Duplicitous.
Oh, he's horrible.
Oh,
that's an incredibly polite way to put that.
That was very charitable.
Yeah, no, more so than I've called Eric. I tweeted him the other day, and I think it pissed him off. But he's like, epigenetics is going to destroy modern evolutionary synthesis. And I'm like, do you have any evidence to support the effect? Can you tell me what epigenetics is, Eric? Just tell me anything about it. Tell me about methylization or civilization. Just tell me anything. No, not going to happen.
Yeah, and I've gotten this from these people that they think epigenetics because it's the environment controls which genes are expressed, and that means that it's not your ancestry. So they think that if epigenetics applies to anything, it must apply to everything, which means that the whole of phylogeny can be just tossed out the window.
Well, between that and we have horizontal gene transfer. Okay, great. And what's your point? Yeah,
sure. 8% of the human genome is made of viruses. How's that an intelligent design? There's your horizontal gene transfer.
Well, the beauty of it is when they begin actually arguing for Lamarckian evolution.
That's Tommy Hall, right? Tommy Hall thinks because there's Neil Lamarckian and Neil Lamarckian. He thinks that everything is related that way. And I even made a video about that. I mean, I made a video explaining why Tommy Hall was wrong about this. And by the way, I love, Tommy Hall.
Well, others take it a more subtle approach, but he goes balls to the walls with it, where he says that like bacteria is intelligent and it wills what it will descend to.
Yeah, but there is some research that is, there are people claiming that people at the Royal Society right now who are claiming that cells have memory.
Oh, fuck my life.
Yeah. Now I don't know what the justification for these claims are, so I can't say anything. I've been trying to get somebody from the Royal Society or one of these people making these claims to do a podcast with me or to explain to me, because they won't say it in anything I've been able to find to read thus far, and they've restricted these hearings from the public.
It's more contentious than they want to broadcast.
Hang on. If I can jump in for one moment, because I want to speculate a little bit on this one. I've been hearing for ages people trying to claim that cells have some kind of memory in terms of ancestral memory and this kind of stuff. And what they're talking about is the basic instinctive responses, but they're equating that to memory in the way that humans would have memory, as opposed to just the natural being attracted to light and what have you.
Yeah, well, there's supposed to be some kind of cellular response. There was two studies, and I can't remember them off the top of my head, that showed a type of evolution that could be explained by cellular memory, but could not be explained by the normal process of natural selection, because the population mechanics didn't have enough generations to apply that. It was like an immediate response to something, and so they're saying that this was more similar to a Lamarckian claim, that this was more that you could call this an acquired characteristic, but I don't know the details. And as I said, I haven't been able to get anybody to talk to me about it, about what this is.
We can get Tommy Hall.
Yeah, well, sometimes you get people
but are they trying to say like a phenotypical plasticity is one of those things that would be passed down that's not through the genetics? But when I hear things like they have memory, I think of, I don't know if you remember, Roger Penrose came up with the orchestrated objective reduction approach, that as a hypothesis that said that the actual consciousness in the brain results from quantum interactions in the neurons. And it sounds like quantum woo, but he's a physicist, right? Yeah. Maybe it's something like that, where they're trying to relate something to science, but it sounds kind of like woo-woo-ish when it's kind of been passed down. It's like a telephone game.
Well, this is the thing: is there are animals assumed to be born with an understanding of what is and isn't safe to eat and this kind of stuff. And these things have been portrayed as being some kind of ancestral memory, but it's more of an instinctive thing than any kind of actual conscious memory.
Because you actually have behavioral.
Yeah, sorry.
You have behavioral tendencies built into your brain.
Yeah,
sure, absolutely.
But the problem is the term that they've been associating with that for years is memory. And it's not memory in any meaningful way, but when you start equating that to memory, people start thinking, but as we think of our ability to remember things.
Well, this could be a state.
It's probably the closest analogy. It's probably the closest analogy that people can think of that would, make sense to them.
Yeah, we know how analogies work, right? I mean, when we listen to like true empiricism talk about his motors and turbines and ATP synthase, oh my!
Oh God, no mayonnaise.
Yeah,
No mayonnaise.
I don't know. Like I said, Aaron, I didn't get a chance to talk about True when I mentioned him before because his mic wasn't working. But Aaron, True's still out there with this whole bullshit ATP synthase argument, and he's been refuted so many damn times, and it's gotten to the point where just that his entire life is promoting ATP synthase for intelligent design. It's just amazing.
One thing, Steve, is Aaron has had a debate with true empiricism
twice.
Yeah, on this, he brought up this issue at one point. No, I'm thinking about once forgiven, now free.
Yeah.
Once forgiven, now free brought up the ATP synthase thing, and he said that he made two claims. I refuted both of them with lab studies that I was able to just throw a link at him, and the only reason he cited this is because he thought, or he was told, that this is something that science could not explain. So he does not want to hear what science can explain because he knows we can explain these things.
Sure.
He wants to hear what we can't explain, and then anything that science can't explain, he can go back to the therefore God.
I don't debate that much anymore, but I did challenge True to a debate a long time ago. And basically, my background was in nuclear operations, so I did study turbines, and so I had a presentation I was going to do showing him how an actual turbine works. With pressure velocity compounding, reduction staging, the whole 9 yards, and relate to him. Look, when we think of a turbine, this is what we think of. Now, yes, is it a proton pump turbine? Yeah, sure, whatever. But I was going to say there's more differences between an actual mechanical turbine than there is ATP synthase. And I actually was going to do what you said. Show him how ATP synthase came about. Show him the actual steps over a period of time, why we have it now, modern ATP synthase. He actually accepted that. And then 5 minutes later, he had a new hangout saying, Steve challenged me to debate. I'm going to take it up on it. And it's going to be about intelligent design and evolution. And I said, no. That was not the topic of the debate. That's how duplicitous he was.
Yeah. Well, Eric Hovind seems to think that this is a game, right? This is a money-making operation. This is what keeps him from having to sell used cars or work in telemarketing.
He would be great at that, though.
Oh, of course, because you have to be dishonest to work these kind of jobs. So he does this game, and he says that he said at the Ark encounter, he said that we needed him and he needed us, that we needed each other as activists. We needed to have counter characters. So this is just an act for you, as I always knew that it was.
Oh, I've said that from day one. I mean, in fact, Hovind learned a lot from his dad, but he never got any of his slick oilness. I mean, because Hovind at least knew how to placate his audience and play to his audience. Eric is not as bright as his dad when it comes to that. But I've said all along that Eric literally thinks he may believe it, but he does this, like you said, because this is his moneymaker. This is his means by which he has to make a living. I don't think he gives a shit one way or another if it's true or not at this point.
Yeah, he never did, and his father didn't either. And so for some people, it's all about make-believe. It's like if you can convince yourself, that's as good as whether it's true or not.
Well, if you can make money on a scam.
Well, I mean, I've only followed Hovind for the last maybe 20 years. And so I don't know how he was before that. But I mean, do you think Hovind all his life knew this was bullshit, or do you think that somehow later on he got to the point?
There's nothing. Yes. Yeah, there's nothing Hovind ever said that was honest or truthful. I mean, there was a debate that he had with somebody. I don't remember who the guy was. It wasn't somebody famous as I can remember, but he had predicted what Hovind was going to ask him about. Says, "Well, where's your evidence of blah blah blah?" Right. So the guy has a stack of scientific papers addressing the very thing that Hovind just asked about. Well, here's the compiled evidence for that. And Hovind's response was, that's not evidence, that's just a bunch of paper.
Yeah.
So this is a deliberately, openly, overtly dishonest answer. Hovind knows that that's evidence. He knows it's evidence he can't refute and that he can't understand. And that the only way he can refute it is with the most idiotic dismissal he can possibly give. A deliberately dishonest dismissal. He's a snake oil salesman.
Yeah, matter of fact, when I had pointed out to him,
not as good as
I had pointed out to him about some of the radiometric claims that he had, and I actually I had documentation, like nothing I came up with originally, but I had showed him that the references he had for his radiometric dating was wrong. And he actually said, well, I can't go buy it back in time and change it because once it's been to the publisher, and he doesn't utilize them anymore. But my point was, will you be using these claims in the future? He won't say that he won't absolutely not use them, right? But he has admitted that he can't go back and fix it. That's dishonest. You know?
Yeah. Well,
And lazy.
That's
Very
why changes in subsequent editions. You know, there's a comment that I made in my book that I'm going to change in a subsequent edition.
Oh crap! Did we lose the sound again? Alan?
Yeah, we just lost the audio again.
Well, his
Yeah,
picture went
I can
down.
mouth read shit. See, I can get. I can lip read. Yeah.
Yeah, we lost him.
I guess the question we can all ask is, why the hell does Hannah hate Aaron so much?
What?
Hannah the hacker.
Hannah?
Oh, back goofiness again. Yeah.
Hannah doesn't like Aaron?
No, it's a joke going back to that whole.
Whenever something goes wrong with Hangouts, we just blame Hannah.
Oh, okay. Yeah, because
she hacked it all.
Yeah.
I was worried there for a second. I thought you guys were actually serious. I was like,
No.
what the
That's what I was like. What the hell?
I was like, I think I'm just going to stay out of this one.
No, she's too preoccupied, like, organizing Red's scab collection right now.
Blame Ocean. Ocean comes in, everything goes to shit like normal.
That's my deal.
Yeah.
Insert your mom joke there.
Your mom went wrong. What?
What? I haven't checked my live feed. Sorry, guys. I haven't been paying attention. By the way, like this video. It's likes on here. How do we get 4 dislikes? What is it like? What is there to dislike about this video?
Hit the down arrow just for fun. Hit the down
Yes.
arrow because it annoys Steve.
Yes. Vote for Ronnie.
Steve, did you get to the asking who Aaron would nominate for Dumb Fuck the
I
Year?
did, but his mic was out, so I got to go back to it. I'm sure
Yeah,
he voted
yeah.
for Ronnie.
No.
I'm sure he voted for Ronnie.
I
I'm
think
sure
that
he
Aaron
is.
and I
Hasn't
have
met most
yelled
of
at each
them.
other every time we've talked.
So,
Well, I mean, God,
maybe-
Ronnie asked for a fucking debate with the guy, and then shows up an hour and a half late and says he didn't have enough time. Who the
Hey,
fuck
thanks for
does
the invite,
that?
Steve. I got to crash.
All right, Blue. Thank you, buddy. Peace.
Hmm.
Yeah, I mean, that's what he did. Hey, Paul, has your video finished rendering yet? Because
I don't know. I kind of think that he challenged him, thinking that Aaron wouldn't bother to waste his time on him, and then he could claim victory, or that he was afraid of him, or some shit.
Well, it was full Hollywood mode, full WWE mode.
Yeah.
I'm calling you out, Arn.
Oh, I know. That's what he says. Like, I'm calling you out. It's like, you're an hour and I'm late, man. Shut up.
It wasn't one of the more epic moments in terms of the debate challenge crap. I mean, I think the best one was when Jason Burns went on and challenged Thunderfoot to a debate, and then like 5 minutes later, when Thunderfoot didn't magically fucking appear when he hadn't even let him know that he was trying to challenge him. But
Oh,
like
Debbie
5
does all that
minutes
all the time,
later,
right?
he's sitting there declaring victory, and it's like, wait a minute, does he even know that you're challenging him? What the fuck?
G-Man's known for doing that as well.
Yeah,
Oh,
I had
My favorite
uh,
Jason Burns one was Jason Burns challenging Gary Edwards on the basis that Gary Edwards uses words that Jason Burns doesn't understand.
I had that once with I think G-Man and Trey Jadlow, where they both started hangouts dedicated to me, calling me out while I was like away for like 2 weeks working.
Yeah.
Came back and found out I missed a debate.
Hey, Paul, I'm
Well-
going to give you a link out again one more time if you want to sub to you. So sub. You should, like I said, Paul has some way more subs. I really like his videos.
I'm guessing Jade needs an invite too. She wants to ask Aaron a question.
Oh, yeah, of course. One second.
Aaron's not in here right now, but
Well, when he
We
comes
gotta-
back, if he does.
I come
Yeah,
in,
yeah.
he leaves.
Yeah, yeah.
This is not a coincidence.
Well, I had a question about his election.
actually, there was something I was going to ask him about, but it'll wait.
Yeah, like I said, I'm amazed he's running for senator in the state of Texas of all places. But I think it's awesome.
There's liberal senators from Texas. I think. you
Oh,
could
yeah.
probably-
Yeah.
If he's in.
Well, that's
Austin,
what he's over.
or isn't
No,
he?
he's not.
No.
No, he's in the Dallas-Fort Worth Metroplex.
Oh, he's in. Oh, fuck. He's.
Yeah.
He's, Sorry.
That's not a problem. Dallas has been going blue, man.
Dallas goes blue? I thought Dallas goes red.
No, the
Yeah.
city itself, Dallas is blue. The suburbs.
But district?
I'm getting a drink. I'll be right back.
Does the district go blue?
It did this
That's
last
where-
election.
I'm not sure.
Oh,
Yeah.
nice.
Yeah.
I got a lot of friends there in.
So wait, is he running for Senate or House Rep?
God damn it!
State Senate.
Fuck.
State Senate? Oh, no, he's fucked.
State
State
Senate.
State Senate. Oh. Never mind. He could go. It could work.
It could happen.
That could do it. He could do a thing. His activism would be a hindrance, though.
I don't know. Now, the reason
Well,
why I
I'm-
say I don't know is a little bit different than you might expect, though, because I think after a little while of the Republicans running every freaking thing with the way things are going lately, I think there'll be enough people annoyed that it wouldn't matter what the fuck his activism is.
I just think that there's enough audio of him saying things that are mean.
Well, I don't think he's going to be campaigning under the name ARON RA.
No, he
it is
did.
his name.
No, he did. He legally changed his name to ARON RA so he can run under ARON RA.
Oh.
He paid $300 to do it too.
Mistake number one.
No.
Yeah, right.
I don't know about that. Still.
I think that
It might have been at the. I could either see it working really well or really badly.
You know what? Maybe Nephi should move to Texas and run against him. That would be awesome. Oh no,
Well,
no, dude, no.
Nephi would move to Roswell.
No, dude. Tommy Hall lives in Texas.
Oh, hang on though. 'cause
Tommy
the
Hall
thing
lives
that-
on my side of Texas. He lives over on the Fort Worth.
I was going to say the thing you got to keep in mind though is that he's going against somebody that's been running unopposed for ages.
Is he
How
running
does
as a
that even
Democrat
happen?
or is he running as an independent?
Does no one have the incentives to just challenge?
He didn't
someone?
say.
It's usually party politics. The
He
Democrats sort of
didn't-
abandon certain areas, especially of Texas.
Yeah, he didn't
But he hasn't
specifically
said-
say, but yeah, I mean, this guy's the Republicans that's been running unopposed for quite some time, so he's just going to put his, so he just thrown his name in the hat.
Basically, the reason why people run unopposed at times is because the Democrats or the Republicans will be like, no, we want to just put money elsewhere rather than run against somebody who's going to be a surefire. So they just
Well, I can
abandon it.
understand that. Yeah, but
when people are
Even
fed
an
up with a
independent
party
or
that's been
something.
in power, they tend
For
to
a long
vote
time,
on
right.
whoever's the opposition. So
Yeah.
It's kind of like
So
basically running a
that's kind of
Democrat.
alien to us, where it's like where we would have a particular district when we're voting in a federal election for our House of Representatives. We have the most like batshit crazy, insane people come out to run against what they perceive to be the standard politicians.
Right, but do you have them run for things like soil commissioner?
Yes.
Okay, that's interesting.
Like we have people run for damn near anything.
yeah, this time around, the person that I voted for, and it's funny because I generally speaking, I can't stand libertarians, but for railroad commissioner in Texas, I actually voted for the libertarian, which to me was really weird. But that's because the centerpiece of his platform was he wanted the fucking position renamed. Because because the job has nothing to do with railroads. It's all about mineral rights and oil and all that kind of stuff. And railroad commissioner does not convey what the job is.
Oh wait, good point, Ocean. You made a good point.
It's hard to ask your question to somebody uninterrupted when the person doesn't exist. I mean, I guess you could do it
You could, but it wouldn't be answered very quickly.
No, at that point, you're kind of being rhetorical.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know.
You know, I gotta get Aaron to subscribe to me. I forgot to do that.
No, you don't.
No, yeah, I do. But I'll send him a thank you later if he doesn't come back.
Have you invited him to the debate community?
I will actually.
Yeah, that
No, I'm gonna
I would
send
do
a
that
thank you.
too. Yeah.
Invited who, Aaron?
To the great debate community.
Hmm.
Let me see here. Yeah,
Whoa.
I'm sure he would.
Whoa. Whoa, the doctor.
What'd the doctor do?
It's sort of thing in the side chat.
Oh. Ouch. Ouch.
That was a sting. That was a sting.
Oh, now Isaiah shows up.
You're lacking on your mom jokes today, Ocean. I had to fill
Mom's
it in.
lacking on jokes.
I was actually going to bug Aaron about something much more useful. I just never got around to it.
The last time Aaron and I talked, a snippet of it went on Thunderfoot's channel. So I was wondering if what his opinion was on all that. He probably doesn't want to talk about it though.
Yeah, I managed to make sure that one was shelved the moment it came up. But yeah, yeah.
What happened? I guess something happened while I wasn't here.
There was a brief mention of Thunderfoot, and that went under the rug where it belonged.
Probably for the best.
Yeah.
Because I was having a conversation with him, and then it popped up on not only Thunderfoot's page, but several people's pages. I was like, well, shit. This went viral a little bit.
Yeah, I was going to try and nudge him a little bit to see if I could get him to, pick a channel to promote every few months or something like that, because that's the only way the newer channels get noticed. And of course, under the usual stipulation, not mine.
Right.
I like keeping my channel small. I start getting followers, I end up having issues.
I see.
Well, the problem is, after you reach a certain plateau, we'll just say, you start getting these weird, like, hyper-dedicated fanboys, and they kind of creep me out.
But I'm a hyper-dedicated fanboy of Youth Shadows.
You disagree with me.
That's true.
And that's really the key, if somebody comes along and they want to challenge me and disagree with me, I'm cool with them. But it's the people that just sit there and start nodding and shaking their head and start going around and trying to fight your battles for you when you don't fucking want them to. Those are the ones that kind of creep me out a little.
Oh, I see. You don't want any zealots.
Yeah, pretty much.
I
ran a cult a fucking cult at the age of 13. Of course I don't want any zealots. I get over that shit.
But you have minions. You can make them, wash your dishes.
Oh, of course I have minions. Everybody has minions. Mine just happen to be puppets.
Yeah, I need my minions to go vote for Ronnie is what I need.
That's the wrong vote, Steve.
Yeah, it's the wrong vote.
Nuts.
Vote DD.
Jan.
All right.
Just go out and vote for the man who is literally a living the personification of a Kramer skit from Seinfeld.
Yeah.
Not sure who you're talking about there, because that could apply to Vaughn, Ronnie, or DD.
It's DD.
Okay.
Have you seen the video where he tries running his script against a 13-year-old?
No.
I need a link for that still.
I want this.
13-year-old. Oh, you haven't seen that yet?
The best part is it doesn't work, and a 13-year-old tells him to go fuck some raw spaghetti.
It's just a little disturbing. Not gonna lie.
No, I want to see it. Yeah, put a link up.
Yeah, definitely not gonna lie. It's Darwin Deities has reached the bottom of the bullshit barrel when he has to go troll 13-year-olds for presuppositional apologetics.
Yeah.
Oh, that one. Yeah. Yeah, the eat raw spaghetti one, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, that was a bit disturbing. Well, more than a bit.
Oh, that's the one that was just recently posted. Okay.
Yeah.
Copy that. I will watch it.
Yeah.
That looks interesting.
It is. God. Well, at least he's looking for an intellectual challenge now. He had to go down there. Yeah, he had to go to the 8-year-olds to get an intellectual challenge. Something that he could actually handle.
Yeah.
Or at least try to.
There we go.
I hope whoever's doing that channel, they got a lot more of his insanity there. He's very entertaining. You got to admit, it's fun to just sit there and watch his videos and just laugh.
Well, it's fun mainly to watch him explode. particularly.
Yeah, it's
when-
like watching a train wreck in slow motion.
Yeah, it's especially funny when it's like he's speaking with somebody that he doesn't know, obviously knows more than him. Like I think who is Steve? Rodney wanted to go in to him and play the fool for a while before whipping out the fact that he actually has a PhD in metaphysics or something.
Right.
God, this is him going after kids, going after 13-year-olds. This is just there's too many jokes that can be made out of that.
Well,
Yeah.
it's especially bad that somebody pointed out in the old one. There was apparently in the previous hangout that apparently there is some kind of a running joke with him on Pal Talk about being attracted to children.
Jesus Christ.
To put it as kindly as possible.
Pedophile. He's a pedophile too. Oh no!
Oh my God, you pronounced it right.
All right, so
That ruins the
there's a
joke.
running
Where
joke that
someone
he likes
says,
to
"Oh,
children.
pedophilia," and you go, "Pedophilia is wrong. It's pronounced pedophilia."
Pedophilia, yeah. Well, I deal enough with the English language, so at least I know how to read.
Your mom deals with
And
English
pronounce.
language, if you know what I mean. What?
Oh. Only your tongue.
Okay, yeah, I
clearly
just
an-
queued up the first second of the video, so it's a couple kids just chilling out and doing their thing, and oh well, gee, somebody just popped, some random guy just came in, and all of a sudden like, are you the kind of atheist that this or that? It's like, dude, they're kids, fuck
And
off.
the worst part is like, well, we can go private. I'm like, oh God.
I haven't gotten to that part yet. Ooh, no spoilers.
Oh my
no spoilers.
God!
I have to spoil that part.
Don't that. All right, this is Steve, ladies and gentlemen.
This is just going to be added to the ever-expanding soundboard.
Yeah.
Damn.
Now,
When he starts
I got a
to
question.
jump in
Do
his
you think
dog's
that-
mouth.
do you
Oh,
think
wait.
he's
Hang out.
do you think he's actually going the Ken Ovind way, to where or Ken Ham way, where
Does
he's
he
figured
offer
out
them
that
candy?
adults are too smart to deal with his bullshit, so now he's got to try and corrupt the young. He's got to try and indoctrinate them and condition them.
Well, no, it's just he has to talk to somebody on his level. And apparently, a
He has
fifth
what?
grader is not his level.
Does he ever offer
Okay.
them candy?
Does he have a white van that says "Free Puppies and Candy" written on the side?
I mean, I'm asking questions.
I'm not sure about the color, but the van is windowless.
Oh yeah,
Jesus Christ.
it's got an old stained mattress in the back. I think he's actually doing that. I think he's actually trying to get to the younger kids and the younger.
He's driving
generation
around
because
to
he
find
sees them as
children to
vulnerable.
harass with precept.
That's a little much.
Yeah. Well, no, I think he's doing it as kind of an evangelical thing, trying to bring them on board with him, so that he has his little clown car posse of his own.
There's a whole branch of evangelicalism called child evangelical.
Exactly.
Child
That's
evangelism.
right.
It's an actual thing. Has been for years.
Yeah. And that's what I'm thinking, that he's actually said, okay, well, I'm getting nowhere with the adults, or even,
Well, when he
teenagers,
starts
trying to
off
get
by-
them while they're young.
When he's sitting there and saying, well, let's just pretend that we're homicide detectives, and there's a bullet hole in the gun head. What?
Well, if you listen closely too, he even contradicts himself in his example.
Hey, Krill, if you're still listening, message me.
I was evangelized by a child evangelist.
I was once, and it results in a fist fight with your dad.
Your mom's
Yeah.
a child evangelist.
Well,
I don't know. So I
think what's dangerous too is a lot of the kids they're the ones that are evangelists.
Didn't hear a word of that.
Yeah, I broke up. Should we watch the 7-minute video? I'm just curious. It looks like he's just showing the live chat
Okay.
video.
I said what I think is terrifying.
You broke up again. All we hear is what I think is terrifying, and then it stops.
What 7-minute video were you talking about?
That guy that sniped my hangout, he made a video about it. Proud that he sniped my hangout, which is fine. But
How nice for him.
yeah, and then the vet's on there. He came to FreeChan and sniped me, so I'd eliminate him forever. Fuck off. These people are just so damn stupid. I'm sorry.
Why is that something to be proud of?
I don't know.
Because
First things
they don't
first.
have a
Don't
life.
bitch about it.
I threw everyone out and then
about
tried
it.
to evangelize. Yay.
God
Well,
damn it.
I kind of want to watch this, but I don't want to do the one doing
Steve,
handshake.
Steve, pay it no mind, pay it no attention.
Well, that's what I do with you.
Yeah.
No, that's.
That's my approach to Ocean.
They were
If you're-
striking.
If you're dealing with a 4chan troll, ignore it. Eventually, they get bored. They go away.
They
Oh,
were
that's true.
dealing.
Yeah,
They were dealing a blow to the man.
Yeah, that's okay.
They're
4
being-
trans rolls, whatever. I forgot what I was going to say. Anyways, this was a fun hangout, guys. This was good, huh? We got a lot of good new people in here.
It was interesting to get ARON RA in.
Yeah, we got Aaron. We got the producer for the Atheist Experience in here.
Yeah, that's cool.
We'll have some pretty good guests next week, or the next couple of weeks coming up. Like I said, we're going to probably arrange for one of the Atheist Experience people to come in. That'll be a cool hangout.
Despite that, I'm totally going to do something with that green screen background.
Yeah, that's dangerous to do that, isn't it?
That is incredibly dangerous to do that.
screen
Preaching
hangout?
Sean did that once, and Bionic Dance actually took it and like put some weird shit behind him.
She's a nutter.
She is. She's just crazy and filthy.
I can't even have a discussion with her because I'm just like, you know what, this person is not even a rational human being.
Well, you can. It's just there are so many things that she's just disinterested with. Like if you so much as bring up philosophy or anything, like
She
if
doesn't
you
know anything
begin to
about it.
explain to her like why there is value in restricting our terms, she loses any interest and doesn't care.
I agree. I mean, she doesn't know. I mean, she doesn't want to deal with any kind of philosophy or anything like that whatsoever.
Well, she does. She actually really, really enjoys morality and metaphysics, I found.
Not when I was talking to her, but we didn't get into that, but we were talking about atheists and the meanings and stuff like that, and she was just all her stick is anything that's not theist is an atheist. That's what her whole thing
Yeah,
is.
no, that's something she holds very close to her chest, is the insistence that basically the universe is atheistic.
Yeah, that makes no sense to me.
It doesn't.
Yeah, I think
And
you
that
honestly
the
have to have
universe doesn't worship a god, or what?
In that the universe doesn't even have a capacity to believe that a god exists.
Right.
Doesn't what? What?
It does not possess the ability to have a belief, therefore it lacks a belief in a god and is an atheist.
Hold on. No.
That's her
Are we-
argument.
Exactly.
Yeah, I know. Are we part of the universe?
Yes.
All right. We have beliefs, right?
Yes.
Therefore, the universe has the capacity.
No.
Bullshit.
I love that. No.
Shit.
Ocean, your argument got
Welcome to the
denied.
wonderful world of Bionic Dance logic.
Yeah, your argument got denied.
Wait, this is Bionic Dance. God damn it.
Yeah,
Yeah.
we're not.
Friends with
Yeah.
her on- and her Facebook feed is really, really bad. She's probably the person on my feed that pisses me off the most of any of the atheists, or really anybody, because she was one of those burn your bus people, and then she also stuck with it. And she's like hyper atheist, and then she starts posting questions in like religious debate groups going like, why do I constantly get in fight with Christians? I'm like, because you bait. You
Well,
fucking
let's see,
bait
'cause
all
you're
the
a cunt?
fucking
That might
time. Jesus. And she's just like, for an atheist that is all about like rational thinking and shit, she's wrong a lot. And it's really, really annoying.
Well, and that's because she isn't about rational thinking so
Well, she
much.
says she is. You know, science and shit, bitches.
Well, yeah, they say they are. It's like when someone says, "Oh, well, I really, really care about the science. So let's see what the Family Research Council has to say on this." No, you don't give a fuck about science.
Yeah, she's the quintessential internet atheist. She's what everybody's like talks about when they're like, so the typical bullshit internet atheist. They're not talking about the amazing atheists. They're talking about fucking Bionic Dance. Like these people, they think like that. Babies are atheists. She won't let that one up either.
Well, to be fair, Richard Dawkins won't let that one up either.
I know he's equally dumb sometimes.
I know it's like
there are two peas in a pod, except that Dawkins is smarter sometimes.
Sometimes, like he had his Twitter taken away from him.
Really?
Yeah.
Wasn't that over the Sargon of Akkad thing?
That was over the aborting the Down syndrome baby thing.
I didn't hear about this. What did he say?
Yeah, he has a very pointed and almost callous way of addressing questions on Twitter.
Uh-huh.
And it basically sounded like he was saying, just kill all retarded people before they're born.
Oh, that's an unpopular view.
They took away his Twitter for that?
Pretty well. He voluntarily.
Probably the biggest problem with Dawkins is that
did
he
Twitter take it
speaks
away?
before his mind
Hold
has
on,
a chance to
Ben.
formulate his thought.
Yes.
Did Twitter take away his account, or did he remove his account?
He didn't remove it. Like it's still up and running. You can follow him and everything, but
he just
he is
stopped
not
going to it.
handling it anymore.
Okay. All right. That's a little bit different than what I thought you were saying. I thought you were saying that Twitter took away his account.
It would be like if
because he
Ivanka
expressed
was
his opinion,
running Trump's Twitter.
which would be better.
It would be
Let's face it.
considerably better considering that he's taking credit for Christmas.
Is he taking credit for Christmas?
Who's
Yes.
taking credit? Who's taking credit for Christmas?
Well,
Trump.
What?
That's an uncharitable representation. He has brought joy to the season.
True.
What?
His claim is that it's because of him that the season is joyful.
Oh.
What?
I don't know. I think that it's considerably less joyful because of him.
Yeah.
From where I'm
I
sitting,
would
it's
tend to agree with you.
incredibly more joyful.
Oh well.
It says unknown left the group chat. Oh, that was Isaiah, huh? Yeah. Okay. I was like,
Yeah.
Okay. I want to make sure that because nobody has a feed.
You need to smack him around, and make him change his name.
Yeah. Right. What the fuck?
Maybe that's what Tiffany can do. She can take over his.
I'm
Twitter
seeing in
account.
the live chat people are doing the Trump is my president despite my disdain for him kind of thing. But I don't. Is there anybody in the live chat that is complaining? Is saying Trump is not my president?
Well, of course he's our president, but I gotta admit, I mean, the other day, me and Jade were actually agreeing on just about everything. It was really kind of scary.
Oh, there is somebody that's doing this. Never mind.
But the fact that Trump is actually doing nuclear proliferation through fucking Twitter, what the fuck is he thinking? Oh, when I get to be sworn in, I'm going to increase our nuclear arsenal. Hi, Russia. Yeah.
Oh, this person's saying that Trump is taking credit for the upsurge in buying for the Christmas season. You know, that could be true, though.
Yeah.
That makes sense because people do escapism when, you know.
Bad shit happens.
Also, the stock market is up because of Trump. The stock market loves him.
Christmas is incredibly cheap for my family. We celebrate
It
on the
was incredibly
7th.
cheap for me. I give people the same gift I expect to get from them: the ability to not get me a gift without guilt.
Yay!
Yay!
Well, I am going to put his book on my Amazon wish list, though. But anyways, boy, was I mean, when Arn was in, I was being inundated with messages. Now nobody wants to come in.
Someone's made the point that Trump's Twitter will be a part of historical record, which is sadly true. That's
Yeah, the Trump Presidential Library at part of the Trump Taj Mahal, with slot machines in the lobby, will have a Twitter feed.
actually that's a subject for discussion. Someone posted that it was really the social justice warriors that got Trump into office with all the exclusive talking.
I actually believe they had a lot to do with it. I'd say that from day one.
No, they had no electoral effect whatsoever.
No, I'm
You don't think so, Brenda?
No. Yeah, I don't think so. I don't think they had. I don't think that their effect on the electorate is even mesurable.
Electorate. Yeah, I'm not talking about.
Well,
the
that's the
electorate,
people that elected Trump.
I think that what people mean when they're saying that it's not that the SJW vote got Trump in, it's that their rhetoric affected enough people to get them to come out and vote for Trump.
That's what I mean.
Well, you
Right.
would need to like actually show that, wouldn't you?
I think we can make a pretty good case for it.
You
Yeah.
can make an argument. You can make an argument for anything.
Well,
How
hang
would
on
you-
though. Hang on though.
I don't know
It's-
how you would statistically represent it, but
The
Yeah,
thing is,
that's the
one
problem.
of his part of his campaign was sitting there talking out against this whole political correctness movement, which does speak to that SJW
That's
kind
true.
of mindset.
Absolutely. Absolutely it was. Yeah. Yeah, and see, Jay points out a good point. SJWs are a very small portion, but they're the most vocal. And that's why Trump was able to latch onto that, because they're very, very vocal people, right?
I think if you did a poll and asked people what an SJW was, you would come across with a statistically insignificant number of people who even knew what they were.
no. But if you ask them, if you no.
Yeah,
that's not what
I believe
that's not what the effect is that's being accused of is.
Yeah.
Maybe if you started going over to some of these people and you ask them if they've been called racist for something that was a little stupid, or because you could maybe they don't know what an SJW is, but they might know the rhetoric.
You mean like Trump's white supremacist people that are in his campaign? Those
Ocean,
people.
let me ask you a question, Ocean. If somebody voted for Trump, would you consider them to be automatically a racist bigot?
No.
Okay.
The
That's
thing-
that's what a social justice warrior would do, though. And I actually had people defriend me on Facebook that I know a very long
Do you have
time.
an
Wait.
example?
Not for. I didn't vote for Trump, but just for the fact I didn't vote for Hillary, that I would have had Trump over here. I had people defriend me, calling me a racist bigot, and have known me for years, and would never have ever.
That's
ever
because
used that
you're
language
a
against me.
racist bigot. But
Okay, besides the fact that I am, no.
Yes.
But people know
Is
that
there
I'm
an
not.
example of somebody prominent in the media or in the Democratic Party or somebody who said that all Trump supporters are racist bigots?
And that's what a social justice.
So is there an example?
Hold on,
and
I'll give
not
you one.
Hearsay.
It's Hillary Clinton, except she didn't
No,
say all.
she
She said
didn't.
half.
Right. And she was talking about who?
Trump supporters.
Yeah.
No,
In
she was
general.
not. She was talking about who?
Basket
She
of
said-
deplorables is
She
what
was
we're
talking about
referencing.
and who were the deplorables she was referencing?
Half
Who were
of Trump
they?
supporters.
No, well,
Jews.
who were those? No,
She said half of Trump supporters.
Who? The white
Half of Trump
supremacists who Trump brought into his campaign.
Hang
The
on.
people
That's
who are
not- whoa, 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 don't
explicitly
change your quote.
people who are explicitly white supremacists, neo-Nazis.
Hang on though. Here's the thing: is initially when she first made the statement, she didn't properly qualify it.
Okay.
Yeah,
So
she
when you
said
go
that half
back and
the
requalify it
people-
later, the damage is already done.
in
Do
New York City.
people not understand context and everything? In the context of the campaign at that time, it was all in the news that Donald Trump had neo-Nazis, Klansmen giving him support, explicit in Bannon,
Here's
who's
the
an
thing, though,
out white supremacist.
If you don't qualify this, if you don't qualify the statement when you initially make it, what's going to happen is those few people that might be leaning towards him or might be considering him are going to take that personally because it wasn't qualified. We see this in these kind of discussions with theists and what have you all the time.
But even still, as I pointed out, a social justice warrior is the type of mentality to say, "Oh, you voted for Trump, you must be a racist bigot." That's what they would do, and that's what happened to me. Right? Even though I didn't even vote for Trump, I got called a racist bigot.
I think she even
that's
delivered the
rhetoric
line
that I
to
see.
a cheer, and it wasn't qualified for them either.
I think she referred to a vast majority of the people that voted for Trump. I don't think she was singling out a small group. Actually, half the people that vote for Trump, she thinks are bigots, right? I think that's what I think.
Along in a basket of deplorables.
It's like in our community when we say Christians this or Christians that, if we don't qualify it when or what kind of Christian we're talking about, or evangelics or whatever, if we don't put that qualifier in there, everyone that's Christian is going to take offense, and we've seen this time and time again. Except the few that have the wherewithal to realize that we're not necessarily talking about them, but most people assume that you're lumping them in with the rest. And that's kind of the problem with not qualifying statements like that.
So is that what actually happened?
Is what would actually happen?
the story that I just got told just now, is that what actually happened? Or is that something, is that the narrative you read in a particular media?
I guess Shadows, it's up to you.
That seems to be what happened. That a lot of people. Hang on. Now, I didn't call people and poll them to get their actual responses to this, but there was the backlash that she received for making that comment seemed to be from a lot of people that either were Trump supporters or were on the fence that were very offended by that comment because they felt like they were being lumped in with the racists, etc.
No, that was
And-
ammo.
Okay.
All you can really do is go based on that.
That thing was used as ammo like crazy after that.
Yeah.
For
She
that reason.
did. She did come out the next day and say that her previous day's statement was grossly generalistic. I regret saying half that was wrong, but let's be clear. What's really deplorable is that Donald Trump hired a major advocate for the alt-right movement to run his campaign, and that David Duke and other white supremacists see him as a champion of their values.
Great. That's classic Hillary backspin.
Yeah.
So she's already said the statement. It doesn't matter.
Yeah,
at
I
that
mean,
point.
by the way,
Hillary has clarified so many of her statements that have been blatant fucking lies that it doesn't really matter when she makes an apology anymore.
So you have the same standards for Trump then too, don't you?
Yes, absolutely.
He does.
Yes. So
I voted for Hillary.
So when Trump said was talking about immigrants being rapists and murderers, he didn't actually say that, did he?
Yes,
no, he fucking said that.
No,
he also
no, he did not.
He said they're bringing their worst.
They're not bringing they're bringing their worst over. They're not bringing
Some of them, I assume, are good people.
And who was he talking about?
Mexicans,
illegal immigrants.
No, he was
Illegal
talking about
immigrants,
illegal immigrants. He was not
Right.
talking about immigrants. Right?
Right.
So we have the same standard for him that we have for Hillary, right?
Well, the point being is that
the point was that he made a statement without properly qualifying it.
exactly. I think they're both culpable for
Actually,
making
he qualified.
He did qualify it.
He did qualify it the first time, didn't he?
I don't know. Maybe the first time he did, but
Yeah.
he
Yes,
said
he
that
did.
more than once, and and he's left off the illegal before.
No, he didn't say it more than once. He said it just once.
No, I think I recall during another debate he mentioned something, but
Yeah, he's talked about the issue a number of times, but that particular quote was just once.
oh yeah, well the exact quote, sure, but
He
Is
later,
that what
in later debates, he
I'll look at it this
qualified
way.
it further.
So I'm looking forward to everybody walking back their criticisms of Trump, since they're going to hold the same standards that they do for both people.
I haven't. What?
Are you expecting someone in this room to stand up and say that Trump's the man? And
nobody's.
I've
never said that. I mean,
I'm expecting people.
I criticize Trump quite, especially like now, but I didn't want Hillary to win, right? But the fact that Trump had two faithless electors, which would have been the all-time history, and Clinton had 5, tells you a lot the state about the state of things.
He was technically 4.
Hold on a second.
Hillary had 5.
I'm just expecting that people have the same standards for Hillary that they do for Trump. But it seems odd to me that it doesn't seem to me they do.
Steve, calm down for a second. Jesus. Because I'm the one that she took the issue with initially, because I was making the clear that she did say half was put in the basket of deplorables. And yes, I agree that Trump was only talking about illegal immigrants. I even said while you were questioning that he was talking about illegal immigrants.
But even then, claiming that
So
all immigrants are rapists and whatnot, and yeah.
That's not what he was claiming.
He never said that. Not ever. Not once. He didn't even imply it.
But if you're asking me to walk back any criticisms of Trump that I've made, I think I've been fair to both of them.
Well, I just expect.
I think that
people
Trump is
to-
by far the worst of the two, but Hillary's shit as well, and she deserves just as much criticism, at least for what she says.
Yeah, I don't particularly care for her myself either.
Neither do I. Despite voting for her, I bit the bullet on that one.
Yes, so did I. So did I. Okay, are we all cleared up now?
Well, I guess the back to the original conversation is whether or not the SJW rhetoric affected the election, which I think is a possibility.
I don't think it did at all. I don't think there's any evidence that people can show that they did. I think it's a manufactured phenomenon, the whole SJW thing. I think it's an invention. It's an invention of some reactionary atheists to an imaginary problem.
It's definitely rhetoric that exists, and it's getting more and more popular. Mainly the people that they've been mainly attacking.
All these facts that we just know. We just know all these facts, and we just know them because we read them somewhere.
Please, I'll give you some examples. We've got Francesca Ramsey and Lacey Green on MTV right now that are definitely espousing this stuff. And they're getting views. It's not like they're not getting popular. They're there, they're getting popular. The popularity has gotten to the point where MTV is willing to put them on air because they get views.
Okay, well, I don't know about those people. I don't watch TV.
All right. They're mainly on YouTube. Look up Lacey Green, look up Francesca Ramsey. The two of them are becoming mainstream, they're on MTV, broadcasted on mainstream television.
I just don't think somebody like that has an effect in a national election. I think you grossly overestimate.
They're on MTV talking about politics.
I don't think they have. I think they have a huge factor, actually. Huge factor.
No, I don't. I think that political. I think that votes are moved by things that are far more structural than cultural events. So I think the evidence
bigger than the reactionaries.
I think the evidence clearly to me shows that the election was turned over the issue of it was a rural versus a metropolitan, and it was over people from economically disadvantaged areas, people who had not seen any advancement in their economic situation since 2008.
Right.
And I think that economics. See, I think that economics. It's always economics. It's occasionally rhetoric and beliefs, but almost always the economic situation is what drives voters. What turns elections, what drives voters to the polls, and things like that.
I think that's the standard rules, but I think that there was also, and I'm not saying that those things didn't affect this election. I think those things did affect this election, but I do think that there was additional things that tipped the balance.
Actually, if I can jump in for a moment here, I think the whole weird, like safe spaces and all this other crap that we hear way too much about might have been a factor. I don't think it was necessarily a major factor. What I think was more of a major factor is people that are in relatively small factory towns and old coal towns and this kind of stuff that have been out of work for generations. And here comes this guy claiming that they're going to bring back the factory jobs and they're going to bring back all the coal jobs and this kind of stuff. I think that was a much more major factor.
Yes, and Hillary didn't even campaign in some of those states, and that was just a criminal offense on her campaign's part.
Her ignoring the Rust Belt was stupid.
Yes, that was political malpractice on the part of her campaign, in my opinion.
I want to say she never went to Wisconsin. Isn't that true?
I mean, she seemed.
I believe that's true.
I think that there's
her campaign was more based on the
factors
fear of Trump than anything else.
Well, of course, but Trump is worse. Was her main thing, but I think that there's definitely multiple factors, and one of the major factors, again, as you've rightfully pointed out, is that Hillary bungled it.
Oh, totally agree with you on that.
Now she's blaming everyone else for it.
I'd be interested in saying, I don't know exactly how you would be able to qualify what the SJW rhetoric effect would be, but Trump jumped on the PC thing and exacerbated it. He was one of the reactionaries to it, and people voted for him with that as an issue. So I think that that's definitely part of it. I don't know how much effect it had.
We're not necessarily saying that we're talking single issue voters in terms of that though. So
I don't know that there would be. Well, there probably are single issue voters on that. I just don't know how many of them they would be.
Yeah, I suspect it to be a fairly small percentage, if any.
The opportunity for expansion of the questions of exit polls has passed.
Yeah. But I mean, that's kind of thing is there are a lot of people that are frustrated with, feeling like every place they go, they have to watch what they say and this kind of stuff. And I can understand that frustration because quite a number of people that were voting for Trump seem to be voting based upon their frustrations.
Their frustration that they can't say what. Where does that actually happen? It just mystifies me when people say stuff like that. Where does that actually happen?
Well, I can't talk about being an atheist in public in Texas, but that's a different matter entirely.
You're a social justice warrior.
No, that doesn't make me a social justice warrior. But
sure, it does. Isn't that you want social recognition? You want a safe space for you to be an atheist, don't you?
I don't really give a shit. I'm fine with it.
You're okay with
I have my safe place. It's YouTube, and it's not very safe, and I don't need it to be.
So it doesn't matter.
A resident Trump supporter is not in the room, so
no.
So it doesn't matter to you that you can't go out. You can't be publicly open about your atheism in your hometown area.
It doesn't really faze me. I don't engage with many people near where I live anyway. So what's the difference to me? But that's a me thing. But the point is that I can understand how this can be frustrating to people. Now, there's a lot of people that, in terms of their actual viewpoints, feel like they're being silenced.
Yeah, they are. Good thing. I'm glad they're being silenced. I don't want Laura Schlesinger on the radio saying nigger, 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 nigger.
But it's people that are frustrated over being silenced that were part of that voting bloc.
I don't care. I don't want Don Imus calling young college girls nappy-headed whores on public airwaves and radio. It's public space. I'm glad he got fired, and I'm glad he got criticized for it. And he can take his whiny ass little bitch ass home. Home.
You're kind of moving away from the point, though. The point was that a lot of the people that I feel that quite a number of people that voted for Trump did so out of frustration, and I think this is one of the frustrations: the feeling that they're somehow not able to speak their mind, and in some cases, probably they shouldn't. You're right. I don't argue with you on that.
I don't care about their feelings.
But what I'm saying is, it's those feelings that led them to vote, and that's the only
that was the whole point of
it.
what we were talking about. That was why they voted for that.
Yeah.
I don't think that they have anything to complain about. They have no. Well, they don't have.
You may well be right. However, the prevailing thought was that, or the point that we were making, was that it was brought up for that reason.
When Dr. Laura Schlesinger said nigger, nigger, nigger on radio, she got fired, and I'm glad she got fired, and nobody violated her free speech.
Hang on, Brenda, we're not arguing that point. What we're saying is,
but you just were. That's the social justice thing.
No. What I'm saying
that's political correctness. That's political correctness, isn't it?
And it's the people that are fed up with political correctness. Some of them voted for Trump because they're fed up with political correctness. This is what I'm saying.
But not being able to say nigger on radio. Yeah, I see. I don't see it. I'm not getting it. I'm not getting why that's a problem.
I'm saying that there are some people that's a problem for. There are some people that are upset that they have to watch their words. That's it.
I don't understand. I don't care.
You don't. I don't. It doesn't matter whether you care or not. The question is whether some of these people voted for Trump because they care.
Okay, so then the correct narrative is that the United States has a large proportion of people who are deeply racist, sexist, and homophobic. And they want the privilege to say
racist, sexist, or homophobic,
without being criticized.
The problem is that there's a lot of people who are being called racist, sexist, and homophobes, but who really aren't, and they're tired of being falsely labeled that way. Because that can have an effect on your employment. That can have an effect on your friendships, your family connections.
then maybe they shouldn't say racist,
Well,
sexist.
they're not
things.
saying, but that's the whole point. Some people aren't always saying racist or sexist things, but they're being portrayed as saying racist or sexist things. And
I
they're
don't
not-
know that.
excuse me.
I don't know that that's true.
Well, I think, well, it usually is. Like, for example, if you criticize maybe groups like Black Lives Matter, some people are then considered are racist for doing that. But
the whole point here, Brenda, is not that whether or not this is true or not, and none of us are defending that. What we're simply pointing out is that appears to be what these people were thinking.
Yeah.
We're just saying that some people may have very well seemed to, or may have voted for this reason. That's it. We're not defending the behavior or anything. We're just saying when he was making his attacks against this PC culture thing, it was, people that were agreeing with him were doing so because they wanted to be able to say whatever the fuck they wanted, regardless of what it was.
No, no, that's not actually true though. They want the privilege to say whatever they want and not have any consequences for what they say.
Yeah, that's pretty much what I was alluding to.
Right, which is not actually a free speech issue.
It doesn't matter whether or not they're right; it's whether or not it happened.
And we're not
None of us are talking about a free speech issue. We're not talking about a free speech issue.
We're
not
talking about what motivated people to
were
vote.
right or wrong. We're not talking about whether they should have thought this way or not thought this way. We're saying that we think a lot of people thought this way.
So people were motivated by their innate racism to vote for Trump. Thank you.
If you think so,
I mean,
that's what you just said. You just said that.
I would assure it's probably a very small number. I mean, yeah, there's these alt-right assholes, but I mean, they make up a very small fraction of the electorate. So I don't really think
apparently they swing elections.
No, not really. I think what really swung the election was the fact that he did
the alt-right
Rust Belts. I mean,
now all of a sudden the social justice warriors don't swing elections. Isn't
No.
that funny?
Hold on.
Isn't that-
You're switching the language.
There's a difference between swinging an election and influencing an election.
There's
a couple
Brenda,
of things
you're
that
better
just
than this.
happened.
You're better than this, Brenda. Come on.
There's a couple of things that just happened. One is that the alt-right has been strawmanned into what was affected by the social justice rhetoric, and that it's not whether or not the alt-right affected the election enough to swing it. It's whether or not the social justice rhetoric affected the election enough to swing it, which the social justice rhetoric may have been targeting the alt-right, but it definitely hit more than just the alt-right because it was so broad stroked of a set of comments. There's the conversation about white privilege, the rhetoric used by Black Lives Matter. Some of it missed the mark. And to say that they spoke perfectly is ignorance.
And then, of course, there's Hillary claiming that anyone that's not basically alluding to that anyone that's supporting Bernie instead of her was sexist. I mean, that's more bullshit. Because that rhetoric was going around as well, and it's just like, give me a fucking break. But the problem is, if you're basically being accused of being sexist for not voting for Hillary, I'm sorry.
Exactly. Yeah.
I think some of the Bernie supporters may well have been sexist, and they may have some of their rhetoric may have bordered on sexism.
I think most Bernie supporters who didn't go with Clinton hated her because of her corruption. That's pretty well documented throughout her entire political
That's
career.
the reason why I almost didn't vote for her, and even when it came down to it.
Yeah, I mean,
you actually did it by voting for her, dude.
I did.
Condescending.
It was between her and my cat, and I wound up voting for the human being between the two of them.
I didn't even vote. I mean, I hated Trump more, but I couldn't even pull it to vote for her.
I actually wrote in Cthulhu and then ended up deciding to write in an actual candidate, and I ended up putting in Bernie because I couldn't support either of the I should say any of the four candidates. They were all a fucking disaster.
Oh, so you couldn't go with Gary Johnson or Jill Stein either?
No, I couldn't. I just fucking couldn't.
I actually went with the fifth.
I was going to go for Jill Stein, and then she started saying things.
Yeah, pretty much.
It was basically her mistake. If she had just sat there and not said anything and smiled, she probably would have gotten more votes.
If she hadn't spent so much time trying to placate conspiracy nuts to make sure she didn't lose their votes. Yeah.
She actually went on Fox News to get a bunch of conspiracy nuts. That's kind of a strange thing for a Green Party candidate to do.
Yeah.
But then you realize that right-wing conspiracy theorist nuts and left-wing conspiracy theorist
You
nuts
don't get
really are-
right-wing conspiracy nuts by talking like a goddamn hippie the way she does.
I'm just saying
the
that
right-wing
there's a lot of-
conspiracy nuts went for Trump.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I think there's what is it? I think 52. There was a poll that just came out. 52% of Trump voters believe that Trump won the popular vote. Now they're either ignorant of what the actual numbers were, or they just think that there were a bunch of illegals who voted, which has not been substantiated yet.
Reality falls off of them. I mean, if Trump tweets that we won the popular vote, they're going to believe Trump over the quote-unquote media, because the media is so whatever.
But that's the problem. Like, the media doesn't really have any credibility anymore, especially since, Saddam and Iraq. So, I mean, what do you expect? It's hard to take the media seriously. Even if they might be right about this one case, anybody can just go back to the media and say, well, look who's talking.
So, since Saddam and Iraq, I'm not sure I get the connection.
I'm just saying the media, our trust in newspapers and our trust in the television media has declined heavily since
I don't think
Iraq.
Saddam and Iraq really is much of a factor. I mean, this goes back.
I'm just saying that's where it started. That's where it started.
No,
that's
it really
not where it
didn't.
started. That's
not
what
even close.
that exacerbated a little bit, but it didn't start it.
It
and
started.
it didn't
Okay, well,
when do you think it did start?
What's been starting? It's been going on for a while. I would say.
I think it started with the Roman Empire.
I think it was
Fair.
heavily exacerbated.
Maybe a little bit before that, actually.
But it's not just Iraq. It's a lot of things. There's been a lot of other events that have happened.
I think that
now.
since I think Watergate was probably a in the modern area was definitely a beginning of a slide in respect for the media.
You can find evidence of people saying they don't trust newspapers going back to Washington's election.
Yeah.
That's
Hold on.
Like, you can find evidence of people saying they don't trust the press going all the way back into the Gilded Age and beyond into Britain. But since the founding of the newspaper, really.
It's been getting worse. It's been getting worse over the past 10 years. I'm looking at a Gallup poll right now.
Yeah, but the thing is, you go back even further than that. I mean, when Fox was doing the whole fair and balanced thing, they were doing that because there were a lot of people that felt that the news wasn't reliable and what have you. And, well, Fox is sitting there basically fucking lying to people and claiming to be fair and balanced. There's a bunch of people like, well, they're fair and balanced because they say so. It was weird.
If y'all recall back in the 92 election, there was a big...
I think that Fraction's point is that it's been getting particularly exacerbated in the past.
Can I
10
just say
years.
It's gone a little bit further. If you remember all the way back in the 92 election, there was a big thing on the for bumper stickers. There was ads, annoy the media, elect Bush.
Yeah.
That's well, the media. I mean, at least the mainstream media has always had. I mean, even though they say they're not that biased, they've always had a bit of a liberal tilt to them. They can't. I don't think they can.
I don't really.
Reality
necessarily
has a
think
well-known liberal bias.
They've had a corporatist tilt, but saying the liberal bias is kind of. Yeah, I don't know about that. I mean, the thing is that back in the day, 70s, even through the 80s, we had real investigative journalism. Back when Gary Hart was running, he said, "You won't find any skeletons in my closet." The media said, "Really?" And lo and behold, what was it? Like within a month, they had revealed that he had like a mistress on the side. Yeah.
Investigative journalism has been destroyed, basically.
Almost completely.
It's basically by the blogosphere. It's done.
No, actually, I think it was a series of court cases. The Food Lion case, the Chevy case, the Pinto case. In the Chevy case, they actually faked an explosion in the Chevy truck.
You're talking about journalists creating evidence for them to.
Yeah, I don't remember if that was. I think that was NBC, and there was a question about whether or not the gas tank would explode on certain Chevy trucks. I believe it was a particular model.
I think it was the Ford. That was the Ford Pinto, wasn't it?
No, he's talking Chevys. This was a different case.
Yeah, the Ford Pinto was a real thing, of course.
Yeah.
I think this one was. They actually faked it because the
Tactical
producer.
explosive.
Yeah, the producer wanted good video.
Wanted another one. Yeah.
Well, you don't want another Geraldo and Al Capone's vault situation now, do you? I mean, people watch that thing for 2 fucking hours, and Lo and behold, the IRS is running in there to grab the empty wine bottle off the floor.
And then the Food Lion thing was a ruling. It was a court ruling where reporters had gone undercover into a Food Lion, which was a large grocery chain on the East Coast.
Yeah,
and they went undercover. They faked their names and everything, and as a result of that ruling, reporters can't really go undercover anymore. They have to always disclose their name and everything.
I just wanted to say, I wanted to say this earlier. I'm looking at a Gallup poll right now, like how bad it is. In June of 2006, 31% of Americans had some amount of trust in television news and 30% in newspapers. Both of those have decreased by 10 points. In June of 2016, only 21% of Americans have trust in television news, and only 20% of Americans have trust in newspapers.
But I bet if you narrow
below fucking television, that's hilarious.
Go back a decade earlier.
Yeah, but I mean that's still pretty bad.
I bet if you narrow that down to, say, for instance, a certain demographic, and then ask them if they trust, Breitbart or something like that, the trust would go really high.
Only maybe
Breitbart's not really a newspaper, though.
But yeah, I mean,
well, and then for
Breitbart's alternative news.
Then on the left, I think it would be a different situation. But I bet
they're going with stuff like Daily Coast. But I think that.
But there would be my point being that there would be.
They're not newspapers.
There's news outlets that they do trust.
Yeah, right. Like InfoWars or whatever. Yeah.
Oh, sure. Yeah, you can totally trust them.
But you don't see the problem where that worked to Trump's advantage, because day in, day out, he was hammering the media like almost every day at every one of his rallies. I think that worked to his advantage when 80% of the country hates the television news, they hate the newspapers. You don't see how that works to his advantage. Even if you don't like Trump, you can agree with him on some things, and that was one of the big things.
I haven't really paid attention to local newspaper for over 10 years.
Well, what about the evangelics that were sitting there and holding up like he's Cyrus the fucking Great and claiming that he's going to be the savior of Christendom?
That was weird, because I thought most of the people weren't even going to vote for Trump. Once they were angry that Cruz wasn't going to be their man, they would just sit out the election. But nope, Trump got more.
Nothing would rally him like fucking Hillary.
That's what I thought. But it turns out Trump got even more evangelical votes than George W. Bush somehow.
Because he was being promoted by the evangelic churches.
Yeah, but I mean, okay, but it's not that hard to win the South when those are the only people that are promoting you. I didn't really think that would have an effect.
Is there evidence that he was being promoted by the evangelical churches themselves?
Yeah, he was. I mean, come on, the Falwells backed him. I mean, I think that's a pretty big
backings, maybe, from like the individuals, but like in the churches?
Yeah, there's actually been quite a number of, and it's mainly the mega churches that have been promoting him.
But did they
directly?
Okay.
Yeah.
Did they back
Trump?
There
was a lot of
or the churches?
The churches.
Well, the pastor from the
That's
pulpit.
illegal. I don't think that it's.
Yeah, but try to bring that case to a court.
The problem is that in a lot of those places where it was illegal, it was happening in Texas.
There's ways to do it right, legally.
Yes, but they were just being blatant about it, and the local.
And honestly, I should have said pastors, but anyway.
No, the local prosecutors don't care. That's what's going on.
Yeah.
Okay.
Do you really
right? That's what's happening is they're not bringing charges.
Do you really want to be the politician that gets the tax exempt status for the local church taken away? Well, you do.
Well, there was a big to-do.
You asked if I wanted to be that person.
Yeah,
I want to be that person.
Okay.
I can understand how some people in their political careers in Texas may not think that it's prudent.
There was a huge to-do years ago claiming that the government was targeting all these churches and and they were going after conservatives and this and that. And at the time they'd only actually gone after one church, and it was a Unitarian Universalist church.
Wasn't that?
But they were going apeshit claiming that the government was trying to shut down churches.
If you're a church and you're going to talk politics, you might as well pay your fucking taxes, because then you've kind of taken away the shield of separation between church and state. Get your shit together.
This is one of the.
But at the same point, there's such a public outcry; they're afraid to even touch it.
Right, I can see that.
Oh shit! I was going to say something. Oh right, you said about Trump being supported by these pastors. Was this during the primaries, or was this after?
During the primaries, they were sitting there during their stupid services, bringing him up on stage.
Well, Hillary went to churches too. It's not like it's...
There's a difference between having a candidate speak at a church and having the pastor advocate from the pulpit.
Right. There is. Yeah.
And that's what they were doing.
The candidate coming up and speaking, that's not a problem.
But they were advocating for him up at the pulpit and then having him come up to basically wave to people.
That would be a problem.
Yeah. There were numerous instances of this, all of them with mega churches, as far as I'm aware of.
Well, a lot of times what they do with that is that the church will open up the forum, and then a pastor who is not of the church will come in and introduce Trump or somebody like such, and talk him up within the church. And he's not a pastor of the church, so it's not the church making the endorsement; it's the pastor introducing him, making the endorsement.
Yeah, they know
as an
how to work
individual, and then in comes Trump. That's legal. You can
know,
do that.
It's been 1.5 months since the election, and we're still talking about how he won it. We're going to still be having this conversation probably 3-4 years.
It's an election that will be studied for.
Oh yeah. We'll
if
be
not more.
We might have this conversation while he's running for re-election, just how he won the first one.
Yeah, after the first 8 years of Trump, then we'll have a discussion again, and after the next 12 years of Trump.
Yeah.
After he totally abolishes
once the election,
he abolishes elections, and then he'll go by the official name of God Emperor Trump.
Oh my gosh, can you imagine him?
Actually, I think
the spice must flow.
Could you imagine him getting rid of term limits and then Obama turning around and running against him again?
Hey,
that would be amazing. Except that's why I think we said abolish.
Wow. Two people got your Dune reference, by the way, Brenda.
I'm not sure I would vote for. I'm not sure I would vote for Obama again. It depends
Still be fucking hilarious.
Because he's such an institutionalist. He's an institutionalist.
He is definitely.
So that's my beef with Obama. You know, he's an institutionalist.
But isn't that the same problem?
I won't accuse you of anything regarding Clinton because you'd say you didn't like her too either.
But that's the same problem with Hillary Clinton. Like,
she says she didn't like Hillary Clinton.
But if you're gonna vote for Hillary against Trump and then not vote for Obama against Trump when they literally have a problem.
What? I wasn't thinking about voting for him against Trump.
That's the reason why he was brought up. But yeah.
Yeah, I thought when you said you wouldn't. Okay.
No,
I think you'd have a problem with the individual.
If he got rid of term limits, how funny it'd be if Obama then ran against him and kicked his ass. Because that'd be irony.
He'd probably be able to win he'd do a better job in the Rust Belt states. I think that's one of the main reasons he won the 2012 election against Romney. He did the thing Hillary didn't do, where he actually went to the Rust Belt states of Michigan, Wisconsin, and mobilized the support early because he knew that it was going to be a big challenge, with Romney being from Michigan.
Well, when your campaign is limiting the number of debates you do because they know that you're not very likable. Anyway.
So, Fraction, I'll say real quick that I think that I don't like Idi Amin, but there might be somebody who would be running against him that would cause me to vote for him.
Who's Idi Amin?
Ugandan dictator that killed 100,000.
I knew.
Cannibal. A cannibal.
He was a dictator of some sort from Africa.
He was a fucking cannibal. He was a cannibal.
You'd have to pick somebody pretty crazy in order to make me vote for him. But there might be a situation.
What if it was Mugabe? What if it was Mugabe versus Amin?
Oh, I might vote Idi Amin.
Yeah, because Mugabe's even crazier.
Yeah.
I'd
see how the election goes. How about that?
Let's see. What if
I would watch the debates?
It'd be fun if you can just have dictators from like the worst part of the world run against each other in some kind of crazy election.
Versus Mugabe, who would win? How would the debates go? Who would survive the debates? I don't know.
Kim Jong-un versus Bashar Assad. That'd be a debate I'd like.
No, actually, you know what? I'd rather watch what's his name?
Kim Jong-un.
Yeah, Kim Jong-un and Darwin's deity. That would be the best debate.
He's not a dictator of a small African nation.
He thinks. Well, Darwin thinks he is, but that too would be an awesome debate. Are you sure you have nuclear weapons?
Well, how can you know that?
You merely think you do.
You only think.
Yeah.
How do you know that you have nukes in a way such that you cannot be wrong?
Yeah.
Eat some raw spaghetti.
Actually, that might be. I kind of want Darwin's deity to be at the negotiating table now.
Ooh.
Well, he is their
Like,
here's
just,
like the
just
god
make him
over
be
there,
the
right? Whatever
ambassador
says
to North
law,
Korea,
right?
so that he can sit there on the other side of the table and just question reality.
Ocean. It's too late. Dennis Rodman's going to take that job under the Trump administration.
Are you serious?
You know he's gonna be an ambassador.
we wish.
I would believe it.
There was a moment. There was a moment.
She's like, is that true? Wait, I've heard that one, but I don't believe it.
We can't do that because our defense against them is going to be the Dennis Rodman missile shield, in which the NBA just stands on the West Coast and swats any missiles into the.
I'm just saying, if we did open up an ambassadorship to North Korea, I'm pretty sure Dennis Rodman would be on the list. You know, because he was a big supporter of Trump during the elections, like a lot of B-list. He's not even a B-list; he's a C-list celebrity.
That's a little scary, to say the least.
That's really
I mean, little as in a whole hell of a lot.
Scary. I mean, aren't you already scared of the people who Trump's already put into the cabinet?
Yeah, I'm not a big fan of his cabinet picks. Yeah, I'm not gonna lie.
The worst one is Tillerson at Secretary of State. The man who is the CEO of ExxonMobil is literally fifth in the succession line for running the country. I just want that to really want people to think that one hard.
Yeah, ExxonMobil, right?
Yeah, let that sink in. The man let it sink in. Fifth in line, and he's the CEO of
Rex Tillerson, that's his name.
Rex. The scary thing is he's considering lifting the sanctions on Russia because that helps his business interests.
Yeah,
I mean, it's not like he has any vested interest in like.
Yeah, they've got a $600 billion deal with Russia, I think, pending or something like that.
Well, we're sorry. I just gotta say this: we're all sorry, Ukraine. And won't be too long, probably, before they're marching into Kyiv.
Oh yeah, Ukraine's fucked.
Oh yeah.
Anyway, I'm out. I'll see you guys later.
All right, thank you, Ocean. Peace.
Bye.
Bye. Get out.
Ocean, these don't have anyone to argue with.
Ocean will find somebody to argue with if he needs to. Just keep it lively.
Actually, I kind of enjoy arguing with him. He's one of the few Republicans that I actually like to argue with.
Oh yeah, Ocean's cool.
Because we occasionally agree on shit.
He's an Eisenhower Republican or Rockefeller Republican. Sorry.
That makes all the difference.
Yeah, pretty much makes you the equivalent of a Democrat nowadays.
I'm just now getting around to checking some of my messages. Holy crap! I was flooded and inundated with some.
I do have to say though, that little thing you linked earlier, with those 13-year-olds that Darwin went in to annoy, fucking hilarious. One of the kids just starts blowing up, going, "Fucking die! Just fucking kill yourself!" Like, oh my god, I love it.
Eat raw spaghetti.
Yeah, that was pretty amazing that he thought he could go and talk to a bunch of kids and talk about philosophy, and they're just like, go eat raw spaghetti. But still, the worst part, I still cringe when he's like, "We can go private." Wow,
yeah, that was bizarre.
It was bizarre. I mean, I don't even know how to interpret that. I mean, who the hell would do something like that?
Well, then he sniped some of the other kids, and there were others in the room. And he sniped them.
Yeah.
He sniped them.
Yeah.
He sniped 13-year-olds.
I've got power. Let me show you how to snipe people. And the poor kid's like, "This is being recorded, so anything you say, don't mess up my hangout."
The little kid, the 13-year-old handled him okay, but he didn't know how to run the hangout either.
Oh, well, in terms of quote handling him okay and this and that, he's like, "What the fuck is this? Are you trolling me? What's going on here?" He had no clue. He's not part of the
well, I'm saying, I
any
don't
kind
mind
of
switching my vote to
discussion
Darwin
community or anything like that. It's just some fucking Minecraft kid.
I would much rather have Darwin's win than Von Helton, but Darwin's is just so far behind.
Yeah, he is. It's either Von Helton or Ronnie.
Well, we'll see how it happens tomorrow. I'll make a big push tomorrow and go from there. If the Antonio Super Rats would give up on their guy and just vote for True,
no.
Well, he's not going to win, obviously.
No, I voted for the person that I think should win, regardless of whether they will win.
Well, you got to get rid of your conscience, man. Sell your soul like the rest of us. You don't need it anymore, dude.
Nope. That's how you get Trump voters.
That's gonna be the new model, and that's how we got Trump.
Yeah.
Right. That's gonna be the model for 2016, right? And that's how we got Trump.
Well, it's not quite over yet. We got a little bit longer.
Yeah, I was. Like I said, I had. I tweeted to Godless Mom, if you know her, and Steve-O from Jackass. My thing for like T-shirts, like if you're a celeb, you need to buy a shirt that says "I survived 2016." It's a huge multi-million-dollar idea. But they haven't. I think Godless Mom liked it. Steve didn't get back to me yet, but I was like, "That's brilliant! Come on, that's a brilliant idea." I survived 2016. Have celebs wear it. Because somebody died.
It's tempting fate. It's not over yet.
Well, I told I told her, so if they would get their money back if they die before the end of the year. It comes by that money back guarantee. If you buy one tomorrow, if you die, you get your money back.
Who gives a shit? You're dead.
That's not the point.
Yes,
Celebrities
it is.
They're not that bright. They don't think that far ahead. It's all about selling the merchandise, right?
3.5 weeks until Inauguration Day.
You're all about the money.
Or as most of America call it, the Doomsday or Third World War. The what do they call it? What's it called? The end of the world? The Rapture.
It's going to be a fucking circus, is what it's going to be.
It's the end of the world as we know it. That's going to be their theme song.
Oh, well, I actually played that on election night. I couldn't believe just because, yeah.
In hindsight, I always had this little inkling that Trump could win, right? I even said that so many times.
Oh, I know he could have won. I just didn't think he was going.
I should have stuck with my guns and said, you know what, I'm going to predict Trump winning. I didn't. I should have. I knew. God damn it, because I did with Bush. I was like, yeah, Bush is going to win second term. He did. And I was like, if I really had to be pushed to it, I probably should have said, yeah, I think Trump is going to win. But I think what happened was people got so much on me. I felt like I was like,
I didn't predict Trump winning. I just predicted Hillary losing, regardless of who she was going against.
Yeah, I don't think she was electable.
If I had known that Hillary didn't do any campaigning in Wisconsin,
she wasn't electable. I don't think it would have mattered if she did.
I mean,
I've been saying it since day one. The woman is not electable. There's far too much of the population that just doesn't like her.
If she had won Pennsylvania, if she had won Wisconsin and Michigan, those were all very close states. If she had done more campaigning in those states,
if bushes were horses, beggars would ride. Okay, so hindsight. Yeah, so if I would have ran, I would have won, but no.
You're assuming she just wouldn't have made more people in those states hate her.
I think I was in Europe against Steve on election night. I think I was one of the first people to say, guys, he might actually win this thing. And
I said he, but no, I remember during.
I know, but I was looking at. Yeah, but
I said he was going to win.
Yeah, I was looking at the results. I was looking at the results, and I'm thinking, like, wow, like I think the New York Times at one point said he's got a 55% chance of winning early on.
But did I not say that he was going to win long before they announced it? When I was like looking at some of these states, I'm like, yeah, he's got the swing states. He's got Florida. Oh my God, he's got Wisconsin. He got Michigan.
I said that he had a good shot, but I said I think Hillary might be able to pull off some of these Rust Belt states. And then as the night went on, it's like, wow, she's not gonna do it.
Yeah, and Hillary's one of the few human beings that could fail the Turing test.
How could you? The thing that always amazes me about this election is that Hillary's been, she's been wanting to achieve this for 2 decades. She's been in public service for 4 decades, and Trump just did this. He started campaigning a year and a half ago just as a hobby, and yet
it was a slap in her face. And especially with the 5 faithless electors, I mean, she got her ass packed in. Seriously.
Oh, yeah. And that's the only thing I enjoy about this. It's nice to see the Clintons taking a very, very disgraceful exit from Washington. It's going to be.
Would you say what she was rebuked?
What?
Would you say she was rebuked thoroughly by the American people? Because I surely
damn right. That's the fun part. That's the only thing.
And she'll never. I mean, she's done. She knows. Her political career is over.
It's beyond Hillary, though. It's the entire Democratic Party that really got a kick in the nuts over this because they basically fucking coordinated her, and they were so convinced that as unelectable as she was and as despised as she was by the American people, and how poorly she did whenever she had to speak to people, and they were aware of this, and they still thought they were going to get her into auction. Yeah.
And guess what? And guess what? The Democrats have more problems. I think I was looking at the 2018 midterms. They have to defend, I think, around 23 Senate seats, whereas the Republicans only have to defend 8. So they're probably, even if Trump's unpopular after 2 years for the midterm elections, I think that they can still make some gains in the Senate. I think the Dems are just they are so fucked for like the next.
Well, they didn't listen to people telling them, "Her, you know what? We don't want Hillary. Bernie would be a better choice." And they're like, "No. We got to go with Hillary because she's been in the limelight and she's been doing this for a long time, and we can get her elected." And everybody's like, "No. She's not going to get elected." They were told this. A lot of people had predicted it was unelectable.
They just figured, well, it's against Trump, she is electable if it's against him, but.
Against whom?
Against Trump. Although the more I think about it, I've come to the position now where I think Trump is the only Republican who could have beaten her, because it would have just been established. If it was any other Republican, it would have been establishment versus establishment.
I have a different approach.
Oh yeah.
I think that if the DNC had anybody other than Hillary, Trump would have lost. Anybody else, he would have lost. They could have put a Nephilim free up. And Trump would have lost.
I'm not so sure.
Can you imagine Nephilim free as president of the United States? Boy, that would just lose all hope for humanity, wouldn't it?
I'd probably take him over Trump. I'm kidding.
Fuck you.
I'm messing. Yeah. No, I'll take Trump over Nephi.
I don't think he would. I don't think Nephilim free could do as much damage as Trump can do.
I don't. You.
He's small bore. He's small bore.
He'd fuck up our education system.
Trump is already doing that.
Yeah,
he's putting into the head of the educational department someone who wants to dismantle it.
Yeah, so he doesn't
want it. Okay, hold on. There's an arguing for being in favor of school vouchers doesn't mean you hate public education.
Incidentally, Dyslexia Jones says now we need a president that's had sex.
Definitely free he's married.
I know. I'm just repeating.
That doesn't mean he gets any, but he is married.
I'm sure he has. Does he have children?
I hope not.
No, I don't
I'm
think
sure. I'm sure it's likely he does.
Does he? I don't think he has kids.
Everybody has.
No, not everyone.
No, I know that's true, but the odds are pretty good.
Okay, I'll ask Jade how many kids she has. Bad joke.
Well, I might be ending this hangout. Keep it a little bit short.
Okay.
Because at least people can watch this when
I think it was a big night for you.
Oh yeah, I mean, good God, we had the producer of the Ethics Experience come in. He's going to come back and maybe bring some people from the Ethics Experience. We had ARON RA drop in. Yeah, I mean, that's what I'm kind of hoping for this next year is that King Crocodile can join us more, and some of these more recognizable names, because I think they do enjoy themselves. I think it's fun for them. I think ARON had a great time. He likes these hangouts.
Iron out the technical details.
Yeah. Well, I mean, we know. I mean, the person who invited him knows him really well. That's why he came in.
Oh, okay.
And the person who knows him really well, it's been really cool to my channel. So, I have connections out there I'm working on.
Yeah, that's cool.
But anyways,
Jay just responded. Apparently, she did have a kid once, but somebody sold and barbecued it.
Damn atheist. Yeah. But I want to jump over to one of these other channels here in a little while because I don't know, move on. But anyways, yeah, I think I'm going to end this for tonight. This was a really good hangout, guys.
Okie dokie.
I appreciate it. I might have one later in the morning. I don't know if I can't sleep tonight, but I want to thank you guys for joining. And ARON, if you ever do listen to this, thank you so much for dropping in. We'll love to have you again. And for the rest of you guys,
Yoink.